cultivating a tree of life in the world of wizards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Phosphorus Fire Lion Blood, Killing Spree. Ronan finally found out where Paul was. He used his spiritual sense to scan and sensed that Paul and his group were moving in the woods. He had no intention of following them, so he withdrew his spiritual sense and continued to collect magic plants. After about an hour, Ronan had collected a lot of magic plants, and then he was going to look for the second level fire type magic beasts. He used the magnetic torrent and flew in the air between the forests like a fish without touching the ground. While flying, he released his spiritual sense. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. Second level magic beast Phosphorus Fire Lion. He turned his body and turned suddenly to the left. However, after flying for a while, his spiritual sense sensed that there was a magic beast team approaching the Phosphorus Fire Lion. Coincidentally, it was Paul's 4-man team that hunted magic beasts. It's the footprints of the Phosphorus Fire Lion. This time we have to rely on 3 people. In the depths of the jungle, Ronan faintly heard Paul's voice. Then, he sensed that Paul and his 4 companions were following the traces left by the phosphorescent lion and approaching it quickly. Ronan sensed that a layer of energy particles gathered on the bodies of the 4 people, pushing them forward. Among the 4 people, a second-class wizard apprentice holding a magic wand was flying and chanting a spell. It seemed that this wizard apprentice had cast an acceleration spell on the 4 people. Ronan covered his head with the hood of his cloak and quietly approached. Soon, Paul's team of 4 met the phosphorescent lion. Immediately, Paul's team of 4 immediately attacked. One of the 4 people took the iron bow off his back and then took out 3 bows and arrows engraved with magic patterns from the storage ring in his hand. When he put the 3 arrows on the iron bow, the magic pattern lit up and lightning and thunder were wrapped around it. With a swish, the 3 arrows flew out immediately. The Phosphorus Fire Lion roared wildly and twisted its body to avoid 3 arrows. 3 arrows wrapped with lightning hit the ground, and a palm-sized thunderball exploded. 3 muds on the ground flew up immediately, and 3 deep pits appeared. After avoiding the 3 arrows, the Phosphorus Fire Lion opened its mouth immediately, and a blue flame spurted out from its bloody mouth and went towards the archer. The wizard apprentice who had been blessing the 3 people with acceleration witchcraft raised his magic wand. A more powerful magic power emerged from the archer. The archer kicked his feet and easily avoided the blue and white flames of the Phosphorus Fire Lion. The blue flame flew past the archer and hit a tree. Suddenly, the tree was instantly wrapped in azure flames. The crackling sound of water being burned by the flames came from the trees. Seeing that the attack missed, the Phosphorus Fire Lion became even more angry and roared. While spewing out blue-white flames, it leaped up and rushed towards Paul and others. Paul's other teammate, holding a palm-sized cross sword, was blessed with acceleration magic and rushed towards the Phosphorus Fire Lion. The Phosphorus Fire Lion's front paws suddenly slashed forward. The sharp edge of the claws flashed in the air. Bang! The sword holder blocked the Phosphorus Fire Lion's claw attack with the giant sword in his hand. Sparks burst out from the giant sword. The muscles on the sword holder's arm tightened up. The Phosphorus Fire Lion opened its mouth and aimed at the sword holder. The next moment, blue-white flames gushed out from the Phosphorus Fire Lion's throat. A high-temperature flame sprayed towards the face of the sword holder. The magic pattern on the sword holder's giant sword immediately lit up a blue shield. Just when the blue-white flame was about to get close to his face, he blocked the blue-white flame in time. However, the energy of this blue-white flame was too strong. The energy generated by the magic pattern on the giant sword of the sword-bearing man could not sustain for a long time. Soon, the blue shield dimmed visibly under the attack of the blue-white flame. When the blue shield was about to completely dim, the sword-bearing man immediately rolled on the ground. Boom. Without the obstruction of the blue shield, the flames immediately gushed down and hit the place where the sword-bearing man was originally, and that place immediately became charred. Paul, are you okay? It's too dangerous to hunt with you this time. You have to give me more gold coins when you go back. The sword-bearing man rolled to the side and shouted to Paul. While Paul's 3 teammates were dealing with the Phosphorus Fire Lion, Paul kept chanting. A fiery red hexagram witchcraft formation was emerging under his feet. The nearby fire energy particles gathered towards him like a whirlwind. Alright. After the sword-bearing man shouted this to Paul, Paul immediately said, and ended the chanting. He moved the magic wand with a flaming red gem on the top of his hand forward. Suddenly, his fiery red magic formation had sparks spinning and rising. These sparks condensed into firebirds, emitting scorching heat, and flew towards the phosphorus fire lion. The phosphorus fire lion swallowed and spit out the first few firebirds that flew close. But soon, dozens of firebirds condensed on Paul's magic formation and flew towards the phosphorus fire lion. In a blink of an eye, they surrounded the phosphorus fire lion. The phosphorus fire lion could take care of one side, but not the other. It extinguished the firebirds on one side, and on the other side, a group of firebirds pounced on it. After the firebirds pounced on it, a blazing fire immediately ignited. Although the phosphorus fire lion is a fire-type magic beast, it can still be injured by fire-type magic. It is not injured when it spews out blue and white flames, because its esophagus is fireproof, but the outside of its body is not fireproof. Roar. The phosphorus fire lion roared. The archer spotted an opening and immediately bent his bow and shot 3 more arrows wrapped in lightning. Swish. The injured phosphorus fire lion was unable to dodge. 3 arrows sank into the phosphorus fire lion's chest. The lightning on the arrows immediately spread over the phosphorus fire lion. The phosphorus fire lion trembled slightly, and its forelegs softened, and its chest fell to the ground. The sword holder kicked his back foot, and a cloud of dust flew behind him. He raised the cross-shaped giant sword to his side, with the tip of the sword facing forward. At this time, the wizard apprentice who had been blessing Paul and others used all his magic power on the sword holder. Suddenly, the sword holder's speed doubled, and his figure almost left an afterimage. The sword holder rushed in front of the phosphorus fire lion and immediately stabbed the giant sword at the phosphorus fire lion's body. Swish. The giant sword stabbed into the phosphorus fire lion's body, and blood spurted out. The phosphorus fire lion roared again. The man holding the sword saw that the phosphorus fire lion's roar was still so loud, and knew that the phosphorus fire lion still had vitality. In order to prevent the phosphorus fire lion from counter-attacking before death, he hurriedly pulled out the giant sword, brought out a stream of blood, and stabbed forward again. Then, the man holding the sword stabbed the phosphorus fire lion several times. He didn't stop until the phosphorus fire lion was completely unable to move. Paul, take the heart quickly. The man holding the sword exhaled a long breath, and stuck the bloody giant sword into the ground. He sat on the ground, and touched the fine beads of sweat on his face with his big hands. Okay. Paul responded, and immediately took out a sharp short knife engraved with magic patterns, and walked towards the phosphorus fire lion. Ronan sat on a big tree, and watched the 4 people hunt the phosphorus fire lion. Hearing that Paul wanted to take the heart of the phosphorus fire lion, he knew that he wanted to use the heart of the phosphorus fire lion to make a magic weapon. He saw in the library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy that the heart of the phosphorus fire lion is the source of the phosphorus fire lion's flame magic power, and has excellent conductivity and amplification of fire energy particles. Just as Paul was about to use a dagger to cut open the phosphorus fire lion's belly, Ronan's heart moved. He sensed that there was another team of 5 people flying towards this side. Soon, the 5-man team arrived here. These 5 people were all wearing wizard robes, with 3 second-level wizard apprentices and 2 first-level wizard apprentices. Unlike Paul's team, except for Paul and another wizard apprentice who was proficient in blessing witchcraft, they were second-class wizard apprentices. The other 2 only cultivated a little magic power and barely reached the first-level wizard apprentice. Their power mainly comes from night training and physical transformation. 4 of you, we will take this phosphorus fire lion. One of the 5 people in the team said, there are still many monsters in the monster forest. You 4 can go to other places to hunt monsters. As he said that, he walked straight to the phosphorus fire lion without the consent of Paul and others, as if the monster was already his. Paul did not leave the phosphorus fire lion, and said in a deep voice, this phosphorus fire lion was hunted for me, and is my property. You 5 are violating the laws of the kingdom by doing this. Another person in the 5-person team heard this and sneered, there is no one else here. Even if we kill you, no one will know. If you don't leave, we will lose our compassion and you will not be able to leave. Paul listened and narrowed his eyes. After a moment of struggle in his heart, he left the phosphorus fire lion. Although he was unwilling, he also knew that the 4 of them were no match for the 5. Moreover, the 4 of them had just fought with the phosphorus fire lion, and they had consumed a lot of energy. Let's go, Paul said to the other 3. The other 3 were also very unwilling. The swordsman with the sword had always had a hot temper, but because he knew he could not win, he had no choice but to draw his sword and leave. After Paul and the other 4 left dejectedly, the 5 looked at each other with contempt. Then, one of them took out a short knife engraved with magic patterns and wanted to cut open the phosphorus fire lion. But at this moment, they saw a man with a hood and a deadwood mask on his face, walking out of the forest. This man's dress was really strange and attracted their attention. Everyone, I want this phosphorus fire lion, Ronan said in a low voice that was different from usual. Are you looking for death? One of the 5 first level wizard apprentices stared at Ronan and said. But, just as the man finished speaking, under his feet, the soil splashed and 2 thick vines shot out. As soon as it was wrapped around, it entangled his feet. Then, the vine swung upwards, carrying this person high in the air. The person was panicked and screamed in the air. Then, the vine suddenly threw this person's head onto a tree trunk. Bang! The scream stopped abruptly. Wood chips flew from the tree trunk, and this person's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splashed everywhere. The other 4 people were shocked by this sudden change. Then, the second level wizard apprentice with the highest energy particle fluctuation among the 5 people, pointed the magic wand in his hand at Ronan. Suddenly, a blazing flame flew out from the top of the magic wand. Ronan rushed towards this person. He stretched out his right hand. In an instant, he performed the wood armor technique. A thick layer of wooden armor was wrapped on his right hand. The wooden armor on the fingertips of each finger was extremely sharp, making his right hand look like a devil's claw. Ronan pressed his right hand towards the blazing flame. Bang! The flame hit Ronan's palm and turned into sparks that scattered everywhere. Ronan's palm was only slightly charred, and a wisp of light smoke came out. This person was even more surprised to see that his fire magic could not even break the opponent's wood magic. You cover me, let me chant, this person said loudly while retreating behind the crowd. However, the people who always regarded him as the boss and listened to him saw that Ronan was coming very fiercely, and they all made way to the side. Ronan rushed to the front of this person without any hindrance and stretched his right hand towards his heart. The next moment, the right hand wrapped in wooden armor passed through his chest. On the right hand, the heart of this person was pinched. Ronan pulled back his right hand, and this person immediately fell to the ground. With a little force, the heart of this person was crushed into meat residue. My lord, spare us. The other 3 people knelt down and begged for mercy. My family is very rich in Triumph City. Sir, if you just let me go, I will give you whatever you want. One of the 5 people said. Is your family a wizard family? Ronan asked. Yes. Seeing Ronan's question, the man had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then I can't let you stay. Ronan waved his right hand. The man's head flew to the side. The other 2 saw this and knew that the man would never let them go, so they all stood up and ran away. One of them shouted while running, "You killed us," which violated the laws of the kingdom. The wizard council will punish you. Ronan grinned, and even the wooden armor on his face opened his mouth. There is no one else here. Even if I kill you, no one will know. As he said that, he performed the magnetic torrent. Suddenly, a magnetic field was released from his body. He manipulated the magnetic force, and a short knife brought by one of the 5 people flew up from the ground. Suddenly, the dagger drew a straight line in the air. A cloud of blood mist immediately burst out from the chests of the 2 people who were running away. It was their chests that were pierced by the dagger just now. Even their hearts were cut in half by the dagger. After the dagger pierced through the chests of the 2 people, it was stuck in the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Ronan walked to the side of the phosphorus fire lion. He took out a glass bottle engraved with magic patterns, and then cast a spell to extract the essence of the monster. He pinched a magic formula and waved his hand, and blue white blood floated out of the remains of the phosphorus fire lion and poured into the glass bottle. Chapter 127 Zoo and Neo and Paul is complete. Another part of Galt Forest. Paul's team of 4 was running in the forest, trying to find another phosphorus lion. But after searching for a while, they found nothing. Why don't we go back? Paul thought that they had killed a phosphorus lion with great effort, but it was robbed by someone. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He suddenly suggested, didn't the 5 people say that in this forest, no one would know after killing someone? Let's go back along the original route and follow them. If they want to hunt monsters in the forest, they will definitely consume their physical strength and magic power. When their physical strength and magic power are almost consumed, we will immediately take action and take away everything on them. When Paul said this, the other 3 looked at each other. Okay, I'll go. The tall swordsman agreed first. He was more impatient than Paul, so he wanted revenge even more. However, because he was just a melee knight, facing a wizard who could cast long-range magic, the chances of winning were not high, so he had been holding back. Finally, the remaining archers and the wizard apprentice who was proficient in the magic of blessing looked at each other and nodded. Everyone would feel aggrieved if their things were robbed. However, these 2 people were timid and had no intention of revenge. At this time, they were influenced by Paul and the swordsman, and they were touched and agreed for the time being. They both thought that, if the situation was not right, they would stop the action of this team. After all, the 2 of them were invited by Paul to hunt monsters, not to fight. If Paul and the swordsman did not listen to the advice, they would leave at that time, which would not be considered a breach of contract. After the 4 people discussed it, they ran back along the original route. Ronan pinched the magic formula with his right hand and collected all the remaining blood and essence of the phosphorus fire lion into the glass bottle engraved with magic patterns. He took out the elf dagger and prepared to cut open the phosphorus fire lion and take out the heart. Although this heart was useless to him, he could also sell it in Diagon Alley in exchange for money. Just as he put the dagger against the chest of the phosphorescent lion, his spreading spiritual sense sensed that Paul and the other 4 had returned. Forget it, just give this phosphorescent lion heart away. It will be the cost of dealing with these corpses. Ronan searched the bodies of the 5 people, took away their magic wands and other magical tools, and then released the magic magnetic torrent. The whole person suddenly floated into the air, gliding out of the forest like a swimming fish. When Paul and others arrived here, they immediately saw a shocking scene. 5 bloody corpses were lying on the forest, and none of them were intact. Some of the corpses were headless, and some of the corpses had a fist-sized hole in their chests. What happened? The phosphorus fire lion is still there. Paul walked to the phosphorus fire lion, took out a short knife, and cut the phosphorus fire lion's chest. Seeing that the heart inside was still there, he was delighted, and hurriedly took out the heart, and put it in a wooden box, carved with magic patterns. He looked at the corpses lying on the ground again. These wizard apprentices, maybe some of them are from wizard families. If they die, if the wizard family investigates, they may blame us. Let's destroy the bodies. After that, Paul searched the 5 people's belongings, and found that all the storage magic tools and other things were gone. Maybe that person killed people to rob money, Paul said. But he couldn't figure out why that person didn't take the phosphorus fire lion away. If he robbed money, Paul raised his magic wand and tapped it several times in the air. Several flames burst out from the top of the magic wand and hit the bodies of the 5 people. When the bodies of the 5 people were all burned to ashes, they took the ashes and found several places to bury them. The next day, Ronan went to Paul's bungalow. With a scan of his spiritual sense, he knew that Paul had returned. After knocking on the door, it opened soon. Hey, Ronan, long time no see. Paul seemed very happy and invited Ronan to come in for a drink. After drinking a few glasses of fruity wine, Ronan told Paul about his plan to sell potions. You want to sell potions again, but you have no money? When Paul heard Ronan mention this, his eyes lit up immediately. Me too. Hey, yesterday I got the heart of a 2nd level fire beast phosphorus fire lion in the Galt Forest, and I want to find a 1st level official wizard in the academy to help me make a magic weapon. You know, it's always expensive to ask for help from an official wizard. I really don't have enough money in my pocket now. Seeing that Paul was going to continue talking, Ronan immediately interrupted and discussed with him about selling potions. Ronan was planning to sell 2 potions, anti-aging agent and anti-black agent. When I was selling these 2 kinds of potions, I had a lot of customers. As long as you give me the potions, I will help you sell them. You split the profits 80% and I split 20%. Paul said. After that, Ronan made anti-aging agents and anti-blackening agents every day and brought them to Paul. While saving money, he also looked around the city to find out where the medicinal materials for the foundation building pill were sold. He planned to buy the medicinal materials he needed to buy in the city as soon as the money was in place. Before the medicinal materials for the foundation building pill were fully collected, he continued to improve his proficiency in the Zuanyuan pill. After all, learning by analogy and improving the proficiency of the Zuanyuan pill will help improve the proficiency of the foundation building pill faster. More than a month passed before he knew it. Ronan lived a very fulfilling life every day. Cultivation, alchemy, inducing labor. Most of the time, he stayed in the botanical garden. Only when it was time for dinner or the 10-day period agreed with the Song family would he return to the world of cultivation. Neither the Song family nor the 3 maids had ever disturbed him. Unless he came out of the alchemy room himself, no one would call him out. It was probably because they were afraid that he would reach the critical point of refining the elixir, and calling him would distract him, causing the entire furnace of elixir to fail. This responsibility, except for Song Yangshan, the head of the Song family, and the elders of the Song family who had established their foundation, no one else could bear. On this day, Ronan was refining elixir in the laboratory as usual. He opened his mouth, and a flame spurted out from his mouth and nose, heading towards the bottom of the elixir furnace. The glow in the flame was much brighter than before. Samadhi True Fire, entry 87%. It has been a long time since he used Samadhi True Fire. If it were other skills he had practiced before, he would have at least mastered them by now, but Samadhi True Fire was still at the entry level. This made him believe that Samadhi True Fire was an extremely powerful spell. He condensed the hands of a wizard, added water to the elixir furnace, and added the medicinal materials for refining Zuanyuan Dan. After more than half an hour, a scent of elixir filled the laboratory. He suddenly felt something in his heart and immediately gave Hong Meng an order. Zuanyuan Dan, perfect, finally perfect. He stood up happily, opened the alchemy furnace, and took out the 10 Zuanyuan Dan in the furnace. On the spot, he swallowed 3 Zuanyuan Dan. Chapter 128, Key Refining Level 12. Rapidly improving proficiency in foundation building pills. In the morning, after Ronan refined the wood essence water, a growth promoting potion, he watered it on the spiritual plants. While watering, he called up Hong Meng and analyzed the spiritual plants. Spiritual plant, the natal immortal tree year. 193 spiritual plant, the natal immortal tree year. 81 The mother tree of the natal immortal tree is already more than 9 meters tall. The crown of the tree is so huge that it almost covers the entire botanical garden, and a flower has grown on the mother tree of the natal immortal tree. When Ronan saw the flower, he knew that there would be another natal immortal tree seed. After having a new tree seed this time, he planned to put the tree seed in a flower pot and bring it to the world of cultivation. The purpose is to monitor everything within a radius of more than 800 meters in the alchemy room in the wizard world. After all, once the natal immortal tree is planted, he will be able to share his spiritual consciousness with the natal immortal tree. His spiritual consciousness can be stored in the natal immortal tree, and he can always sense everything around him. The range of perception has nothing to do with the age of the tree, but with the strength of his spiritual consciousness. Even if he only planted a seed in the world of cultivation, he could still perceive everything within a radius of more than 800 meters through it. 3 days later, the flowers on the tree withered, and a tree seed fell. Ronan collected the tree seed, went to the market, and bought a ceramic flower tray with a style similar to that of the world of cultivation. He put some soil into the flower tray, buried the tree seed in it, and then traveled to the world of cultivation. Then, he placed the flower tray in a corner of the alchemy room. Without his promotion, this tree seed would not grow fast. He estimated that with the concentration of spiritual energy in the residence area of the Huans and Sex Fairyland, the age of the tree may reach more than 200 years before the spiritual energy vortex is formed. Without his promotion, the tree of life and death only relies on the spiritual energy of the residence area to grow. I'm afraid that it will take more than 200 years to reach the age of 200 years. The age of the tree of life and death should be calculated according to the growth environment under the concentration of spiritual energy in the ancient world of cultivation. Because he speculated that the ancient wood longevity technique was created when the spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation had not yet receded. After placing the flower tray, Ronan traveled back to the wizard world. At this time, everything within a radius of more than 800 meters in the alchemy room was reflected in his mind. He sensed that the three maids were preparing lunch at this time. On a tree 500 meters outside the alchemy room, there were two insects mating. After being able to sense the situation in the world of immortal cultivation, Ronan felt more at ease. His two major potions, anti-aging agent and anti-black agent, sold well as before and made a lot of money. In order to take time out for wizard training, Paul found several merchants in Triumph City to help him sell these two potions. With the help of merchants, these two potions were sold faster and more. The merchant's fee was paid from Paul's 20%. Ronan's 80% profit was not touched. As a result, Ronan's money came in faster. With the money, Ronan quickly gathered the first batch of substitute medicinal materials for the foundation building pill in the wizard world. Then, he started to refine the pill in the laboratory. Ronan concentrated on refining the foundation building pill. With the help of Han Meng, he methodically added clean water and processed medicinal materials into the pill furnace. At the same time, he raised the temperature of the Samadhi true fire even higher. Because the medicinal materials changed, the time and temperature of refining the pill would change. With the help of Han Meng, he would not fail. However, the speed of refining the pill would slow down for the first few times. After more than 3 hours, Ronan refined a foundation building pill. The foundation building pill made with the original medicinal materials is vermilion in color. However, the pill made with the substitute medicinal materials is a dark purple. Ronan summoned Han Meng, analyzed and compared the two foundation building pills, and found that there was no difference in their medicinal properties. It is dark purple, which should be the color of the final combination of the substitute medicinal materials. That's it. After putting the deep purple foundation building pill into a white porcelain bottle and storing it in the storage magic device, he went to the botanical garden and sat down under the mother tree of the natal immortal tree. With a thought in his mind, the mother tree of the natal immortal tree, which was originally ordinary, began to emit a golden light. Then, he took out a medicine bottle, poured out 3 Zuaniuan pills, and swallowed them. As soon as the Zuaniuan pill entered his stomach, a hot feeling arose in his stomach. The medicinal power spread violently from his stomach. He immediately turned his 5 hearts to the sky and practiced the ancient wood immortality technique. With the help of the perfect Zuaniuan pill, the speed of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him like water flowing into a cave. It poured into his meridians, and after being refined by the technique, it turned into magic power and entered his danshan. Now, the ancient wood immortal magic power in his danshan is very rich. It is between a state of mist and liquid. At this time, the ancient wood immortal magic power in his danshan is rotating. After a while, he felt a force brewing in his danshan, ready to break through. Ronan was refreshed and continued to practice. After practicing for more than 2 hours, he suddenly felt that force erupting in his danshan. In an instant, a dark green force spread from his danshan. Like a stream of water, it flowed through his meridians and flesh. Suddenly, he felt that his body and spirit had a brand new feeling. Breakthrough. Ronan's mind moved, and he called out Han Meng and gave an order. Lifespan. 436 strength. 63 spirit. 71 mana. 68 cultivation realm. Key refining level 12 wizard level. First level formal wizard. He looked into his danshan and found that the ancient wood longevity mana in it was like a cloud, and it seemed to be turning into liquid. Time passed day by day. The Valent gold coins in Ronan's account increased day by day. He had stored more than 80 copies of the alternative medicinal materials for the foundation building pill recipe. in the profit sharing of anti-aging agent and anti-darkening agent, although Paul can only get 20%, and part of it has to be given to merchants. But during this period of time, Paul still obtained a lot of Valent gold coins. These gold coins are enough for him to use for some time. So, he began to invest a lot of time in wizard training. Every day, he only collected medicine from Ronan, and delivered medicine to various merchants, and he did not sell medicine himself. Ronan only knew roughly what Paul was doing now, and he did not ask which merchant Paul gave it to sell. After all, he did not have much time, and did not want to think about other things besides refining medicine, as long as the gold coins came in. After having the medicinal materials for the foundation building pill, Ronan began to spend more time to improve his proficiency in the foundation building pill. With enough medicinal materials and more practice times, his proficiency in the foundation building pill can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. In the early morning, the sun rose from the seaside, hung in the sky, and illuminated the Triumph City. The streets of the lower city of Triumph City were bustling again, with pedestrians rubbing shoulders with each other. Ronan, who had drunk the primary transformation potion, turned into a man with golden curly hair, wearing a bachelor's robe, and walked on the streets of the lower city. He was going to spend the money he had earned these days on magic plants and magic beast materials for refining foundation building pills. Have you heard that the royal family is going to hold a kingdom martial arts competition? Ronan was walking when he heard a vendor say to another vendor, when the time comes, nobles from all over the country may come to Triumph City to watch the battle. Let's prepare quickly and make a lot of money from those nobles. Kingdom martial arts competition. Ronan fell into deep thought when he heard the news. He was not unfamiliar with this competition. Whether it was his original body or when he traveled through time, he didn't know how many times he had heard his brother talk about it. This competition was for non-transformed knights from all over the country to compete in Triumph City. The 50 most outstanding ones can fight in front of the king. The prominent nobles in the country will come to Triumph City to watch the fight. The knight who wins the first place in the fight is likely to be favored by the royal family and can receive the physical transformation from the kingdom's legendary wizard Dolifer Augustus. Orlando, the current captain of the Royal Guard, won the first place in the kingdom's martial arts competition at the age of 14. At that time, he was only the peak of the Golden Knight and not a wizard. Perhaps it was because of his family, or perhaps it was because he was determined to follow the path of knighthood. When he won the first place in the kingdom's martial arts competition, he didn't know that he had the talent of a wizard. It was not until Dolifer Augustus met him and found that he had the talent of a wizard that he taught him to use wizard knowledge to increase his physical strength. Of course, some wizards will also watch the fight. In addition to the first place in the kingdom's martial arts competition, other knights with good strength may also be favored by wizards. Wizards will choose knights from these knights in the competition to undergo physical transformation. The premise is that the knight and the family behind the knight must be loyal to the wizard himself and the wizard's family in the future. The highest ideal of Ronan's younger brother is to win the first place in the kingdom tournament and be able to receive the physical transformation of the kingdom's legendary wizard. And Ronan's father, Leighton Lawrence, thinks that his younger brother will be ranked high. In that way, it is possible to gain the favor of the royal wizard, and after receiving the royal physical transformation, he will be included in the royal guard. Of course, the kingdom tournament is not only a meeting for knights to seek promotion and wizards to select servants, but also an entertainment festival. The nobles watch the knights use their skills to fight, watch the scene of blood and flesh splattering, and bet on it. The tournament. I wonder if my father and others will come. Ronan thought as he walked towards a pharmacy. In the upper city of Triumph City, on the top of the wizard tower, a man with a majestic face and dense brown beard on his cheeks, and an old man with a kind face, long hair and beard, which glowed silvery white in the sun. Standing side by side, overlooking the Triumph City, These two people are King Augustus V and the legendary wizard Dalifer. Standing high above, the Triumph City below is like a sandbox. The streets are neatly arranged like a grid, and the houses are located in it like tofu blocks. Further away, there is the endless sea. On the coast near the Triumph City, docks extend out one after another. One after another, ships are densely lined up on the shore. After Augustus V arranged the Kingdom Tournament, he came here. The Kingdom Tournament was a strategy for him and Dalifer Augustus to find allies and enemies. Because the Kingdom Tournament requires the patriarchs of each family to come in person. During this period of rebellion, some families with guilty consciences were afraid of being trapped in the Triumph City, so they would not dare to come or take any action. All these would reveal the thoughts of each family. Uncle, how is your curse being removed? Augustus V asked Dalifer. Dalifer listened and pulled up the wide sleeve of his right hand with his left hand. His right hand was exposed, which was surrounded by a subtle black aura. Compared with the dry, black and wrinkled right hand a few months ago, it was now much more normal. It has recovered 70%. Dalifer said. Augustus V continued, I have selected 3 replacement families. They have a good wizard background. If a rebellious family is destroyed, one of them can be chosen to take its place. When the news of the kingdom's martial arts tournament spreads, the best result is that those rebellious families will be exposed early, and we can go there secretly and defeat them one by one. If the worst result is, all families may come to Triumph City, and it will be a big melee. Dalifer said, if they come to Triumph City, it may not be a bad thing. Triumph City has been the capital of the Augustus family for thousands of years. There are many wizard formations in it. Some can still be used, and some are destroyed. I can repair the damaged ones, and connect the existing witchcraft formations with connecting witchcraft formations. If those families come to Triumph City, I may be more confident in controlling them. Augustus V's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then it all depends on you. Southeast Province, Fengley Castle. More than 3 months have passed. Why is there no news about Jason and Triss? In the meeting room, the patriarch of the Fleming family, Yusuf Fleming, sat at the head of a bench and asked. Just now, he and the family elites were discussing the overthrow of the royal family. It was only suddenly that he remembered this matter. After all, whether he could obtain the magic pattern that restrained the undead creatures was not the most important thing for him at the moment. Jason was not his most talented son, and Triss was only a distant nephew. He was not too worried about the fact that these two had not replied for a long time. Now that he remembered it, he asked. After he asked the question, the people at the long table looked at each other, but no one answered him. After a while, someone answered, Lord Earl, we really can't receive any reply from these two people, as if they have disappeared. Is it so strange? Yusuf narrowed his eyes slightly. They all went to find Ronan Lawrence. Could it be that their disappearance is related to him? Lord Earl, Ronan Lawrence is only a first-level wizard apprentice, while Jason and Triss, one is a third-level wizard apprentice, and the other is even a formal wizard. Their disappearance is probably not related to Ronan Lawrence. Someone at the long table said. Ronan was able to obtain the magic pattern that restrains undead creatures, which means that he had an adventure in Triumph City. There are all kinds of wizards in Triumph City. Maybe there is a formal wizard with considerable strength who accepted him as a student. Yusuf said, people below the second level formal wizard should not go. When the second level formal wizard in the family is free, I will send him to Triumph City to investigate carefully. As he was speaking, an armored knight ran into the meeting hall. My lord Earl, there is important news. The knight ran to the end of the long table, stopped immediately, and shouted, what news? Yusuf, who was at the head of the long table, looked across the long table, and looked at the knight and asked. The royal family is going to hold a kingdom tournament and summon people from the 6 major families to watch the battle. As soon as the news was announced, everyone at the long table looked at each other in surprise. Yusuf's lion-like fierce eyes flashed with light again and again. In his mind, his thoughts were flying, thinking about how to deal with it. After a while, Yusuf waved his hand and asked the knight to withdraw first. Then, someone at the long table said, Uncle, why don't we take advantage of this kingdom tournament to unite with the Evans family, the Valentine family and the Dead Soul Society to destroy the Augustus family? Yusuf listened and was still thinking to himself. Uncle, if you feel it is not safe, why don't we send people to the Wizard Islands to find a wizard family to unite with us? Another person at the long table said. Not appropriate. Yusuf blurted out without thinking after hearing this proposal. If we spread this news to the Wizard Islands, the Wizard Islands might know the news of the turmoil in the Dawn continent. The wizard families who intend to occupy the continent may come. By then, even if we overthrow the Augustus family and seize the throne, it may not be our Fleming family. Kingdom of Valent, Northwest Province. Under the scorching sun, a long team of soldiers is walking on the wasteland. This team is the team that was recruited to fight against the Orc Empire. After several months of fighting, they forced the army of the Orc Empire back outside the defense wall. The border was temporarily peaceful. For more than a month, no battle has taken place. Therefore, the recruited soldiers returned to their hometowns one after another. Ronan's eldest brother, Leon Lawrence, was among them. After several months of struggle, Leon Lawrence's face became more rough. His face became somewhat brown and dark, covered with dirt. The beard on his cheeks was dense and curly. During the war of several months, he also had an adventure. His strategic mind was favored by a kingdom wizard. He led the team and cooperated with the kingdom wizard to kill an orc wizard. He then obtained a bottle of magic potion found from the orc wizard. The kingdom wizard said that this bottle of magic potion was very helpful in stimulating the power of the seed of life and asked him to drink it. Seeing that this was the magic potion of the orc wizard, Leon Lawrence was afraid that it would be dangerous to drink it, and he resisted in his heart. But the kingdom wizard was an official wizard. If he refused and angered this official wizard, I'm afraid that the entire Lawrence family would suffer. He had no choice but to drink the magic potion. After drinking the magic potion, he felt a pain in his heart. But just as the kingdom wizard said, his seed of life, under the stimulation of the magic potion, actually had a burst of power emanating. After a long time, his heartache gradually subsided, and he was able to move normally. After a long battle, he digested and absorbed a lot of magic potions, and the power of his life seed was greatly improved. The night level reached the late stage of the Golden Night. At this time, the soldiers were discussing the news of the kingdom tournament. Most of the soldiers were knights. So, as soon as the news of the tournament came out, someone used a carrier pigeon modified by witchcraft to pass the news to them. Leon Lawrence couldn't help but think about participating in the kingdom tournament. After all, he was already in the late stage of the Golden Night, and it was time to consider the transformation of his body. If he could win a place in the kingdom tournament and get the favor of a high level wizard to help him transform his body, his strength would be greatly improved. You know, a knight who has undergone physical transformation has great power, wearing enchanted armor, holding enchanted weapons, and riding an agile monster. Even a wizard might be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Leon planned to let the soldiers of his mahogany leader go back first. He followed the soldiers of Triumph City. After arriving at Triumph City, I visited my brother whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Southeast Province, Redwood Territory. Father, the royal family is going to hold another tournament. Ronan's brother, Bran Lawrence, heard the news and immediately ran to Leighton Lawrence's study. Leighton Lawrence was slightly stunned after hearing this. The last tournament was 10 years ago. Father, I was too young to understand last time. I want to go and see it this time. Bran Lawrence said. By the way, go and see brother Ronan. No. Leighton Lawrence blurted out. Now there are news that the undead will cause chaos everywhere. It is extremely unsafe on the road. Bran Lawrence frowned. Father, you also said that the last tournament was 10 years ago. Maybe the next time will be a few years later. By then, I will be the peak of the Golden Night and one of the participants in the tournament. Observing this conference will be of great help to me in the future. Leighton Lawrence frowned, thought for a while, and then said, as a lord, I can't leave. I'll find a caravan with a formal wizard escort and take you there. Also, bring the magic stone given by your second brother. Father, no need. Bran shook his head. I'm also a late silver knight and have the power to protect myself. Just follow a medium-sized caravan. Second brother's magic stone, you should leave it behind. If you don't do this, then don't go. Leighton said firmly. The two were arguing. when suddenly a servant ran in. "Sir, the lord of the Fleming family is here." Leighton Bran heard this and hurried out to greet him. The visitor was the Fleming family member who had asked him to write a letter to Ronan to restrain the magic pattern of the undead creatures. "Hello, Baron Lawrence." The man bowed slightly and said, "The Earl has ordered you to recruit 300 soldiers from Redwood within 3 days and obey the deployment." Chapter 130. The foundation building pillars complete. As soon as the news of the Kingdom tournament came out, Triumph City became lively, even though it had not yet been held. The owners of the hotels spent money to decorate and renovate their hotels. This was so that tourists could stay in their hotels when they came. At this time, many bards and wandering knights flocked to Triumph City. The middle city of Triumph City was okay. After all, the land price here was high. Without some financial resources, no one dared to live and consume here. The lower city of Triumph City was much more crowded. In order to maintain the law and order of the lower city and prevent the necromancers from causing large-scale injuries, the royal family sent more patrol guards to the lower city to maintain order. At the entrance to the lower city, wizard apprentices were also sent to guard. The Wizard Council gave them magic weapons that can detect energy fluctuations. As long as a wizard apprentice or wizard enters, their magic weapons will react. And according to the intensity of the reaction, the approximate level of the wizard apprentice or wizard can be judged. All wizards who enter the city will be recorded. Because there are many tourists in Triumph City these days, Ronan's anti-aging and anti-blackening agents have more sales. He earns more money. When he went to the lower city to buy materials, he found that the lower city was more crowded. His ancient wood longevity magic power is very gentle, unlike the magic power of wizards. If it is not controlled, it will emit violent energy fluctuations. Therefore, when he walked out of the gate of the lower city, the magic weapon that tested the energy fluctuation did not react at all. He still went to the gold forest to collect materials for refining medicine. After entering the forest, he found that there were many more teams hunting monsters in the forest than usual. Ronan avoided these teams and collected materials. He collected more than 60 copies before returning to Triumph City. In the following days, Ronan repeated the life of refining medicine, practicing, accelerating growth, collecting materials. Every day was very fulfilling, basically working 24 hours a day. After his mental power reached this level, he no longer needed sleep. Half a month later, the Kingdom martial arts competition was still being prepared, and the atmosphere in Triumph City was becoming more and more intense. Even the city has created a knight list. The list lists the nationally famous young knights. They are all very likely to be on the list. The civilians in the city were very excited and began to bet on the knights on the list. They bet on which knight on the list would be ranked first and which knight would be ranked second. As for who the dealer is, the civilians don't know, and they don't want to know. They just want to have fun guessing the results of the competition and gambling. The knights on the knight list are not static. As the competition approaches, all kinds of news are converging on Triumph City. One day, when Ronan went to buy medicinal herbs, he found a crowd gathered in a square in the city. It was just ordinary idlers, tourists, and bards, talking about the knight list. Ronan had no intention of paying attention to these things, but when his eyes swept over the knight list made of parchment, his eyes were fixed. Because he found the name of his eldest brother, Leon Lawrence, on the knight list. Why is there the name of my eldest brother Leon? Ronan was puzzled. Besides, isn't brother Leon fighting the Orc Empire at the border? Who is this Leon Lawrence? What a strange name. Just when Ronan was puzzled, someone raised his doubts. As soon as this question was raised, someone immediately answered, "This Leon Lawrence is indeed a newly rising golden knight. I heard that he had a fortuitous encounter in the border war, and his knight strength improved by leaps and bounds. When he was at the border, he cooperated with wizards and killed the limb-jointed knights and orc wizards of the Orc Empire. Now that the border war has eased, he has returned with the team. I heard that on his way back, he killed a group of more than 70 people whose strength was generally at the level of Black Iron Knights and Bronze Knights by himself. This strength alone is comparable to that of a Golden Peak Knight. However, later, he really dueled with a Golden Peak Knight who was quite famous in the kingdom. And, he won the duel. However, I heard that he is actually only at the late stage of the Golden Knight, but has extremely flexible combat skills. I heard that in the battle with the Golden Peak Knight, he deliberately stood against the light and against the wind, using the light of the sun and the strong wind to disrupt his opponent and win. After this person finished speaking, someone said, however, when it comes to the night duel at the Kingdom tournament, I'm afraid these skills won't be useful. That's not necessarily true. The crowd started arguing about Leon Lawrence. Ronan stood for a while, listening to the argument shift from Leon Lawrence's strength to the debater's relatives, and then left. He walked on the street, thinking about how to inform Leon Lawrence not to come here, because he always felt that something would always happen at such a grand event where all forces gathered. In particular, he also knew that the Fleming family wanted to cause trouble with the Undead Society. Although this is the territory of the Augustus family, it does not prevent the Fleming family and the Undead Society from taking action in Triumph City. However, it is also possible that the Augustus family took the initiative. After all, the Augustus family has been operating the Kingdom of Valant for more than 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, the status of the first family in the Kingdom of Valant has never been shaken. This family must be extraordinary, Ronan thought as he walked to the shop in the lower city to buy medicinal materials. Because more people were buying medicine, the medicinal materials became more expensive. However, fortunately, the increase in the price of medicinal materials was not as large as the increase in his potion income. The expensive medicinal materials did not affect him much. After buying the medicinal materials, Ronan returned to the bungalow and began to refine the foundation building pill. He condensed the wizard's hand and processed various medicinal materials. When the medicinal materials were almost processed, he sprayed out a stream of Samadhi True Fire and burned towards the bottom of the pill furnace. The Samadhi True Fire contained a rosy glow, which was more intense than before. Samadhi True Fire, proficient 3%. After this period of alchemy, the Samadhi True Fire finally broke through to the proficient level. In the past, the pill furnace was burned by the Samadhi True Fire, and it only changed color slightly. When the Samadhi True Fire reached the proficient level, the temperature rose sharply. If Ronan did not control it, the metal of the pill furnace would be burned red and slightly deformed. The Samadhi True Fire at the bottom of the furnace. Ronan manipulated the wizard's hand to add the medicinal materials and water into the furnace one by one. 5 days passed before he knew it. Ronan's medicinal materials were enough for him to refine the foundation building pill for 5 days. Moreover, in the world of immortal cultivation, the Song family also gave him some medicinal materials to practice. When he improved the efficacy and success rate of the Zuanian pill to a higher level than Jekian in the world of immortal cultivation, the people of the Song family immediately sent more medicinal materials for refining the foundation building pill, hoping that he could refine the foundation building pill as soon as possible. Although the Song family has foundation building pills in stock, it is expected to be used up soon. Because in the Song family, in addition to the head of the family, Song Yangshan, there are several peak key refining cultivators. They have been stuck in this realm for a long time, so they need to keep trying to build a foundation. In addition to increasing the probability of building a foundation, the foundation building pill also plays a role in protecting the cultivator. If you don't take the foundation building pill when you are trying to build a foundation, once the attack fails, your cultivation will be reduced. After a long period of practice, today, Ronan finally perfected the foundation building pill. He opened the pill furnace and saw 2 dark purple pills. The pills exuded a strong pill fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy. There were 2 pill patterns on the foundation building pill. This was the characteristic of the top grade foundation building pill. Moreover, the pill patterns of the foundation building pill he refined were very beautiful and clear. This was because he had perfected the proficiency of the foundation building pill. The efficacy of the foundation building pill reached its peak. The foundation building pill issue is finally resolved. Ronan thought. Next, he only needs to practice the ancient wood longevity skill to improve his cultivation to the peak of the 12th level of key refining. Then, he will perfect the green lotus white oxenoid skill and the god evolving technique to improve his physical and mental strength. With a large number of foundation building pills, it is basically a foregone conclusion that he will reach the foundation. In Cakesawan City, the preparations for the Kingdom martial arts competition are becoming more and more heated, and so is the atmosphere. The Valentine family is coming. Ronan was practicing in the house when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Hearing the name of the family, he couldn't help but feel moved. The Valentine family, like the Augustus family and the Fleming family, is one of the 7 major wizard families in the kingdom. It is said that this family has a set of illusion inheritance. Wizards who learn this illusion can make people fall into illusions without knowing it. It is very useful in witchcraft battles. Knowing that the Valentine family is coming, Ronan quickly put away his spiritual sense. After all, this is one of the 7 major wizard families, and the wizard level of its patriarch is at least a true knowledge wizard. The power of a true knowledge wizard is extremely great. Even if he is promoted to the foundation building stage, he can't compare. He used his spiritual sense to scan a true knowledge wizard. With the mental power of a true knowledge wizard, he can definitely detect it. After putting away his spiritual sense, Ronan walked out of the bungalow and walked towards the place where the sound came from. After walking for 10 minutes, he arrived at the central axis of the city. On the central axis is a wide street that can accommodate 8 carriages. He stood far away and looked at the street. He saw a dozen knights in golden armor clearing the pedestrians on the road. Soon, he saw more than 10 carriages coming slowly from the avenue. The carriages were pulled by majestic lion-like monsters. The lion-like monsters were about 2 meters tall, with a strong body, sharp claws, and open mouths, revealing sharp white teeth covered with saliva. Some timid onlookers stepped back slightly when they saw this scene. When the carriages passed by, Ronan felt that there were extremely strong energy fluctuations coming from several carriages. It was as if there were little suns hidden in those carriages. When these carriages passed by, people stepped back one after another, as if the existence of these carriages was more terrifying than that of the lion-like monsters. Some wizard apprentices, including Ronan, knew that the people in the carriage were all very powerful wizards. Their energy fluctuations were so strong without hiding. After the carriage passed, the bustling crowd dispersed. Ronan also returned to the bungalow. After feeling the strong energy fluctuations, he suddenly felt a huge gap between himself and the high-level wizards of the wizard family. I wonder when the Fleming family will come, Ronan thought. After all, the 2 missing people of the Fleming family were looking for him. After the Fleming family came to Triumph City, they would probably send someone to look for him. Originally, if he was still in the secular world of the Zeuxan world, he would be able to transfer his life tree quickly. However, he is now in the mansion, arranged by the Song family, and is being monitored by the Song family. If the 2 life trees are transferred to the mansion area, they will definitely be discovered by the Song family. I have to find an opportunity to leave the Song family. Late at night, Zeuxan world. Ronan appeared in the bedroom of the mansion arranged by the Song family. He used his spiritual sense to scan. The 3 maids were all asleep. So, while releasing his spiritual sense, he walked out of the mansion. He first went to the alchemy room and put the medicinal materials and alchemy furnace provided by the Song family into the storage bag. Then, he walked to the 4 walls of the mansion and found that there were cultivators on duty in the building outside the wall, standing in front of the window, staring at his own mansion. Unless he can be invisible, as long as he leaves this mansion, he will be discovered by the cultivators. Forget it, I can only force my way in. He is now at the 12th level of key refining, and because he has practiced the Green Lotus White Arcane art and the God Evolving art, his physical strength and mental strength are far higher than those of the same level. With 2 life longevity trees, his mana recovery speed is also incomparable to those of the same level. This gave him the confidence to escape. What's more, in this mansion area, cultivators below the foundation building level cannot stop him. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately used Magnetic Torrent. An anti-geomagnetic force was released from his body. Immediately, he shot up into the sky and flew in one direction. He turned into a residual image and shot out from the mansion. ZHA. A cultivator saw this residual image and immediately shouted to warn. Suddenly, all the cultivators around the mansion woke up. At this time, 3 miles away from the mansion, there was a 5-story building. On the high building, an old man with grey hair and beard was sitting, drinking spiritual tea, while paying attention to Ronan's mansion. This man was called Song Hui, an uncle of Song Yangshan, and one of the peak key refining masters of the Song family. The Song family naturally attaches great importance to such a major event as refining the Foundation establishment pill. Song Hui was sent by Song Yangshan to monitor the mansion in this high building. As long as Ronan left the mansion, he would know. When Ronan flew out of the mansion, he was on the high building and saw it clearly. What happened? Song Hui was puzzled. These days, he saw that Ronan had never left the mansion and thought he was a peaceful person. But he never thought that this man would flee the mansion without any warning. Song Hui's heart moved, and a gust of wind suddenly rose. His clothes fluttered, and he flew into the air on the roof, turning into a shadow, chasing Ronan in the air. Chapter 131, Foundation Building Monk and Undead Swordsman. Hold him. After the monitor of the Song family shouted loudly, all the Song family members within a few miles were awakened. Under the guidance of the monitor, the Song family members with good cultivation level all took off into the air, released a number of magic weapons shining with various colors, and pointed at Ronan. Many magic weapons were like a colorful torrent, chasing Ronan. However, Ronan's flying speed was extremely fast. Although the flying speed of the magic weapon was not slow, it soon pulled away from Ronan. This person is so scheming. Song Hui's eyelids jumped when he saw Ronan's flying speed. When Song Yangshan met Ronan, he had sensed Ronan's cultivation level and sensed that Ronan's cultivation level was at the 10th level of key refining. And the speed Ronan showed at this time, I'm afraid his cultivation level has reached the peak of key refining. It seems that this person really came for the foundation building pill. Song Hui thought, and shouted, don't run. Pointed his hand, and a flying sword was released. Suddenly, a long red rainbow crossed the void and shot towards Ronan. Ronan released all his spiritual sense, sensed the flying sword behind him, and immediately swung his hand back. The kindling sword was sacrificed, turned into a dark green long rainbow, and shot straight at the flying sword, released by Song Hui. Bang! The two flying swords collided. Ronan's kindling sword was not only made of the 1000-year-old kindling Kian bamboo, but also added the mithril of the wizard world. Not only is the mana conductivity good, but it is also very tough. It is not comparable to Song Hui's red flying sword. After the collision, the red long rainbow immediately exploded and turned into pieces of red light, splashing around. After the red light dissipated, pieces of flying sword fragments appeared. Seeing this scene, Song Hui's pupils contracted. He immediately stopped his body, turned around, and flew back in the opposite direction. With such a cultivation level and such a magic weapon, he could not handle it at all. Even if he just pestered this person, he might lose his life. We have to wait for other peak key refining clansmen and ancestors to come. Song Hui thought to himself as he flew. However, when he flew back, he sensed that Ronan's flying sword was actually flying towards him, as if he was determined to kill him. In an instant, Song Hui was very panicked and hurriedly sacrificed 3 shields to surround his body to protect himself. But the next moment, the kindling sword suddenly turned into a resentful spirit, passed through the shields, and circled around Song Hui's waist. Song Hui's expression froze, and his pupils were dilated. The whole person was divided into 2 parts, and various organs mixed with blood poured out from the upper half of his body. Ronan waved his hand, and the kindling sword immediately flew back and surrounded his body. He sensed that the Song family was like poking a hornet's nest, and one by one the Song family cultivators appeared. However, many Song family cultivators were timid when they saw Song Hui's death, and they did not dare to chase him. The magic weapon that was just released also put away most of its magic power, slowing down the speed of the magic weapon. Probably because they were afraid that Ronan would be unhappy, they chose one of them to sacrifice the sword. Even Song Hui, who was at the peak of key refining, was not Ronan's opponent, let alone them. Therefore, many Song family cultivators were waiting for the Song family's foundation building to take action. Ronan, who was flying in the air, was naturally wary of the Song family's foundation building. After all, he had never seen a foundation building cultivator. He didn't know how strong the foundation building cultivator would be compared to key refining. However, he had already thought of a way to deal with the foundation building cultivator. That is, to summon undead creatures from the dead plane to delay the foundation building cultivator. He once obtained a handbook of undead plane creatures from an apprentice wizard of the Undead Society. It records the summoning spells and witchcraft formations of the skeletons and corpses of the undead plane. The strongest undead creature in it is the creature called High Level Undead Swordsman. The book says that to summon this kind of creature, the spell is long, the witchcraft formation is difficult to construct, and it consumes a lot of magic power. At least one must be a formal wizard before considering summoning such creatures. Ronan summoned Hung Meng and called up the contents of the handbook of creatures in the dead plane. Following the spell to summon the high-level undead swordsman, he began to chant slowly. A ethereal but somewhat creepy chanting sound came from Ronan's mouth. To summon a high-level undead swordsman, not only does one need to chant a spell, but also two materials for casting. One is the blood of a wizard, and the other is the flesh, blood, and bones of a monster. Ronan did not have the blood of a wizard except his own, but he had the blood of a peak key refining monk. His kindling sword was stained with the blood of a peak key refining monk. As he chanted the spell, the blood remaining on the kindling sword turned into blood mist. At the same time, he took out the flesh, blood, and bones of the monsters that he had collected in the monster forest from the storage wizard. Under the spell, the blood mist of the monks turned into blood, mixed with the flesh and bones of the monsters, and in just a moment, it became a white light, falling down and fixed at Ronan's feet. Ronan flew in the air, and the white light followed closely. As Ronan chanted, the white light gradually extended. After a while, the white light had become a circular witchcraft formation the size of a table. There were symbols and magic patterns in the witchcraft formation, which looked twisted, messy, and complicated. But only Ronan knew that these twisted, messy, and complicated symbols and magic patterns were arranged according to a certain pattern. Because this was constructed by his mental power, to guide the magic power. In fact, summoning a high-level undead swordsman is to use spells, spirits, and spellcasting materials to build a connection channel with the dead plane. This connection channel will lead to the high-level undead swordsman. The creatures in the dead plane like to eat living people the most, especially the extraordinary ones. After eating the extraordinary, the spirit of the extraordinary will be transformed into their soul magic power. The flesh and bones of the extraordinary will be integrated into their body and become part of his body strength. Generally speaking, whenever the connection channel is opened, the undead creatures on the other side will come over. And the higher level undead creatures have high intelligence. If the connection channel is opened, they will consider whether to go over. Of course, their soul magic power, like their divine consciousness, has the function of detection. They will decide whether to go over after detecting the strength of the extraordinary on the other side of the channel. My friend, if you want the foundation building pill, our Song family can give it to you, just as a good relationship. Why do you have to spend so much effort? Ronan was flying when he felt a huge pressure coming from behind him. At the same time, there was an old voice, mighty and mighty, as if it came from all directions. He immediately knew that the foundation building master of the Song family had come out of retreat. Young friend, stop. We won't make it difficult for you. As long as you stay as a guest in our Song family, we will provide resources and help you cultivate to the foundation building stage. That's fine. Ronan said nothing and just flew forward. He was still chanting in his mouth. The wizard formation under his feet continued to extend. HMPH, you are so rude, young man. After a lot of words, Ronan still didn't respond to him, and the Song family foundation building was furious. Ronan immediately felt that the pressure behind him was getting closer and closer. Soon, Ronan flew to the city wall that separated the mansion area and the shanty area. The voice of the foundation building ancestor was rumbling, and the cultivators on the city wall naturally heard it. However, they didn't dare to do anything. They just hid by the wall and trembled. Their cultivation level was only the 7th to 9th level of key refining. In addition, their pockets were empty, and apart from buying cultivation resources, they had no extra money to buy magic tools and talismans. But now, the people have to ask the foundation building ancestor of the Song family to chase them personally. Needless to say, their strength is much higher than this. If they try to stop them, they will die immediately. However, if they don't stop them at all, the Song family will not let them go. For a while, They were very entangled, thinking about how to leave the Huan's insect immortal realm and escape to other immortal realms. Ronan, who was at high speed, was a black shadow, and the witchcraft formation under his feet was a white light, passing over the sky above the city wall. Behind him was an old man with white beard, white eyebrows, white hair and white robes, chasing Ronan. Behind the old man were a group of Song family monks. Song Yangshan, the head of the Song family, was also among them. Ronan and the people of the Song family flew quickly above the shanty town. Ronan and some of the Song family monks flew silently, but there were also some members of the Song family, and they and their magic weapons whistled, waking up the residents of the shanty town below. The residents of the shanty town came out to watch, and saw a 5-colored torrent of magic tools, whistling past like a meteor, which was spectacular. Ronan flew through the air, and entered the misty forest, the border between the immortal realm of the Huan's insect and the secular world. The Song family's foundation building Song Baixio also chased after him. But the next moment, Song Baixio felt a strong and gloomy force suddenly appear in the forest. Then, the fog rolled, and a huge monster jumped out of it. This huge monster was a huge skeleton about 3 meters tall. The skeleton's bones were a black iron color. A layer of condensed fog covered its body, as if it was the skeleton's armor. The inside of the skeleton was constantly erupting with green flames. But this flame did not make people feel hot, but instead felt cold. The right hand of this huge skeleton held a black iron sword, which was more than 1 meter long, just like holding a long tombstone. The blade of the iron sword was also surrounded by dark green flames. A strong and gloomy power rose from the body of the skeleton. The trees around the skeleton were all ablaze with green flames. This high-level undead swordsman smelled the tempting breath of Song Baixio, and seemed to be suddenly excited. The dark green flames erupting from his eye sockets and mouth suddenly became stronger. He kicked his feet and rushed towards Song Baixio. Damn it, Song Yangshan, this kid led a demon into the Song family. Song Baixio couldn't help cursing when he saw this huge skeleton. Fortunately, although this huge skeleton was strong, its mobility was not as good as his. Immediately, he shouted, "All Song family members retreat." He performed the flying technique and turned into a residual image, easily bypassing the undead swordsman's grasp, and wanted to continue chasing Ronan. However, the next moment, he heard a scream from behind him. It was the left hand of the undead swordsman that produced a suction force. Some of the Song family cultivators with low cultivation quickly pulled their souls out of their bodies and turned into green light spots, gathering towards the undead swordsman. Seeing this, Song Baixio was immediately in hesitation. He had to weigh whether he should chase Ronan or stay to save the descendants of the Song family. If he went to chase Ronan, these descendants of the Song family would probably have to be handed over to this monster. Moreover, among these descendants of the Song family, there might be potential ones who would become foundation builders in the future and become the pillars of the Song family's continuation. If he stayed to save the descendants of the Song family, it was very likely that Ronan would not be found, and a portion of the recipe for the foundation building pill would be lost. The situation was urgent and Song Baixio could not afford to think too much. He just thought for a moment and decided to stay to save the descendants of the Song family. After all, the foundation building pill formula is not unique to his Song family. Even if a copy is leaked, it may not necessarily have much impact on his Song family. Although Ronan took the foundation building pill formula and left like this, it made him angry. But for the sake of the descendants of the Song family, he had to swallow this breath. Thinking of this, Song Baixio immediately sacrificed a brass mirror. The mirror was ancient, and the back was engraved with a pattern of a flying vermilion bird. This is his quasi-magic weapon, the vermilion bad mirror. His heart moved, and the vermilion bad mirror was a burst of fire. Then, a series of flames as thick as a bowl shot out from the mirror, crossed the void, and hit the left hand of the undead swordsman. The black iron-like bones burned red. Seeing that this skeleton was an evil thing, Song Baixio sacrificed this fire-attributed quasi-magic weapon. When this quasi-magic weapon was refined, a little blood of the descendants of the vermilion bad was incorporated. Therefore, the flame it emits has a trace of the power of the vermilion bird's flame. The flame of the vermilion bird can restrain evil things. The undead swordsman roared and interrupted his spell. The green light of the souls that had originally gathered towards him slowly flew back to the bodies that had fallen to the ground because of the loss of their souls. The undead swordsman was furious, and the flames on his body suddenly rose up. He held the tombstone-like black iron giant sword with both hands, raised it above his head, and chopped it down at Songbaekseo. Songbaekseo immediately felt a force coming down from the sky along with the black iron giant sword. It felt like a piece of the sky suddenly collapsed towards him. Songbaekseo was at the peak of the initial stage of foundation building. He didn't know if he could fight against this falling sword. But fortunately, he didn't need to fight against this evil thing at all, because the movement power of this evil thing was not as good as his. Thinking of this, Songbaekseo dodged to the side. The sword chopped down by the undead swordsman suddenly fell into the air. The blazing flames and sword pressure released by this sword cut a deep trench burning with green flames in the land in front of him. Songbaekseo flew up into the sky. Seeing this, the undead swordsman also wanted to fly into the sky, but he could not rise any higher after less than 1 meter. He had already gotten used to the environment of the undead plane, where there were rich energy particles. As long as he wanted, he could float in the air with the help of energy particles. However, he was now at the border of the immortal realm of the return to the true sect, where the spiritual energy was thin. No matter how hard he tried to guide the energy particles, only sparse energy particles gathered towards him. Its strength was simply not enough to support his huge and heavy body. Chapter 130 to the ancient wood longevity technique is completed. Songbaekseo flew high into the sky, with the Suzuki mirror hanging in front of him. He made a hand gesture, and pointed at the Suzuki mirror. Several flames shot out from the brass mirror. The high-level undead swordsman blocked the huge and wide black sword. These flames hit the blade of the black sword. Several parts of the sword body burned slightly, shining red. The high-level undead swordsman swung his sword repeatedly, sending out several sword pressures with green flames, but Songbaekseo easily dodged them all. Because the attack did not work, the high-level undead swordsman roared. Tenglang green flames poured out from the mouth and eye sockets of his skull. Songbaekseo circled around the high-level undead swordsman, and tapped his fingers. Flames shot out from the Suzuki mirror like beads, and hit the high-level undead swordsman from all sides. The undead swordsman could block one side, but not the other 3. Soon, dozens of flames hit him. His green flames weakened, and the black mist armor gradually became thinner, with burn marks on his bones. The gloomy death aura emanating from his body was no longer as domineering as before. At this time, the undead swordsman was completely beaten. After he let out an unwilling roar, strange syllables came out of his mouth. After about a moment, the undead swordsman's mist armor almost completely dissipated. His bones had been burned very badly. The strange syllables that had been ringing in his mouth suddenly stopped. Then, a large amount of black mist surged from his body. After a few moments, it wrapped him up, and just a roll, the huge body, that was almost 3 meters high, disappeared. Only a mess was left in the woods. Many places in the woods were charred, and in several places, the dark green flames of the undead swordsman and the bright red flames of the Suzuki mirror were still burning. When Songbaekseo saw the undead swordsman disappear, he waved his hand, and used his sleeves, to gather the Suzuki mirror, and took back the quasi-magic weapon. He let out a long roar, asking all the Song family members who had just left here to come back. As for those Song family members whose souls had been extracted, although their souls had returned to their bodies, they were seriously injured, because their souls were separated from their bodies, and they were still lying on the ground very weakly. Songbaekseo asked people to take these descendants of the Song family back, and give them soul-nourishing pills. Then, he called Song Yangshan over. Song Yangshan, the head of the Song family, was really ashamed in front of Songbaekseo. After all, it was he who agreed to let Ronan come in. No one knew that Ronan was actually scheming, and he was also a demon. Songbaekseo saw Song Yangshan lowering his head, sweat on his forehead, and looking like he was waiting for punishment. He thought that Ronan was too scheming, and Song Yangshan couldn't recognize his identity for a while. Moreover, Song Yangshan was the one who managed the Song family. If he was scolded by him, other members of the Song family would see it, and it would affect Song Yangshan's prestige. Therefore, Songbaekseo could only sigh in his heart and said, Ronan should have fled to the secular world. Sent someone to find out about him. Song Yangshan hesitated for a moment. Grandmaster, the area of the secular world is dozens of times that of the immortal world, and the spiritual energy is thin. It will be difficult to find him. Then let the ruler of the secular world find him. Song Baekseo said. Ronan is a man of the devil. Wherever he passes, there will be bloody traces left. As long as the ruler finds out where in the country they govern there are large numbers of mortals who have died and where evil things have happened, it will be easy to locate the location of this man of the devil. If this man is just passing through the secular world and has to re-enter the immortal world, then you can find someone to monitor the various entrances of our immortal domain. If you find anything, send a message back immediately. After hearing this, Song Yangshan immediately left and found someone to do it. Only Song Baekseo was left there, recalling what happened just now. The more he recalled, the more resentful he became. After the passage to the dead plane was opened, Ronan had already left the misty forest and flew towards the secular world. As for the power of the high-level undead swordsman summoned from behind, and the strength of the Song family's foundation building, he had no idea. Anyway, he had successfully slipped away. Next, he only needed to return to the wizard world, improve his cultivation to the peak of the 12th level of key refining, and then practice the green lotus white oxenoid skill and the god evolving technique to the highest level. After his spirit and energy were improved, he would take the foundation building pill to build his foundation. After building his foundation, he would return to the immortal realm of the Return to the True Sect and plan to enter the Return to the True Sect. After entering the Return to the True Sect, he could inquire about the earthly immortals of the Changsheng sect. Ronan was flying in the air, thinking in his heart. He went out of the misty forest to the state of Zhao, and his residence was in the state of Weni. So, after flying for a while, he turned and flew towards Weni. At this time, he only had 30% of his mana left, because he had opened a channel to summon the high-level undead swordsman, which greatly consumed his mana. Moreover, this was the secular world, and the spiritual energy was extremely thin. When he cast the witchcraft magnetic torrent, he could no longer use the surrounding energy particles, and almost all of his mana was used. The distance between Zhao and Wedi was quite far, and if he flew over, his mana would be consumed a lot. So, he took out a bottle of magic power recovery potion from the storage magic device, pointed it at his mouth, and gulped it down. After drinking one bottle, he drank another bottle. The potion took effect, and his mana recovered faster. In addition, his two lifelong trees in the wizard world were refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his mana. In this way, the speed at which he recovered his mana completely caught up with the speed at which his mana was consumed. After flying for about 2 hours, he arrived at Wen's mansion. I've been away for a few months, and I only left a little food for the test subjects. I wonder if they are dead. Ronan thought, and then he scanned with his spiritual sense. Needless to say, the formal wizard who focused on body training still had a relatively strong vitality, and the weakest necromancer wizard apprentice, although he was barely breathing, still had some energy. It seems that the vitality of wizards is still quite strong. Ronan thought, and then he went to buy some food, and went into the basement to feed these test subjects. Then, he returned to the wizard world. Since then, Ronan has been nestling in the bungalow in the wizard world, practicing and growing every day. 3 days later, Ronan sat cross-legged under the natal immortal tree emitting golden light, practicing the ancient wood immortal skill. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him, that is, the energy particles, flowed into the meridians like water. Suddenly, the energy particles around him shook and rushed into his body faster. He felt something in his heart and immediately called out Hongmeng and adjusted the value. Ancient wood longevity skill. Perfect. His proficiency in the ancient wood longevity skill has also reached perfection. This means that his speed of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth using the ancient wood longevity skill has reached the highest level. Chapter 133. Physical and mental strength improves rapidly. In addition to practicing the ancient wood longevity technique, Ronan also spent time every day practicing the green lotus white lotus root technique and the god evolving technique. The green lotus white lotus root technique is a method of physical cultivation, and compared to the ancient wood longevity technique, it has another set of exercise roots. But the green lotus white lotus root technique is a wood attributed technique. his greenwood spirit body, natural heart, and the holy tree light blessed by his natal longevity tree all promote the practice of this technique. He sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree, with his hands facing the sky, as if holding a pagoda. The wood element energy particles around him gathered towards him. They penetrated into his skin and flesh from his pores, constantly strengthening his physique, making his muscles stronger and tougher. The vitality in his flesh and blood became more vigorous. After practicing the green lotus white lotus root technique, Ronan began to practice the God evolving technique. The God evolving technique is a technique for splitting the consciousness. The prerequisite for splitting the consciousness is naturally to have an extremely strong spirit. Yanshinju, Master 67%. His Yanshinju has reached the master level, and his mental power has also increased. With a thought in his mind, his mental power was released from his brow. Behind him was a flower pot, in which a seed of the immortal tree was buried. After he slipped away from the Song family, he brought the flower pot out. He used his mental power to support the flower pot, and the flower pot floated up. His mental power has reached the point where he can move objects. However, he usually uses the wizard's hand to help him refine medicine. After all, the wizard's hand has already established a model in his mind, and its efficiency in utilizing mental power and magic power is much higher than using mental power directly. After practicing for more than 2 hours, Ronan had a thought in his mind and gave Hang Meng a command to adjust his own values. Lifespan 469 strength, 76 spirit, 78 mana, 79 cultivation realm, key refining level 12 wizard level, first level formal wizard now. His 3 values are much higher than those of cultivators at key refining level 12. The values of Song Yangshan, the head of the Song family, are much lower than his. After looking at the values, Ronan collected his mind and continued to practice. The kingdom tournament is approaching, and Triumph City is becoming more and more lively. When Ronan went to the tavern to eat, he saw many bards pouring into the tavern. They were holding various musical instruments and telling stories and legends from all over the world. There were also many women in bold clothes in the tavern. Judging from their accents, they were from all over the kingdom of Valant. They came here because of the kingdom tournament. Ronan asked about the news of the families entering Triumph City every day, but the Fleming family has not arrived yet. Maybe the Fleming family will not enter Triumph City. Ronan couldn't help thinking in his heart. After all, the Fleming family intended to rebel, and he reported this to the Wizard Council. Maybe the royal family was watching the Fleming family, ambushing them on the way here, and killing them directly when they met them. Or maybe the Fleming family didn't dare to come to the tournament because they had something to hide, fearing that they would be trapped in Triumph City. Ronan thought while eating tonight's dinner. Pigeon meat pie, white wine and cheesesteak. Not long after, Ronan finished his dinner, paid the bill, and walked out of the tavern. Since the undead in the lower city rioted, the curfew time in Triumph City has been advanced. And now because Triumph City has been flooded with tourists from all over the kingdom, the curfew time has been advanced. In this way, it is easier for the royal wizards and knights to maintain the law and order of the kingdom at night. After Ronan left the tavern, the sky was completely dark, and the stars appeared above the night sky. As soon as he left, the customers in the tavern left one after another. After leaving the tavern, some tourists from all over the country went to hotels, while others went to places of romance to spend the night. Ronan returned to the bungalow, and about half an hour later, the curfew bell rang. The hurried footsteps of pedestrians could be heard outside the house. Ronan walked to the botanical garden, sat down under the tree of immortality, and began to practice. In the following days, Ronan practiced day and night. His key training, Kinglian Baogong, and Yanshinju's proficiency continued to reach the peak. One day, when he was practicing, he suddenly felt someone walking towards his bungalow. With his current mental power, he could sense everything within a radius of 1000 meters. He could sense it immediately when someone stepped into this range. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The person who stepped into the perception range was his eldest brother, Leon Lawrence. He used his spiritual sense to perceive that his eldest brother's physical fitness was the strength of the late Golden Knight, which was very close to the peak of the Golden Knight. It seems that those people in the square are not just bragging, but are really well informed. Not long after, knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Who? Ronan asked knowingly. I'm Leon. Leon answered from outside. Ronan immediately closed the doors of the botanical garden and the laboratory. He walked to the main door of the bungalow, unlocked it, and opened it. He saw Leon, who was exhausted, standing outside. Although Leon was not taller than he had seen before, he looked much stronger. He had a head of messy and wild black hair, which had almost reached his shoulders, because it had not been trimmed for a long time. Leon's beard should have been shaved, but it was not shaved cleanly. There were dense roots and stubble on his cheeks and chin. He was wearing black leather armor, carrying a cross sword behind him, and a cowhide bag with some black stains on his shoulder. He looked like a mercenary instead of a noble eldest son. Ronan. Leon immediately stepped forward and hugged Ronan. Leon was suddenly surprised. Ronan, I haven't seen you for a while, and you seem to have become much stronger. It seems that wizards have ways to improve physical fitness. Ronan nodded and went to close the door. His current physical fitness is stronger than that of Leon in the late Golden Knight period, but he naturally won't say it. After closing the door, the two sat down at the dining table. Ronan used the wizard's hand and brought a copper goblet from the kitchen. Leon looked at the scene of the cup floating in the air and couldn't help but marvel. I really didn't expect that our Laren's family also had a wizard. After the cup floated over, it landed steadily on the dining table. Ronan picked up the silver wine jug and poured wine for Leon and himself. Lion looked at the deep purple wine pouring out of the wine jug and said, "This wine is good." After the two drank the wine, Lion said, "Ronan, you should know why I came here, right?" Ronan smiled and said, "Of course, I have heard your deeds from the idlers in the Square of Triumph City many times." Chapter 134, Rage Sword, Force Field Armoring. Lion nodded. "I did have an adventure at the border, and this time I came here to participate in the Kingdom Tournament. I'm close to the peak of the Golden Knight. If I want to go further, I have to find a wizard to transform my body. The Kingdom Tournament is undoubtedly the best opportunity. If I'm lucky enough and get first place, I can receive personal transformation from the legendary wizard Dolifer Augustus. If my body transformation is successful, the strength of my family will increase greatly. As a transformed knight, when you become a formal wizard, the power of our family will be enough to enable us to leap to one of the top families in the southeast province." Ronan listened quietly, drank a glass of wine, and said, "During the time when you went to the border to fight the orcs, a lot of things happened in the Kingdom of Valant. The Undead Society is causing chaos. Have you heard about it?" Lion nodded. "During that time, I communicated with my family through letters and learned that the Undead Society in the Southeast Province was causing chaos and was suppressed by the wizards of the Fleming family." Ronan continued, "I heard in Triumph City that the Fleming family was planning a rebellion and was colluding with the Undead Society. The Undead Society's rebellion was suppressed, and it was all a play between the Fleming family and the Undead Society." After hearing the news, Leon's dark eyes flashed with surprise. "Where did this news come from? Is it reliable?" Ronan nodded. "Very reliable." Leon frowned slightly. "Then doesn't the royal family know about this?" Ronan drank a glass of wine. "They should know. Then why hasn't the royal family taken any action yet?" Leon looked solemn. "Perhaps this kingdom tournament is a move made by the royal family," Ronan replied. After a pause, he continued, "In fact, it's better not to make any big moves. If the royal family and the Fleming family go to war head on, I think our family will be forced to send troops to participate in the war. At that time, we will hope that the Fleming family will win. In this way, our family is more likely to become a founding hero, rather than a traitor." After pouring a glass of wine for Lion, Ronan continued, "I'm afraid this kingdom martial arts competition is very complicated. It's best not to participate. If you want to find a wizard who has transformed his physical body, there are other opportunities." After listening, Lion thought for a while and nodded. "In that case, I will not participate in this kingdom martial arts competition. I want to go home quickly to see how my father and brother are doing. If what you said is true, the kingdom martial arts competition is held, and I believe the Fleming family will forcibly recruit various nobles in the southeast province to fight with them. During the battle, there may be royal wizards to help, and they may be in danger. Ronan said, I will go with you, but wait for me for a day or two. Ronan had two reasons for waiting for a day or two. First, he had to move everything in the bungalow. The kingdom tournament was approaching, and if it went as he expected, Triumph City would no longer be peaceful during this period. He also didn't know whether the war would spread to the central city, but for the sake of caution, he had to move his life tree. After the war subsided, he would move it back. Second, he had to buy equipment for Leon. Although the physical strength of a late-stage Golden Knight was not as good as his, it was still stronger than that of a first-level formal wizard who did not take the body refining route. As long as he was equipped with equipment, his strength would increase a lot, and it was possible to kill a first-level formal wizard within a certain distance. Thinking of this, Ronan boiled water and gave Leon a bath. After Leon sat in the bathtub, Ronan went to the botanical garden. With a thought in his mind, he first traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. His figure appeared in the mansion of the Welly Kingdom. He immediately left the mansion, cast the magnetic torrent, and flew to a deserted deep mountain forest. This deep mountain forest is located on a mountain range. There are man-eating beasts in the deep forest, and the trees are so dense that they block out the sun. Therefore, mortals will not set foot here. As for monks, they will not set foot here. The spiritual energy in the secular world is extremely thin, and the monks' cultivation speed in it is extremely slow, so they don't want to set foot here. If monks go to the secular world, they will go to the prosperous places such as the capital of the secular world. Monks will definitely not come to this deep mountain forest. When Ronan fell into the woods, he had an idea and traveled back to the wizard world. Then, he brought 2 natal immortal trees and a very young natal immortal sapling and traveled back. 2 natal immortal trees with well-developed root systems and a flower pot fell from the sky. The 2 natal immortal trees have well-developed root systems, like a dense net, and they are covered with soil from the wizard world. Crash. The 2 big trees fell to the ground, stirring up mud and dust all over the sky. Ronan immediately used the fast growth technique to help the 2 natal immortal trees take root in the forest. Suddenly, 2 green beams of light hit the 2 natal immortal trees. The roots of the 2 natal immortal trees drilled into the ground like snakes. Then, they spread underground. A rustling sound came from underground. The roots continued to spread and reach the roots of other trees. The nutrients in the soil, where those trees were located, were all absorbed by the 2 natal immortal trees. The nutrients in this large forest are enough for the natal immortal trees to absorb for a long time. After all, Triumph City has the legendary wizard Dulafer Augustus in charge. Even if there is unrest, it should not last too long. Ronan thought to himself, and after a while, the roots of the natal immortal tree stopped spreading. After transplanting the natal immortal tree here, the cultivation of his Yamudama body can be regarded as suspended. However, he is not in a hurry. He thought to himself that, if Triumph City was in turmoil for a long time, he might be able to find another place in the wizard world to plant his life tree. However, if he was far away from Triumph City, it would be very inconvenient to collect cultivation resources. Let's take a look first. Ronan returned to the wizard world, and Lion had not finished washing yet. He brought the Kingling Kia and bamboo in the cellar to the world of cultivation. After returning, he waited for a while. After Lion took a shower, he changed into clean clothes and walked out of the bungalow with him. Ronan took Lion and walked to the lower city. He had to buy equipment for Lion. If he, a black household of wizards and knights, wanted to buy equipment, he would have to spend several times the price. Because this money includes the price, that makes the shop owner violate the kingdom's decree. But Lion is a real registered knight. He can buy equipment with Lion in various shops openly. With the help of divine consciousness and Hangmeng, he can buy it immediately, as long as he sees good goods. After all, he now has a lot of Valent gold coins in his account at the Lani Vault. These are Paul's share of the anti-aging and anti-darkening agents. Especially with the recent increase in the number of tourists in Triumph City, his income has also increased a lot. Ronan first bought a violent great sword for Leon. This great sword is as wide as a palm and nearly 1 meter and 3 meters long. It is engraved with sharp magic patterns, blasting magic patterns, armor breaking magic patterns, and spell breaking magic patterns. At the connection between the sword body and the hilt, 2 black stones with colorful patterns are inlaid on both sides. Ronan knew at a glance that this was the currency of the Wizard Islands, the magic stone. The magic stone contains magic power. The handle of this great sword is a metal that can easily transmit mental power. Even if the knight does not have the strong mental power of a wizard, he can transmit his mental power through this metal to the magic stone, thereby triggering the magic power of the magic stone. After the magic power is transmitted to the sword body, it can activate the magic pattern on the sword body and then trigger the special effect. Ronan probed the 2 magic stones with his spiritual sense and estimated that this special effect should be able to be triggered about 50 times. If the magic power of the magic stone is exhausted, another magic stone can be replaced. However, the sword is used for fighting. If the magic pattern is damaged in the battle, the power of the special effect will decrease after it is triggered. If the sword is completely damaged, the special effect will not be triggered. Ronan used Hangmeng to analyze the alloy of the sword. The data presented in his mind showed that the value of this alloy was about 1% of mithril, which was quite good. After buying the sword, he and Lian went to the wizard shop and bought Lian a storage ring. The activation of the storage ring does not require magic power, only spirit, and knights can also use it. However, knights with weak spirit power will have a much harder time taking things out than wizards. Ronan asked Lian to put the Rage Great Sword in the storage ring and take it out when needed. After all, carrying this big weapon on your back, even if it is wrapped in black cloth, it is still conspicuous. If the enemy sees it, they will be alert and will not be able to achieve the effect of surprise. Lian listened and felt that Ronan's words touched his heart. After all, he is also a veteran who has experienced many wars, and he is more skilled in tactics than Ronan, and his treacherous means on the battlefield are even better than Ronan. Since the suppression of the rebellion in the southeast province, he has shown his talent for war by defeating the strong with the weak. In the border, he often faces powerful individuals like orc wizards and limb-jointed knights, while he and his soldiers are just a group of knights who have not undergone physical transformation. This requires him to use more unexpected means to win. Unlike Ronan, the few battles he has experienced are all one-sided strength crushing. Since he started practicing, the one who is stronger than him is the foundation of the Song family in the world of cultivation. But that time, he did not fight, but summoned the high-level undead swordsman, and then slipped away. After buying the violent sword and the storage ring, Ronan went to a knight armor shop and bought the treasure of the town, a force field armor ring. This ring is a masterpiece of a formal wizard. The ring is pure silver and engraved with fine magic patterns. As long as the knight activates it with his spirit, armor will appear on the knight. Ronan asked Lian to try it in the store. After Lian activated the ring, a layer of grey silver armor appeared on his body. Ronan scanned the armor with his spiritual sense and sensed the patterns on the armor, forming 3 chained witchcraft formations. The wizard formation uses the surrounding energy particles to form a protective force field on the surface of the armor. After sensing for a while, Ronan found that there were significant flaws at the connection of the 3 chained witchcraft formations. This will weaken the power of the protective force field, and the force field will be quite weak in some parts. As long as this weak point is hit, the entire force field will be broken immediately. Buy it first, and then I'll make some modifications to remove the flaw. Ronan thought about it, and paid for it. Spending so much money will definitely attract attention. However, Lian is acquainted with a royal wizard. The secret medicine of the orc wizard that Lian took was given by the royal wizard. Lian can spend so much money, as long as someone with a keen eye asks a little. It is easy to associate Lian's wealth with that wizard. The royal wizard is so high and mighty that, even if someone with a keen eye wants to verify the relationship between Lian and the wizard, it is difficult to verify. Besides, even if he says that he earned the money, it is difficult for others to believe it. After all, to the outside world, he is just a first-level wizard apprentice. Therefore, Ronan made a move, and he had fewer scruples. Lian was a little shocked when he saw Ronan's move. Even if their father came, he would not be so generous. After buying the force field armoring and leaving the store, Lian couldn't help asking Ronan, "Where did you get so many gold coins?" Ronan replied, "I have a formal wizard behind me to support me." After hearing this, Lian stopped asking. With the formal wizard's support, this little bit of gold is really nothing. Then, Ronan entered another knight's shop and bought Lian a set of soft armor. This soft armor is worn close to the body, just to deal with sudden attacks. What about you? What defensive equipment do you have? Lian couldn't help asking after Ronan bought a set of equipment. Ronan smiled and said, I'm a wizard. As long as I want, I can release protective magic. After hearing this, Lian sighed about the gap between wizards and knights, and then he and Ronan were in a tavern. After eating and drinking, the two rented two fast horses transformed by magic in Triumph City, and galloped out of the city. Both of them rode on horses, wearing cloaks and hoods. At high speed, the cloaks of the two fluttered. After the two of them left the city, they discussed for a while, and decided to run all the way back to the southeast province. See if they see any troops on the road. If not, they will return to Hangmu territory. Along the way, Ronan relied on the map recorded by Hang Meng to identify the direction. But he never thought that Lian's knowledge of the road was just as accurate. Lian said that he had been interested in topography since he was a child. When he was 12 years old, he had memorized the map of the kingdom by heart. After this trip to the border, once verified, he memorized the route. When the two horses were galloping, Ronan secretly took out several wine-chasing talismans from his cloak and gave them to the two of them. Suddenly, the running speed of the two horses suddenly increased. Lian felt the blessing and said, when I was fighting the orcs at the border, a wizard also cast this kind of speed-enhancing magic on the soldiers. Even if we bless the speed, we can only be on par with the orc army on the opposite side that has undergone blood transformation. At that time, the wizard was able to cast speed-enhancing magic on more than 3,000 people at the same time. That wizard, I have never seen him, but he has such ability, so he must have a high status in the royal family. Chapter 135 Fierce Fighting in the Forest. Ronan and Lian chatted about the border, while galloping towards the southeast province. The horses' hooves were full of wind, raising dust along the way. Along the way, Ronan kept an eye on the traces on the road. Whether with the naked eye, or with the divine sense and Hang Meng, no traces of large-scale marches were found on the road. Are they not taking this route? Or is it that the Fleming family has no intention of raising an army or participating in the kingdom tournament, but is hiding in the southeast province? Ronan was puzzled. Of course, Ronan was not the only one who was paying attention to the traces. Lian also noticed it and raised the same question as Ronan. After about a day, the two finally arrived in the southeast province. Even the two horses transformed by the wizard could not stand it without resting for a day. If Ronan had not cast a healing spell on the two horses on the way, I'm afraid that the two horses would have spit and fallen to the ground. Both of them can be considered important figures in the southeast province. So Ronan took out the primary transformation potion and asked his Lian to take it. Lian was shocked when he saw the primary transformation potion. Although he was only a knight, he knew that this potion was a prohibited item in the kingdom. If it was kept privately, he would be sentenced to death. He didn't know what kind of experience Ronan had in Triumph City, and he could even get this potion. The two took the transformation potion, changed their appearance, and entered the southeast province from a fortress. The soldiers guarding the fortress asked the two about the purpose of entering the southeast province. The two had already thought of a reason before, and after paying some tolls, they were able to enter the southeast province smoothly. After entering the southeast province, Ronan and Lian rode their horses to the Redwood territory. Along the way, they saw that the customs and people of the southeast province remained the same. One manor after another was operating, the market was still trading, and there were tenants working on each piece of farmland. There was no sign of rebellion or war. Ronan and Lian entered the Redwood territory and galloped to their home city. Compared to Triumph City, this city seemed much more stingy and simple, but after all, it was a baron's residence, so it was clean. Ronan and Lian went in and went to the castle where they lived. The castle was a 5-story building with a dark blue brick and stone spire on top. The effect of the transformation potion had not yet worn off, and Ronan and Lian still looked unfamiliar. When they arrived at the castle, they were immediately stopped by the castle guards. Who are you? The guard stopped Ronan and Lian with his hand and asked. We are from the Tur family and want to see Baron Layton. Ronan said. The Tour family, like the Lawrence family, is also a noble family in the southeast province, and is in the middle class, but the family strength is a little higher than that of the Lawrence family. Hearing Ronan's origin, the guard did not dare to neglect, and immediately ran into the castle. Not long after, a middle-aged man in black leather armor came out. Ronan and Leon both recognized that this was their uncle, Darren Lawrence. "Hey, two lords, what are your names?" Darren Lawrence said with a smile on his long face. "Bortal, Sadintal." The two said the names of two young generations of the Tull family. Anyway, they knew that their family knew about the Tull family, and their father had only seen the patriarch of the Tull family in very few public gatherings. But no one had seen the younger generation of the Tull family. After drinking the transformation potion, they changed themselves into brown hair. The Tull family happened to have brown hair. The people in their family only knew that the Tull family had brown hair, but they had no way to identify anything else. After reporting the names, their uncle Darren recalled and remembered that this generation of the Tull family had these two names. After hearing this, Darren smiled and said, "I wonder what you two want to talk to me about. I can pass it on for you." Ronan asked, "Where is Baron Leeton?" Durham said, "Baron Leeton is helping his third son with his night training. He can't see guests for a while. Please forgive me." Ronan pretended to think for a while, winked at Leon, and the two left. Father and Bran are not in the castle. After walking away for a distance, Ronan transmitted the message. Now with his divine sense, he can completely cover this castle. And the castle has no witchcraft that blocks divine sense. Everything in the castle was sensed by him. Leon thought it was a wizard's trick, so he didn't ask any more questions. He thought for a moment and said, could it be that Father and Bran followed the Fleming family? After a pause, he immediately said, let's go and see if the troops have decreased. Immediately, Ronan and Leon went to several Night Lords affiliated with the Redwood territory to visit the lords. After walking around, they found that the lords of the Knights were not there. Ronan used his spiritual sense to scan and knew that the lord was not in the castle. Father and his men should have been forced by the Fleming family to go out to fight. Ronan said, but why is there no trace of the army on the road? Lion fell into deep thought. It stands to reason that once the army is sent out, the food and supplies must be transported by carts, which will leave very obvious traces on the road. It is possible that they use storage magic tools to move military supplies. Ronan had an idea in his mind and said, then, the other knights and wizards will most likely disperse to Triumph City. Gather again when we get to Triumph City. Immediately, the two discussed it, rode on horses, and galloped back to Triumph City, the Kingdom of Valent, Central Province. Leeton Lawrence and Bran Lawrence, together with 4 people, were wearing ordinary clothes and running on a road. Among the other 4 people, there was a person from the Fleming family. The others were knights forcibly recruited by the Fleming family. Since they were forcibly recruited, they roughly knew what the Fleming family was going to do. When they were forcibly recruited, they thought about refusing. At this time, they also thought about escaping. The person sent by the Fleming family to look after them was just a knight. As long as they united, they could definitely kill this knight. However, when the Fleming family forcibly recruited them, they threatened them with their clansmen. They were all important figures in the family and had a strong sense of family. If they refused to send troops and said they were escaping halfway, the Fleming family would send wizards to massacre their entire clan. As Ronan guessed, the Fleming family who was watching over them brought a storage magic device. In it were their armor and weapons. Only when they were needed would they be taken out and given to them. These days, Leeton and Bran secretly discussed it while the Fleming family was away. They felt that they must not escape when they arrived at the gathering place. Because after arriving at the gathering place, the Fleming family is very likely to count the number of people. If they leave, the entire Lawrence family will be implicated. Their best time to escape is after the war. However, they are going to war with the royal family. When they are in the queue, it is hard to say whether they can escape without being discovered. Augustus V came up with a strategy of a kingdom tournament to lure the family to Triumph City. His idea was to ambush the family when they sent out troops. However, the patriarch of the Fleming family, Yusuf Fleming, took advantage of this strategy. He took advantage of the opportunity that all the wandering knights, bards, and people of many classes in the country were heading to Triumph City. He let his knights and wizards, dressed in ordinary clothes, mix in the crowd heading to Triumph City so that the royal spies could not find out where his army was for a while. And he himself was hidden tightly and would not be discovered by others at all. As a result, Darlifer Augustus could not know his whereabouts for a while and could not attack him midway. At the same time, the necromancers from various strongholds of the Kingdom of Valant and another family that was conspiring with the Fleming family to rebel were heading towards Triumph City. A day later, the 6-man team of Leighton and Bran met another team of 10. At this time, they were not far away from Triumph City. As long as the team slowly gathered, the war might be imminent. The 2 Fleming family members took out armor and weapons and asked them to wear them. Because the team was about to gather, once they gathered, they might have to fight with the royal family. By then, they would not have time to put on armor. Soon, they put on armor and took up weapons. Leighton wore silver plate armor, his figure was tall and thin, and he held a broadsword in his hand. Bran was tall and thin, with longer arms than ordinary people, and he was very flexible in his gestures. He was wearing a chainmail, which had low defense but stronger mobility. This suited him to display his agile swordsmanship. In addition to the cross sword in his hand, he also had a short sword in a leather sheath tied to his waist. He had practiced left-handed swordsmanship before, and this short sword was placed just at his right waist so that he could pull it out with his left hand and cut the opponent's throat unexpectedly. Among the 16 people, 2 of them had just put on their armor and picked up their weapons when they suddenly jumped up, holding sharp swords, and killed the 2 Fleming family members. The 2 Fleming family members were also knights. Moreover, they only put on their armor after the armor was distributed to other knights. At this time, when the 2 knights who suddenly jumped up attacked them, they had not put on their armor yet. Clang! Just as the swords in the hands of the 2 knights who suddenly jumped up were about to chop down the Fleming family members, the other 2 knights blocked their attacks for the Fleming family members. You are crazy. If they die, our family will be buried with them. The knight who blocked the attack shouted. The 2 knights who suddenly jumped up showed despair on their faces. Do you know what we are about to face? The royal family and the wizards. We will die if we go. The Fleming family members were now wearing armor and looking at the 2 knights. One of them had a confident smile on his face. You will not die. The war is imminent, so I will reveal to you the strength of our family. In addition to the help of the Undead Society, our family also has the assistance of 2 other families from the 7 major wizard families. The legendary wizard of the kingdom, Darlifer, was injured in the last battle with the Undead Society and could not exert his full strength at all. It can be said that we will definitely win this time. When the Patriarch ascends the throne of the king, you will be the founding heroes. The territory and resources you can obtain later are simply not comparable to what you can get now. These words were all told to them by Yusuf. The purpose was to boost the morale of the knights when they were about to arrive at Triumph City. Hearing what the Fleming family said, there were knights among the dozen people with hope in their eyes. Leighton and Bran looked at each other, knowing that both sides were unmoved. They would not charge bravely just because of the Fleming family's words. After saying this, the Fleming family led everyone to the direction of Triumph City, intending to meet up with other teams. After walking for a while, the ruby rings on the hands of the 2 Fleming family members flashed red at the same time. A wizard is approaching. The Fleming family members looked alert and quickly gave orders. Disperse, form a formation, and pay attention to the wizard. Leighton, Bran and others immediately held their swords with both hands and dispersed in different directions. This was the strategy they had agreed on to deal with wizards all the way up. They faced different directions to observe which direction someone was coming from. The first person to discover it could give an early warning. Standing apart was to prevent the wizard's large-scale witchcraft. This way too. Soon, several knights in the southeast and northwest issued a warning. They saw that the man in the wizard robe was running towards them like a gust of wind. Move, don't be hit by witchcraft. The Fleming family shouted. Immediately, Leighton, Bran and others all moved, shuttling through the woods. The figures of the knights were sometimes hidden by tree trunks, but they still maintained a certain formation. This time, Yusuf recruited knights above the silver level. Among the 16 people, the lowest knight level was Bran, who had just broken through to the late silver level a few days ago. These 16 people all had extremely strong mobility and coordination. When they maintained their formation, they all went in one direction. That direction was the direction where the large army gathered. If the large army gathered a part of it, they might encounter the wizards of the Fleming family. In this way, their chances of survival would be much greater. Soon, they saw the appearance of the two wizards clearly. The two wizards were very young, in their 20s, with contemptuous smiles on their faces. When they ran closer, they both pointed their wands forward. Suddenly, a fireball burst out from the tip of their wands and shot towards their formation. Boom. The fireball, which was only the size of a fist, became as big as a head after crossing the void and smashed into their formation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The enemy is at the gate. The knights in the formation scattered. Two red fireballs the size of a head hit the ground. Like a boulder falling into shallow water, a ball of flame splashed around with the dust. Although the two fireballs did not hit anyone, the shockwave was very powerful. The three knights closest to the two fireballs suddenly flew to the side, leaving a shadow in the air. After each of them broke a tree, they slid on the ground for a distance and then lay motionless on the ground, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. In addition to knocking the three knights away, the shockwave almost disrupted their formation. The others were more or less affected by the shockwave. I surrender. I surrender. I will tell you everything you want to know. One of the knights had only heard of the name of the wizard before, but had never seen the wizard in action. Seeing the power of the wizard at this time, even though these two were only third level wizard apprentices, he was still frightened. He threw his sword to the ground with a clang. Then he raised his hands and shouted. However, the two third level wizard apprentices seemed to be in a killing mood. They looked at the knight, a hint of a sly smile appeared on their lips, and they stretched out their wands at the knight at the same time. Two fireballs suddenly broke through the air and hit the knight in a few moments. The knight cursed and urged the power of the seed of life. He kicked his feet and dodged hurriedly. However, the two fireballs collided beside him, and a huge ball of fire exploded. The shock wave brought the flames and covered his body like a robe. As the knight screamed, the flames invaded his armor and burned his body. The knight kept struggling to take off his armor. However, the more the flames burned, the weaker he became. A pair of burning hands trembled and eagerly tried to untie the ropes that bound the armor, but they couldn't. Soon, the knight lay on the ground. The armor was burned black, and the flesh was burned to a pulp. A burning smell came out of the armor. After just a while, 4 of them fell. The knights were deeply afraid of the wizard's strength, although they were confident that they would have a greater advantage if they were close. But they didn't dare to rush up. They were afraid that a fireball would hit them, and they would die here. The knights retreated, while the two wizard apprentices chased them. They were all students of the Kingdom Wizard Academy, and received a mission to search for rebels near Triumph City. Yusuf Fleming's plan did deceive the royal family at first. The royal wizards and knights came to the southeast province from afar, and searched for the whereabouts of the Fleming family's army, but found nothing. Then, they reacted and sent a message back to Triumph City to inform them of the matter. The royal family then sent people to search around Triumph City, but at this time, the Fleming family's army had arrived one after another. After searching for a while, the two wizard apprentices found such a team of knights. They felt that there was no energy fluctuation on these knights, so they knew that they did not know witchcraft, and they immediately relaxed. The two were both children of wizard families. They usually studied in the Kingdom Wizard Academy and rarely fought. In the wizard competition in the academy, they had the professors of the academy beside them, and had prepared various defensive measures, but they felt that it was not enough. When hunting monsters, they used witchcraft to bombard monsters with lower IQs than them, which was also boring. For them, only killing was the most fun. However, the kingdom's decree prohibited killing, except in war. The two wizard apprentices smiled and used their wands to point in the air. One by one, Fireballs hit Leighton, Bran and others. Boom. 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 Groups of flames exploded in the forest, and this forest was almost a sea of fire. Only 6 people were left standing in the team of 16. Among them were Leighton and Bran. Bran had the lowest strength, but he was the fastest, so he dodged in time. However, facing the continuous fireball magic of the 2 wizard apprentices, they didn't even have the chance to get close. In a moment, they would all die. Just as one wizard apprentice pointed his wand with a grin. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes, because he felt a faint energy fluctuation behind him. Then, swish, a sound of a blade cutting flesh and blood sounded. The wizard robe in front of his chest suddenly fluttered. It was a blood-stained dagger that broke through the wizard robe at his chest and flew out. The wizard apprentice's eyes widened immediately, looking at the blood hole in his chest with disbelief. Blood gushed out from it, and soon dyed the entire wizard robe in front red. Another wizard apprentice was shocked when he saw that his companion's chest was suddenly pierced by a dagger from behind. At the moment when this wizard apprentice was surprised, a faint sound of wind came from behind him. A sturdy man in a cloak and a hood, holding a giant sword with magic patterns in both hands, ran over, swung the sword in his hand, and cut the wizard apprentice in the waist. The wizard robe on the wizard apprentice immediately produced a protective force field. However, the magic pattern of breaking the law on the giant sword took effect, and with a slight vibration, it broke the protective force field. The giant sword swung across the waist of the wizard apprentice. The next moment, the lower half of the wizard apprentice was still standing, while the upper half flew diagonally to one side. Blood and organs flowed out of the upper body and splashed all the way. Leighton, Bran and the other 6 were originally in a life and death situation. Now the 2 wizard apprentices who were about to kill them died just like that. They couldn't help but feel a sense of fantasy and absurdity. They saw a man who was also wearing a cloak and a hood walking out of the woods. The hood cast a shadow on the man's face, making it impossible to see his appearance. Except for Leighton, Bran and the 2 knights of the Fleming family, the other 2 knights looked at this person. Suddenly, an invisible mental shock broke out from the shadow under the hood of this person. There was a bang in the heads of the 2 knights, as if a sledgehammer fell. Immediately, the 2 people softened and fell to the ground. The 2 newcomers not only killed 2 wizards belonging to the royal family, but also knocked down 2 knights. For a moment, Leighton, Bran and the other 4 did not know whether the newcomers were enemies or friends. "I don't know if you two," one of the knights of the Fleming family was about to ask. The person who walked out of the woods waved his hand. A faint green light flew out from the cloak. It flashed in the air and passed through the armor of the 2 knights with protective force fields, making 2 puffs. Then, the 2 knights fell to the ground. Leighton and Bran, both holding steel swords, looked at the 2 people vigilantly. Just when they were about to take action, they saw the 2 people lift their hoods, revealing 2 faces with black hair and black pupils. The 2 people were Ronan and Leon. Ronan, Leighton and Bran were pleasantly surprised. After the 4 met, they didn't say much. After all, they all knew the danger of this place. After searching the corpses on the ground, they left. Ronan released his spiritual sense and led the 4 people to a place where there was no one around. The 4 people talked about the recent situation. It turned out that after Ronan and Leon arrived in Triumph City, they saw the Fleming family's large army fighting with the royal family. As for the small teams that had not yet assembled, some moved closer to the large army, while others were discovered by the royal wizards or knights and were fighting. After the 4 talked for a while, they shifted their attention to this war. The 4 were very concerned about this war. Ronan wanted to know who would win or lose in this battle, and whether it would affect his continued return to Triumph City, and how long would it last. After all, his life tree was still in the secular world of the world of cultivation. Due to the thin spiritual energy, the cultivation of his Yamudama body has been suspended. If the war is stalemate, he will plant his lifelong tree in other places in the wizard world. Lion wanted to participate in this war very much. He wanted to look at the situation and help the winning side. In this way, he could make military achievements and thus might be favored by the winning side and get the opportunity to transform his body. Leighton was anxious, wondering what impact the outcome of this war would have on the Lérens family. If the Fleming family won, he was afraid that the Fleming family would blame them for not gathering with the main force and then attack their family. If the royal family won, he was afraid that the Lawrence family would be identified as a traitor. Bran had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. For a while, he wanted to make Merritt like Lion. For a while, he was worried about the future situation of his family. For a while, he thought about going to the battlefield to observe the war of other knights to see if he could learn swordsmanship from them. After discussing, the four decided to find a place to watch the war. So, under the leadership of Ronan, the four avoided the wizards and knights and ran to a mountain. On this mountain, through the branches of the forest, you can see the city wall of Triumph City in the distance. Outside the city wall, there are dense crowds of people. It is the wizards and knights led by the Fleming family, as well as the wizards of the Necromancer Society, who are attacking the city. A dozen wizards of the Necromancer Society stood in a row, holding up the white bone wands inlaid with gems on the top, and chanting spells continuously. On the ground, round witchcraft formations emitting white light appeared one after another. One by one, the skeleton soldiers, like springs, gushed out of the witchcraft formations, forming a river of skeletons, running towards Triumph City, with great momentum. The Fleming family's elite soldiers, composed of transformed knights, rode on griffins, holding long spears, and flew towards Triumph City. More than 50 griffins spread their wings, carrying knights, flying in the air, and the momentum was equally huge. On the Fleming family's side, there were several wizards, holding up their wands inlaid with red gems. A red light burst out from the red gem. At the same time, a red light also shone from the griffins and knights. Suddenly, the griffins flew faster. The knights' faces were also filled with excitement. The rebels were mighty, but as soon as they approached the walls of Triumph City, they saw yellow light flashing on the walls. Round witchcraft formations with complex patterns appeared one after another. Then, the witchcraft formations attracted energy particles, gathered into yellow gem-like objects, and shot towards the enemy. At the same time, the statues on the walls, whether it was the tall gun-wielding guards, or the dragons and griffins, they all moved in an instant. They left their original places on the walls and headed towards the attackers. I heard from the knights of the Fleming family that their Fleming family had joined forces with two other families. But looking at this battlefield, the only one with the Fleming family is the Evans family, but I don't know where the other family has gone. Leighton looked at the battlefield and said. Ronan thought for a moment and said, when I was still in Triumph City, apart from the Augustus family, 5 of the other 6 wizard families had already arrived in Triumph City. Could it be that there is a wizard family in Triumph City? Very likely. Leon nodded and continued to watch the battle. The 4 of them found that at the foot of Triumph City, the ones who had taken action were all low-level wizards and knights. Some high-level wizards were still on the sidelines. Only one wizard, who was full of death and emitting extremely strong negative energy fluctuations, was holding up a bone wand and chanting. This bone wand was much more gorgeous than the bone wands of other necromancers. There was a circular witchcraft formation on its top. 5 magic stones of different colors were inlaid in the witchcraft formation. Waves of dark negative energy lingered on the magic stones. Ronan believed that this wizard was most likely the Holy Lord of the Necromancer Society. Now, he was obviously summoning something terrible from the Necromancer plane. Beside the Holy Lord, there were 4 wizards holding their wands and alertly watching the 4 directions. In addition to the 4 wizards, there were 12 armored corpse knights. The corpse knights' green eyes were also alert to the surroundings. At the same time, Ronan saw that the higher-level wizard of the Fleming family, introduced by Leighton, was the patriarch of the Fleming family, Yusuf Fleming, standing not far from the Holy Lord, and seemed to be protecting the Holy Lord, so that the Holy Lord could cast the spell successfully. The wizards of the Fleming family, before they made a move, were already protecting the Holy Lord. Ronan thought, then, what is the legendary wizard of the royal family, Dalifer, waiting for? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a huge black vortex forming in front of the Holy Lord. Then, in the vortex, a skeleton over 2 meters tall, wearing a white bone crown and a black robe of death, gradually appeared. A trembling negative energy aura spread out from the skeleton's body like a tide. The word Dead Lord immediately emerged in Ronan's mind. It is said that when the ruins of the necromancer were opened, the Lord summoned the dead Lord to fight a great battle with the legendary wizard of the kingdom, Dalifer Augustus. Now, looking at the momentum of the skeleton, it should be the reappearance of the dead Lord. Chapter 137 Wizard Knight Undead Creatures and Rock Giants. In the lower city of Triumph City, outside the city wall, black air flowed around the necromancer, and he slowly floated up. The trees outside Triumph City were withering visibly. When the necromancer rose up, the black vortex behind him continued to have undead creatures appearing. Skeletons, corpses, black warriors, undead dogs, undead crocodiles. The necromancer turned his head and glanced at the Holy Lord of the Undead Society. In the eye sockets of the necromancer, a faint green flame burned. The Holy Lord of the Undead Society knelt on one knee, moved his lips slightly, and said something difficult for others to understand to the necromancer. The upper and lower jaws of the necromancer's skeleton opened and closed several times, saying the same words as the Holy Lord of the Undead Society. Then, he floated towards Triumph City. The necromancer stretched out his white skeletal right hand upwards. The negative energy particles around him immediately condensed into an extremely wide dark purple light curtain, blocking forward. The yellow gem shot down from the city wall was immediately blocked by this light curtain. The light curtain was hit by the yellow gem, and ripples appeared, but it was not broken. Under the protection of the Undead Lord, the people of the Fleming family and the Evans family, as well as the followers of the Undead Society, were able to move forward. Soon, they reached the city wall. When the wizard group composed of the Fleming family and the Evans family released a torrent of witchcraft and blasted towards the closed city gate, a barrier emitting yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of the city wall. The witchcraft torrent hit it, but only caused a circle of ripples. The Undead Lord stretched out his right hand. A huge dark purple torrent suddenly formed in the air and hit the city gate. Under the impact of this torrent, the yellow light barrier immediately exploded. The city gate was also opened. The city gate was wide open, and the mighty human army and the undead army were able to enter. The rebels came to the lower city of Cakesun City. At this time, all the houses in the lower city were no longer inhabited. It seems that these people had been transferred before. The Undead Lord was very disappointed, and the dark green flames in his eye sockets dimmed a little. But the Holy Lord of the Undead Society said something to the Undead Lord, and the flames in the Undead Lord's eye sockets suddenly became brighter, and he continued to move forward. Just when the rebels had penetrated into the lower city, almost 70%. Suddenly, in the lower city, a series of fiery red witchcraft formations emerged one after another. Then, a group of flames, like a wave, surged out from these witchcraft formations, and went towards the rebels in all directions. Although some high-level wizards and the Undead Lord had created a protective shield around them. However, there were many rebel troops, and those who were not in the protective shield were burned by the flames and screamed immediately. Several firemen shouted and screamed in the flames. When they stopped shouting and screaming, they were dead. Some low-level undead creatures were burned to ashes by the flames. The flames did not go out for a long time. As Yusuf Fleming chanted, the originally clear sky suddenly gathered with dark clouds. In just a moment, there was a downpour. This rain was different from ordinary rain, and it contained rich water element energy particles. After hitting the flames gradually weakened. One by one, the witchcraft formations that emitted flames were revealed. Each wizard immediately released witchcraft to destroy these witchcraft formations. Soon, once the witchcraft formations were destroyed, they could no longer release flames. The raging flames were hit by the rain. Yusuf waved his hand again, and a hurricane suddenly rose and blew on the lower city. Suddenly, the flames were gone, revealing the situation of the lower city. Under the raging flames, the lower city was charred. Those houses were gone. Yusuf looked around and saw that his army had also lost a lot. A rough look showed that about 20% of them were lost. Yusuf couldn't help but frowned. He looked at the middle city of Triumph City. There was such a witchcraft formation in the lower city. If they entered the middle city, the defensive magic array they encountered would be even more powerful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at a true wizard in a dark blue robe. This wizard was a space wizard. When he saw Yusuf looking over, he moved his lips slightly and whispered, "Sir, the people of the Valentine family have not set up a teleportation array in the city." Yusuf couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing this. The Valentine family was one of the first 6 wizard families to enter Triumph City, and it was also the family that joined them in the rebellion. They entered Triumph City to set up a teleportation array in Triumph City. With the teleportation array, under the magic of this blue-robed wizard, the army can be teleported to the upper city of Triumph City one after another. There is no need to walk from the lower city to the upper city to trigger the magic array. Yusuf didn't know what happened to the Valentine family and whether they were discovered by the Augustus family. Just as Yusuf was about to continue advancing, he suddenly heard the voice of the blue-robed wizard. "The Valentine family has set up a teleportation array in the city." Yusuf listened, thought for a moment, and then sent a message to the Holy Lord of the Dead. "The Valentine family's teleportation array in the city is open. Let the dead army go in." The Holy Lord of the Dead also thought for a moment, and then said a few words to the Lord of the Dead. The upper and lower jaws of the Lord of the Dead opened and closed a few times. Then, the Holy Lord of the Dead nodded to Yusuf. Yusuf immediately winked at the blue-robed wizard. The blue-robed wizard nodded, immediately spread his hands and chanted. He wore a total of 6 rings on his hands, all of which were shining at this time, and waves of energy were transmitted from them. On the charred ground, there was an invisible force that was depicting the witchcraft formation. Soon, a circular witchcraft formation with an area of more than 200 square meters, a hexagram as the base, and complex magic patterns on it appeared on the ground. After seeing the witchcraft formation, the black energy on the body of the undead lord became stronger, and he led his undead army to the witchcraft formation. As the blue-robed wizard chanted, the undead lord and part of his undead army disappeared from the witchcraft formation. The next moment, Yusuf and others sensed a strong negative energy fluctuation, rising from the upper city of Triumph City. Upper city of Triumph City. After the undead lord came out of the teleportation formation, the people facing him were not the people of the Valentine family. Instead, they were the wizards and knights of the Augustus family and the other 3 wizard families. The dark crowd was surrounding the undead army. After each wizard family entered Triumph City, the royal family investigated and tested them. In the end, the Valentine family, which could not withstand the test, was finally exposed. After the royal family tortured him inhumanely, they learned part of the plan. So they set up a teleportation array to lure the enemy. When the dead monarch appeared from the teleportation array, Dolifer and other wizards immediately pointed their wands forward. Suddenly, beams of light emitting compelling power gathered towards the dead monarch. Faced with such an attack, the dead monarch was not afraid at all. The dark green flames in his eye sockets became more vigorous. The dead creatures used the energy, flesh, and bones of other creatures to improve themselves. The dead monarch was extremely excited to see a transcendent like Dalifer. Moreover, the bodies of other transcendents around Dalifer were also good. The dead world is vast and there are many monarchs. This dead monarch is called Gunnar, and there are other dead monarchs around his country. He often faces the threat of other dead monarchs invading the country. He saw the groups of extraordinary people in front of him, and thought that, if he devoured them, his strength would increase greatly, and then surpass the monarchs around him. At that time, his kingdom would expand again. Gunnar roared excitedly. It was very scary to others. Gunnar spread his hands, and suddenly a black negative energy storm rolled up from the ground around him, blocking the witchcraft of many wizards. Dalifer is worthy of being a legendary wizard of the kingdom. When other witchcraft was blocked by the storm, a huge fiery red light column released from his magic wand broke through the negative energy storm and hit the body of the dead monarch. Half of the body of the dead monarch was hit by the fiery red light column and disappeared. However, the dark green flames in the eyes of the dead monarch were still not extinguished. The energy particles in the air quickly gathered towards the dead monarch, and his white bone body grew out very quickly. The wizards, including Dalifer, saw this scene and their faces became more solemn. The terrifying thing about undead creatures is that they are immortal and regenerate. Especially this kind of monarch level undead creatures are extremely difficult to kill. As long as their souls are immortal, they can almost regenerate infinitely. However, this kind of undead creatures protect their souls very strictly, and it is difficult to damage their souls. The undead army appeared from the teleportation array one after another. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards Dalifer and his people like a tide. The ideas of these undead creatures are no different from gunners. They all want to obtain the energy and flesh of the extraordinary to improve themselves. After all, the undead army came out, the undead believers, the wizards and knights of the Fleming family and the Evans family came out later. Grandon, take action. Just when Dalifer was about to launch a second witchcraft attack on Gunnar, Yusuf Fleming whispered. Yusuf Fleming is a 3rd level formal wizard, that is, a true wizard. And in the family, there is also a 4th level formal wizard, that is, the great wizard Landon Fleming. The Holy Lord of the Necromancer Society is also a great wizard. The Necromancer Monarch has the strength of a 5th level formal wizard, that is, a legendary wizard. These 3 high-end combat forces are their confidence in fighting against the legendary wizard Dalifer. Yusuf had just sent a message to his great uncle, and Landon, who was hiding in the crowd, took out his wand. Landon was a short and fat wizard with white hair and beard that had not been trimmed, almost covering his entire face. His wand was black with blue lines. The blue lines on it were like winding lightning. Landon pointed the wand to the sky, and suddenly there was a tornado composed of dark clouds in the sky, with blue lightning in it, like a whip, hitting Dalifer. Although Dalifer was a legendary wizard, his natural protective force field was not enough to block this attack. So he turned the wand. A huge circular witchcraft formation appeared above his head. Like a shield, it blocked Landon's tornado lightning. Then, Dalifer used his magic wand to slam it heavily on the ground. Immediately, one witchcraft formation after another appeared around. Bricks and stones protruded, and rock giants more than 2 meters high suddenly took shape. Almost in an instant, thousands of giants appeared and surrounded the rebels. Then, there was a melee. The 3 high-end combat forces, the Lord of the Dead Souls, the Holy Lord of the Dead Souls, and Landon Fleming, were besieging Dalifer. Negative energy green flames, negative energy light, thunderstorms and storms bombarded Dalifer one after another. Dalifer dodged repeatedly in the air. While dodging, he chanted. One by one, magic patterns burst out from the sky, forming a witchcraft formation, with flames and golden stone constantly shooting out of it. Elsewhere, there was a big melee between wizards, knights, undead creatures and rock giants. The wizard released witchcraft and engulfed the knight. The knight rode a griffin, approached the wizard, and stabbed the cross sword into the wizard's body. The rock giant approached, hammered a pair of heavy giant hands to the ground, and the undead creatures became slag. Many undead creatures surrounded the rock giant like ants eating elephants, and smashed the rock giant to the ground. On the battlefield, witchcraft of various colors crossed the void, then collided, bursting out waves of energy fluctuations, turning into a gust of wind, and scattered around. The knight's sword blade, spear tip, axe, and hammer hit others, splashing red blood and flesh. In the distance of Triumph City, Ronan's family is still on the mountain. Since the rebels entered the city, they can't see the battle situation. Moreover, this place is too far away from Triumph City, and Ronan's consciousness can't feel it. However, Ronan can sense waves of energy fluctuations coming from Triumph City. Just from the intensity of this energy fluctuation, Ronan can imagine how tragic the war in the city is. Fortunately, I moved all the things in the bungalow away early. Ronan thought. He didn't know whether the bungalow would still exist after this battle. But fortunately, his house deed and land deed were still there. For wizards, construction and destruction were as simple as that. As long as he could prove that the land belonged to him, he could cast earth elemental magic on it at any time and build another bungalow. However, if the Augustus family was defeated and the new king came to power, I don't know if he would still recognize the previous house deed and land deed. Or thoughts suddenly emerged in Ronan's mind. Besides, there is still a balance in my account in the Lani vault. This vault belongs to the Augustus family. If this family fails, my gold coins will probably be gone too. Ronan was about to curse in his heart, but then he changed his mind. Anyway, I have superb alchemy skills. It is not difficult for me to make more money. Money is just external possessions. Once it's gone, it's gone. Ronan thought while releasing his spiritual sense, trying his best to feel the aftermath of the energy coming from Triumph City, and guessing the changes in the battle situation. Chapter 138 Means of the Nightmare World. Triumphal City, Upper City. The sound of energy collision, weapons clashing, and shouting and killing mixed together, and the sky was boiling. The war was entering a stalemate. Although the witchcraft formations arranged by the Augustus family wizards in Triumphal City were powerful, however, the undead creatures and the followers of the undead society from the undead plane were a headache for the royal wizards and knights. This army of undead was not only numerous, but also difficult to kill. Moreover, once the wizards and knights of the royal family died, they would be cursed by the followers of the undead society and immediately become part of the undead army. In midair, the legendary wizard of the kingdom, Dalifer, fought with the undead monarch, the holy lord of the undead society, and Landon Fleming, and it was hard to tell who was who. In fact, if we talk about the combined witchcraft power, the undead monarch and the other three are more powerful than Dalifer. But Dalifer, with his superb witchcraft skills, held the three of them. Originally, he planned to come to help him after the royal wizards and knights defeated the rebels under the attack of the rock giant. However, looking at the current situation, it is hard to say who will win or lose. The longer it drags on, the better it will be for the undead society and the undead creatures. Thinking of this, the wizard Dalifer narrowed his eyes. He drew a semicircle in the air with his magic wand. Immediately, everything behind the semicircle suddenly rotated. His figure also rotated like a whirlpool. In an instant, he disappeared and flashed in another place. The three undead monarchs immediately released witchcraft and attacked the place where Dalifer flashed. But Dalifer, who flashed, changed his magic wand in his hand. This magic wand is made of dark brown ancient wood. The top of the magic wand is a ring. There are several branches on the edge of the ring, going towards the center of the circle. Finally, they gathered on a magic stone. This magic stone has a black base, with purple and red scattered in it like clouds. Just when the green holy flame of the Lord of the Dead, the negative energy particle holy light of the Holy Lord of the Dead, and the lightning magic of Landon were about to hit Dalifer's slightly thin body, the old wizard with white hair and beard suddenly raised his wand. Suddenly, a purple-black energy wave burst out from the magic stone at the top of the wand, like a tide, rushing to the surroundings. The green holy flame of the Lord of the Dead, after being touched by the energy wave, immediately turned into a group of crystal bubbles. The negative energy particle holy light of the Holy Lord of the Dead, after being touched by the energy wave, became a white light released by the first level magic illumination. And the huge lightning released by Landon, after being touched by the energy wave, immediately turned into soft vines. The magic stone at the top of Dalifer's wand came from a plane called Nightmare World. This magic stone, called Nightmare Stone, has the ability to influence and change the real world. Dalifer cast a spell with it, and the witchcraft of Landon and the other two changed their forms. The energy fluctuations of the Nightmare Stone continued to spread. The next moment, it pounced on Landon and the other two. The black hair on the body of the undead lord continued to shrink inward. Soon, the black hair covering his body completely dissipated. His entire skeleton was exposed without any cover. The jagged bones, plus the skull crown on his head, looked absurd. Then, on the bones inside his head, there were green magic patterns exposed. This was the mark protecting his soul. However, under the influence of the Nightmare Stone's energy fluctuations, the green magic pattern turned into foam, left the bones, and floated into the air. The undead lord opened and closed his upper and lower jaws a few times, and the green flames in his eye sockets were extinguished. The whole skeleton seemed to have suddenly lost its support, and suddenly fell apart, falling from the sky in pieces. The holy leader of the undead society, at the moment he was touched by the energy fluctuation, his flesh and blood turned into a ball of thin paper, hanging on his bones. The eyes on his face, like a painting, were still in surprise, wide open. The holy leader of the undead society, who was turned into a paper man, was blown away by the wind. He floated all the way to the ground, and crashed into the ground. The paper man fell apart. The moment Landon Fleming was touched by the energy fluctuation, his originally fat body suddenly turned into rock, as if he had turned into a stone pillar. He fell down like a rock. When he fell to the ground, he smashed the head of a knight of the Fleming family. The energy fluctuation of the Nightmare Stone continued to spread under the urging of Dalifer. The wizards, knights and undead creatures of the rebels were affected by this fluctuation, and turned into all kinds of strange things. Some wizards turned into a pool of mud. Some knights turned into a pool of sewage. The victory and defeat of the battlefield was tilting towards the Augustus royal family. The royal wizards and knights were stunned. They had never seen such a magical and strange witchcraft. As Dalifer urged the energy of the nightmare stone, his face gradually turned pale. Even with his wizard level, it would be extremely consuming for him to use the power of the nightmare world. Soon, everything on the enemy side was turned into dead things by the nightmare stone. Only the army loyal to the royal family stood in the Triumph City. After Dalifer saw that no enemy was left, he looked at the people below. The nightmare world is an extremely important plane for the wizard world. I don't know how many wizards covet the power in it. Dalifer was lucky to be able to grasp the coordinates of the nightmare world. If today's events were spread by others, they would definitely attract many wizards from the Wizard Islands. Therefore, he had to change the memories of everyone below, and even everyone in Triumph City, during this period of time. Using the energy of the Nightmare Stone to affect memory is more consuming than using it to affect the enemy's witchcraft and flesh. After taking a deep breath, Dalifer first took out another magic wand and raised it. Suddenly, the storage magic tools and other things on Landon Fleming, the Holy Lord of the Dead Society, and others all gathered, and were put away by Dalifer. Then, he swept the magic wand again. A ball of fire was born from the ground, and it soon became a sea of fire, burning all kinds of strange things that the enemy army on the ground had transformed into. Soon, all the things were burned to ashes, and the ground was charred. After destroying all traces, Dalifer activated the energy of the Nightmare Stone. In an instant, the Nightmare Stone emitted a dazzling purple light, and a wave of energy waves burst out from it, spreading in all directions. Soon, whether it was the wizards and knights below, or was it Augustus V who had been hiding in the castle watching the battle, and had just come out, some of their memories were missing. Their memories stopped at the moment when Dalifer cast the space magic. Then, it was changed to Dalifer casting a powerful fire magic, burning all the enemies to ashes. After changing everyone's memory, Dalifer felt dizzy, and purple and red stars appeared in front of his eyes. He quickly cast a space magic, and returned to his wizard tower. Only everyone was left cheering for victory. Ronan and the other two had been standing on the mountain far away from Triumph City. Ronan, who had excellent eyesight, also felt a faint purple-black light flashing in Triumph City when Dalifer took out the Nightmare Stone wand and released the Nightmare Stone energy. Just as Dalifer was modifying his memory, the Nightmare Stone energy not only affected the people in Triumph City, but also spread out outside Triumph City. This energy also affected Ronan. Ronan's memory immediately changed from the purple-black light flashing in Triumph City to the fiery red light flashing. I wonder what the war is going to be like. Layton's mental strength was not strong, and he did not have Ronan's spiritual awareness at all, so he naturally did not know the progress of the war. It's not a good idea to watch here. Why don't we find a town and rest for a while? If the war is over, there will naturally be news. After Layton proposed, Leon and Bran both nodded in agreement. Ronan also nodded, but he was a little absent-minded. He felt that he seemed to have missed something. Ronan followed his family down the mountain, arrived at a small town, and entered a tavern. Layton immediately ordered a rich variety of dishes and fine wine for the three of them. While his father and brother were feasting, Ronan ate slowly. He was still thinking about what he had missed. Hang Meng. Ronan said in his heart, replay the log. His Hang Meng was recording at all times. He could replay everything he could see. After he gave the order, a video played in his mind. Suddenly, a strange color flashed in his eyes, because he saw in Hang Meng's video that a purple-black light flashed in Triumph City, which was different from the fiery red light in his memory. My memory has been modified? This thought immediately occurred to Ronan. What a terrible power. Ronan continued to eat the honey steak on the table, and he became more and more interested in the process of the war. He wanted to know where the power came from. Soon, the news of the royal family's victory spread to the town, where Ronan and his 4 companions were. The father and son discussed it, and made a decision. Layton, Lion and Bran went back first to take care of the tribe. Ronan asked for news in Triumph City. See what the royal family's attitude is towards the remaining nobles in the southeast province. If the royal family wants to harm the nobles in the southeast province, Ronan can cast witchcraft and rush back as quickly as possible to inform the family. In this way, the family can take action as quickly as possible. After a few more discussions, Leighton and his 3 companions bought a few inferior horses in the town and rode them for the time being. He planned to buy a horse transformed by witchcraft when he got to the big city. After saying goodbye to his father and brothers, Ronan used a few wine-chasing charms on himself and ran towards Triumph City. The best way to get information was to find Paul. But I don't know how Paul is doing after this battle. Ronan was worried and kept running. Before he arrived at Triumph City, Ronan set foot on the battlefield outside the city. The ground here was charred, messy, and corpses were everywhere. Ronan swept his spiritual sense and saw that the storage magic tools on some wizards had not been looted. He used the wizard's hand to collect the storage magic tools of these people one by one. He probed into them with his spirit and found that most of them were poor. The rich were very rich. Some storage magic tools contained a lot of valiant gold coins, as if these wizards had a habit of collecting gold coins. Hey, there are still a few magic stones. Ronan's eyes lit up. After collecting all the information along the way, Ronan entered the lower city of Cakesun City. The lower city had been razed to the ground, and it was charred everywhere. There were a few people walking on it. A huge circular witchcraft formation came into Ronan's eyes. This witchcraft formation was exactly the teleportation formation. There were several wizard apprentices standing beside this witchcraft formation and studying it, but they could not find out anything. Ronan, who had dabbled in space witchcraft, guessed from the magic patterns on this witchcraft formation that it should be a teleportation formation. Ronan quickly used Hangmeng to record it carefully. When he traveled to the world of cultivation, he would study the effect of this teleportation formation. After passing through the lower city, Ronan arrived at the middle city. He found that the middle city was intact. This surprised him a little. However, combined with the teleportation formation he had just seen, he immediately guessed that the rebels should have teleported directly to the upper city through the teleportation formation. And the most intense war took place in the upper city. The more Ronan walked towards the upper city, the more people he saw. He used his spiritual sense to scan for Paul. However, his spiritual sense kept scanning, but he could not sense Paul's existence. Just as a trace of disappointment emerged in his heart, his eyes lit up. His spiritual sense finally sensed Paul. He walked over and saw Paul holding a blonde girl in a wizard robe with his right hand, boasting, "You were in the castle, but you didn't see anything. When I was fighting outside, I killed more than 60 rebel wizard apprentices and undead creatures in a row. Many of them were burned to ashes." Ronan walked past the crowd and walked towards Paul. After Paul saw Ronan from a distance in the crowd, he whispered a few words in the girl's ear and asked the girl to leave. Then, he walked towards Ronan. "Hey, Ronan, I'm so glad you're okay. It seems that you entered the castle in time." Paul smiled. Ronan's spiritual sense sensed that there were traces of wood energy particles on Paul. Maybe Paul did participate in the battle and was injured in the battle and was later cured by the wood healing magic. Ronan pulled Paul aside and whispered, "As you know, the leader of this rebellion is the Fleming family of the Southeast Province. My people were also forcibly conscripted by this family. I wonder what the royal family will do to other nobles in the Southeast Province after this rebellion ends." Hearing this, Paul immediately understood. "Then I will find out in the academy." After studying in the academy for a year, I have also met many noble children in Triumph City. They have families who hold important positions in the royal family and must know some news. Ronan listened and patted Paul on the shoulder. "Come, let's go to the Wild Beer Bar." Immediately, the two went to the Wild Beer Bar. After eating and drinking, Paul arrived in the middle city and found a hotel to stay. Ronan returned to the bungalow. He looked at the room that used to be a botanical garden. Because he took away the stone engraved with a extended magic pattern and moved the spiritual plant away, it has now returned to its ordinary appearance. Move the spiritual plant back. Ronan thought about it, and with an idea in his mind, he traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 139, Building the Foundation. Triumph City, Middle City. Ronan's bungalow. He has integrated all the magic ore engraved with extended magic pattern into the wall, forming a witchcraft formation. The botanical garden has become a space of about 100 square meters and more than 5 meters high. In the botanical garden, Two natal immortal trees, one large and one small, stand tall. The larger mother tree of the natal immortal tree is already more than 3 meters high. The tree canopy covers a wide area. The two natal immortal trees are constantly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and feeding it back into his danshan. In the basement of the bungalow, those 1,000-year-old kingling Kian bamboos were also taken back by him from the world of immortal cultivation. For him, everything is back to normal. Everything in Triumph City is also recovering. The houses in the lower city have been completely destroyed in the war. But the royal family quickly sent wizards who are proficient in architecture and earth and wood witchcraft. Under witchcraft, the houses are recovering at a very fast speed. Paul's bungalow in the lower city is also recovering very quickly. Paul said that his landlord was a second-level official wizard who lived in the upper city. Several bungalows and high-rise buildings in the lower city were all owned by this wizard. Paul also learned about the royal family's attitude towards the nobles in the southeast province from the apprentice wizards in the academy. The small and medium-sized nobles in the southeast province were not pursued. Only the upper nobles in the southeast province, the wizard families, that were close to the Fleming family, were to be liquidated. So Ronan wrote a letter, and spent a lot of money, to let a caravan escorted by official wizards pass through the southeast province, to help him pass the message. To tell the family the news, and let them rest assured. After all, if it was escorted by a carrier pigeon transformed by witchcraft, it might be intercepted. In the following days, Ronan heard the news of the liquidation of various families one after another. It is said that after the failure of the coalition formed by the Fleming family and other wizard families, as soon as the news reached the southeast province, the Fleming family immediately headed east to the seaside. They wanted to leave the kingdom of Valant and go to the Wizard Islands to avoid the liquidation of the royal family. However, most of the high-level wizards of the Fleming family had died in Triumph City. The families left in the southeast province are not very powerful. On the way from the southeast province to the seaside, these Fleming family members were ambushed by multiple wizard families. These wizard families are generally not large. If it is a one-on-one, even the remaining wizards of the Fleming family can destroy one of the wizard families. But the number of wizard families is too large to deal with. Some of these wizard families came because of the royal order, and some came to rob the Fleming family of resources. Therefore, most of the people from the Fleming family to the seaside were killed or injured. After arriving at the sea, only the true wizards and several family seeds left in the Fleming family. They are going to the Wizard Islands, and then come to the Kingdom of Valant in the future to avenge the extermination of the family. The true wizards of the Fleming family summoned a whale with 4 eyes from the seaside, carrying them and breaking through the waves. Behind them, there were wizards riding sea beasts, and chasing after them. A group of sea beasts raised the giant wolf. However, not long after, the wizard families chasing behind saw several dark green tentacles like squids suddenly stretched out from the sea. The whale rolled towards the Fleming family and dragged them into the sea in the horror of the Fleming family members. After the various wizard families were liquidated, part of the resources of those wizard families were handed over to the royal family. Another part was left to the wizard family that took over. After the Fleming family was gone in the southeast province, the Gidder family took over. Ronan heard that this family was much worse than the previous Fleming family. After all, the Fleming family had a great wizard before, while the highest level wizard in this family was only a true wizard. Moreover, the number of elite wizards and first level formal wizards was also less than that of the Fleming family. However, it is said that this family has several wizards with good talents. It is good to receive the resources of the Fleming family and should be able to grow quickly. The reply letter from the Lawrence family also arrived in Triumph City. After Leon reached the late stage of the Golden Knight, the family's strength among the middle nobles increased greatly. The middle nobles who had been eyeing the Redwood territory no longer dared to take their family's territory. Moreover, some of the territories that were occupied in the past were taken back. Moreover, because some lords of the territories died in this war, the middle nobles in the southeast province are also facing a reshuffle, and everything is changing. After reading the letter, Ronan felt that with the current strength of his family's 2 golden knights and 1 silver knight, it is very likely to leap to the forefront of the middle nobles in the southeast province. In short, everything is developing in a good direction. Ronan integrated his spirit and formed a little samadhi true fire flame at his fingertips. The flame instantly spread to the family letter and burned it out. Then, Ronan went to the botanical garden. With a thought in his mind, the two lifelong trees released the golden holy tree light. He felt that the activity of his body and magic power increased. Then, he took out 2 porcelain bottles. He poured all 5 Zuanian pills from the 2 porcelain bottles into his mouth and began to practice the ancient wood longevity technique. Next, he would improve his physical strength, mental strength, and magic power, and move towards the foundation building. Green lotus and white lotus technique. Perfect. Yan Shenju. Perfect. 2 months passed before he realized it, and Ronan finally practiced this method of physical cultivation and mental cultivation to perfection. Now, he sat under his natal longevity tree and continued to practice the ancient wood longevity technique. He estimated that today, his key refining cultivation would soon reach the peak of the 12th level. Thinking that he was going to try to build a foundation for the first time, Ronan couldn't help but feel excited. But soon, he collected his mind and continued to practice. The nearby heaven and earth spiritual energy, that is, energy particles, gathered towards his body. After reaching the greenwood spirit body, he had a very high affinity for the wood element energy particles. The wood element energy particles immediately penetrated into his skin as soon as they touched it. After reaching perfection in the ancient wood longevity technique, he was able to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth much faster. As soon as the wood element energy particles entered his meridians, they were refined by the ancient wood longevity technique and immediately turned into mana and flowed into his danshan. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth refined by the 2 natal longevity trees also helped his cultivation. After more than 3 hours, Ronan's heart moved. It's done. He could no longer make any progress in key refining, and his cultivation could be considered to have reached the peak of the 12th level of key refining. Looking into his danshan, he saw that the misty green mana in his danshan was already very thick, between mist and liquid. It seemed that, as long as it was compressed once more, it would be able to turn into liquid. Ronan summoned Hangmeng and adjusted his own values. Lifespan: 496 strength, 88 spirit, 86 mana, 89 cultivation realm, key refining level 12 wizard level, first level formal wizard. He analyzed the peak cultivators of key refining level 12 in the Huans and sect's immortal domain residents. He found that their strength, spirit, and mana values were far inferior to his. Perhaps, this is a reason why those cultivators have been unable to break through to the foundation building stage many times. Ronan's attention was withdrawn from the values. Next, let's try to build the foundation. However, I don't know if there will be any strange phenomena in the world when building the foundation. Let's build the foundation in another place. Thinking of this, Ronan left the bungalow. After leaving the middle city, he rented a horse and galloped towards the gate of the lower city. After more than 2 months, the lower city has returned to its original state. After leaving the city, he saw that the manor and farmland outside the city had also returned to their original state. It seems that the royal family has also sent wizards to work here. Ronan rode his horse, passing by manors and farmlands. When he arrived at a small town, he booked a room at the inn and handed the horse to the waiter of the inn, asking him to take it to the stable to feed it. At night, after Ronan had eaten and drunk his fill, he left the town and cast a few wine-chasing talismans on himself. His figure was like the wind, heading towards a forest. This forest was just an ordinary forest, and there were no magical beasts living in it. Most of those who entered the forest were hunters nearby. However, it was night now, and hunters would probably not enter the forest to hunt. Ronan flew all the way to the depths of the forest. He sat down by a bush. Ronan was about to build his foundation, but he was no longer as excited as before, but was very calm. Building a foundation is a dangerous thing for cultivators before the first foundation building pill is refined. If the foundation is not built, the spirit will be damaged. If you want to recover, you have to practice for a long time. Although all the cultivators said that after having the foundation building pill, the body will not be damaged, even if the foundation is not built. But Ronan thought to himself that he still couldn't take it lightly. He sat cross-legged and took out 2 porcelain bottles from the storage magic device. Each porcelain bottle contained 3 top-grade foundation building pills. He bit open the wooden corks of the 2 porcelain bottles and spit them out. Then, he put the foundation building pills from the 2 porcelain bottles into his mouth. The foundation building pills melted in his mouth, and a ball of liquid with a strong pill fragrance was very spicy, just like the feeling of drinking strong liquor in his previous life, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. As soon as the liquid transformed from the foundation building pill entered his stomach, the medicinal power immediately exploded. It was as if, suddenly, a ball of fire was burning in his body. A sense of scalding wrapped his whole body in an instant. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. In the Danshan, the ancient wood longevity magic power was boiling and churning. In the Niwan Palace, there was a rumbling sound. In an instant, his spirit seemed to be constantly expanding and improving. Ronan immediately used his spirit to compress the ancient wood longevity magic power in his Danshan. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth nearby was also constantly refined by him, turning into a stream of power to compress the magic power. The magic power in the Danshan was constantly rotating, and the surrounding magic power was constantly gathering towards the center of the vortex. The mist-like magic power became more and more dense, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was transforming into liquid magic power. Not long after, Ronan's aura shook. Like a whale sucking water, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth nearby surged towards him. A small spiritual energy vortex formed within a range of about 20 meters around him. Fortunately, I broke through in the wizard world. If I broke through in the immortal domain of Huan's insect, this vortex would probably have a radius of hundreds of meters. By then, it will attract other monks to come. I'm afraid that I will die under the siege of the monks before I break through. After a moment of thinking, Ronan immediately gathered his mind and put an end to the breakthrough. The spiritual energy vortex turned slower and gradually stopped. The mana in the Danshan also stopped. Looking inside the Danshan, he saw that the original mist-like mana in the Danshan had all been transformed into liquid. The improvement in the quality of mana means that, whether he casts spells or releases witchcraft, the power will be correspondingly improved. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately opened his mouth and spurted out a rolling Samadhi true fire. He summoned Hang Meng to analyze the temperature of the Samadhi true fire. Sure enough, the temperature of the Samadhi true fire was much higher than when he was refining ki. After the test, Ronan immediately put away the Samadhi true fire and stood up from the forest. He summoned Hang Meng and analyzed himself. Lifespan: 523 strength, 95 spirit, 106 mana, 109 cultivation realm, early foundation establishment, 1%, wizard level, first level formal wizard. After breaking through the foundation, his own lifespan, strength, spirit and mana have all improved. I didn't expect to be able to build the foundation without any obstacles, Ronan thought. Now, in his storage magic device, there are still hundreds of low-grade foundation building pills, medium-grade foundation building pills, and high-grade foundation building pills. Most of these foundation building pills are made from magical plants and magical beasts in the wizard world. Not to mention the ingredients of the medicine. Just the color of the pill is different from the foundation building pills in the world of cultivation. He must not sell it in the immortal realm of Huan's insect. From what I felt just now, it seems that the foundation building pill can not only protect the cultivator from damage in the event of failure in foundation building, but also increase the speed of cultivation. After he took the foundation building pill, his whole body's spirit and energy expanded rapidly. If he cultivated in this state, the speed of cultivation would also increase. If the resistance to Zuanian pill is too great in the future, the foundation building pill can be used instead. Ronan thought, and released his spiritual sense to sense whether there were any people or creatures nearby, so as not to discover his breakthrough. After finding that there were none, Ronan walked out of the woods. While walking, he planned what to do next. After breaking through the foundation building, it is necessary to find a way to enter the Huan's insect and plan to obtain the earthly immortal method that Huan's insect obtained from the Changsheng sect. I opened a channel to the dead plane at the edge of the Huan's insect's fairyland and summoned a high-level undead swordsman. The people of the Song family must have identified me as a demon cultivator. The Song family has a clan member who is an outer disciple in the Huanzhen sect. Moreover, a foundation building real person in the Huanzhen sect is a distant relative of the Song family. I'm afraid that the Song family has passed the information that I'm a demon cultivator to the Huanzhen sect through his clan members. The Huanzhen sect claims to be the righteous path and is hostile to the demon cultivators. Ronan's identity cannot be used. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to refine a mid-level transformation potion with better medicinal power before entering the Huanzhen sect's fairyland. Chapter 140 Kingling Sword Formation, Foundation Building Illusion. Ronan did not have the formula for the intermediate level transformation potion. He reversed the formula based on the intermediate level transformation potion he got from others. He came up with hundreds of possible formulas. Later, he tried them intermittently, and now there are probably only about 50 left. Keep trying, Ronan thought to himself, and continued to collect medicinal materials. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Ronan had refined another potion. I wonder if it succeeded? Ronan looked at the dark purple potion in the crucible. With a thought in his mind, he summoned Han Meng. Suddenly, in his eyes, a layer of fine blue light patterns appeared on the potion. It should be successful. Ronan's eyes lit up, because the data fed back from Han Meng showed that the ingredients of this potion were the same as the intermediate level transformation potion he got from others. Ronan asked Han Meng to analyze the potion again. After confirming that the potion did not contain any harmful substances, he picked up the crucible and drank a sip. The potion was sour and sweet, like fruit juice. As the liquid went down his abdomen, Ronan immediately felt a sour feeling in his muscles and bones. This was exactly the reaction of Ronan's body after drinking the primary transformation potion. At this time, he could change his appearance by using his mind. So Ronan spread his mind to his muscles, bones, and so on. Soon, his height increased by 2 centimeters. His body, which had become strong due to practicing the Blue Lotus and White Lotus skill, became thinner due to muscle compression. His hair became longer and his hairline was higher than before. After a while, Ronan walked to the bedroom, picked up a mirror, and changed his facial features while looking at it. After a while, his facial features became ordinary, neither handsome nor ugly. After a while, once the effect of the intermediate transformation potion wore off, Ronan's muscles and bones were completely fixed. I wonder how long these muscles and bones can last? Ronan found that the transformation potion actually adjusted the state of a person's muscles, bones, etc. to a state that could be adjusted by the mind after drinking it. Once the effect of the drug wears off, the mind can no longer adjust the muscles and bones. The subsequent recovery of appearance is actually the self-recovery of human muscles, bones, etc. The stronger the potency of the potion, the more thoroughly the muscles and bones will adjust in a period of time after drinking it, and the recovery speed will not be so fast later. Ronan plans to stay in the wizard world for a while, to test how long the appearance can last after drinking the intermediate transformation potion. Next, he will continue to use the medicinal materials just now to refine the intermediate transformation potion. 2 days passed unknowingly. When Ronan was practicing the King Mu sword art, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his muscles and bones. Then his appearance gradually changed back. It can last for 2 days. However, this was only the first time he refined the intermediate transformation potion, and his proficiency was not high. If his proficiency was higher, it could last longer. Increasing the potency of the transformation potion can not only increase the duration, but also increase the breadth of the transformation. After he perfected the primary transformation potion, he could achieve the greatest degree of transformation on the human body, from male to female, which can be called transgender. He guessed that, if the proficiency of the intermediate transformation potion was improved, he might be able to achieve cross-species transformation. Maybe, he could use the transformation potion to achieve Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. After preparing the intermediate transformation potion, Ronan thought in his heart, in the immortal realm of Huanzhen sect, if you enter the foundation building, it is considered to have entered a new world. He has to improve his strength again before entering. His King Mu sword art has a total of 12 levels. Now he has only cultivated to the 9th level. If he cultivates to the 12th level, he will be able to comprehend the sword move of 12 Kingling sword formation. At that time, the 12 Kingling swords will cooperate with each other and can exert great power, which can be used as a trump card. Time flies, and 2 months have passed. Ronan sat cross-legged under his natal longevity tree. Golden light emanated from the tree, illuminating the entire botanical garden. Ronan was breathing in and out according to the meridian route in the Kingmu sword art. As he breathed, the Yimu Qi and Zhengjin Qi in the world gathered towards him. Kingmu sword art, 11th level 99%. After 2 months of practice, Kingmu sword art is about to break through to the 12th level. Ronan was calm and continued to breathe. Suddenly, his body shook slightly. A sharp aura suddenly erupted from his body. Breakthrough. Kingmu sword art, 12th level 1%. Next, I will prepare 12 Kingling swords. Now, he only has 2 Kingling swords. However, in his cellar, he has planted more than 30 Kingling Qian bamboos. 10 of them, under his promotion, are 1,000 years old. Thinking of this, Ronan went down to the cellar. He also expanded the space of the cellar. The originally narrow cellar is now more than 10 square meters. Green spirit green cloud bamboos grew in it. After Ronan picked 10 green spirit green cloud bamboos, he left the cellar. He used the treasure refining technique to start refining the green spirit sword. After 6 days, all 10 green spirit green cloud bamboos were finally refined into green spirit swords by him and stored in his dinshin. Now, among his 12 green spirit swords, the green spirit green cloud bamboo with the longest age is 3,000 years old. And the green spirit sword that was integrated with mithril is only 2,000 years old. So Ronan used the treasure refining technique again. He separated the mithril from the 2,000-year-old green spirit sword and integrated it into the green spirit sword made from the 3,000-year-old green spirit green cloud bamboo. In addition, he carved sharp magic patterns, armor-breaking magic patterns, law-breaking magic patterns and other magic patterns on the 12 green spirit swords, making them even more powerful. After refining the swords, Ronan had an idea and traveled back to the world of cultivation. In a forest in the secular world, he tried the 12 green spirit sword formation. He pinched the sword formula and pointed to the air. 12 Kingling swords turned into 12 sword lights and flew out in a row. With the blessing of the sword formation, these 12 Kingling swords were connected to each other and formed a huge combined force. Ronan pinched the sword formula and used his mind to constantly manipulate the 12 Kingling swords and familiarize himself with the sword formation. Once the sword formation was completed, as long as his mind moved, a strong sword intent would burst out from the sword formation. The nearby trees, touched by the sword intent, immediately burst into wood chips and broke one by one. After practicing for a while, Ronan felt that he was quite familiar with the use of this sword formation. So, he waved his hand, and the 12 Kingling swords sank into his wrist, entered the meridians, and returned to the danshin. Next, he would go to the immortal realm of Huanzin sect and plan to enter Huanzin sect. If I want to enter Huanzin sect, I must first spread the news of my foundation building to Huanzin sect. Ronan thought to himself. He thought about going to the mountain gate to pay a visit directly as a foundation building cultivator. However, doing so seemed too deliberate, as if he was eager to join the Huanzin sect. First, this would make the Huanzin sect wary. They might be afraid that he was a spy of the demonic path, or that he had other motives for joining the Huanzin sect, which would be detrimental to the Huanzin sect. Second, he came here on his own, so the Huanzin sect might look down on him. In this way, he would most likely not get a good treatment. It would be best to let the Huanzin sect send someone to find him. After thinking for a while, Ronan came up with an idea. That is, pretend to build a foundation in the Huanzin sect's fairyland. When building a foundation, a spiritual energy vortex will be formed, so that the surrounding cultivators will know that someone is building a foundation nearby. With his current spirit and cultivation, it is not difficult to create a spiritual energy vortex. As long as he creates a spiritual energy vortex in the mansion area that is equivalent to the one when he built a foundation, I believe that soon, the news of his foundation building will spread throughout the mansion area, or even to the Huanzin sect. After all, Foundation building real people are rare in the high-ranking Huan's insect. Thinking of this, Ronan drank the intermediate transformation potion. After transforming into a 30-year-old man with an ordinary appearance, he went to the Huan's insect's fairyland. After entering the fairyland, he went to the mansion area. In the east area of the mansion, he found an inn and booked a room. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Gradually, a spiritual energy vortex comparable to the one he built on the day of foundation building was formed around him. The concentration of spiritual energy in the mansion area is far less than that in the wizard world. As soon as this vortex was formed, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding monks. These monks, who were also sitting cross-legged to practice, could feel that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around them was gathering in one direction. In a mansion of the Song family, Song Baekseo, who was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room to practice, suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of compelling divine light flashed in his pupils. In the dark room, there seemed to be a flash of lightning. Although his place of practice was not near Ronan, but the perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by the foundation building cultivators is so sharp. He could slightly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby was slowly flowing in one direction. Someone has built a foundation, but I don't know which family it is from. Song Baekseo's mind turned rapidly, and a sense of crisis arose. In the past, the foundation building of the Yu family died in the battle of the Yuanying ancestor of the Changsheng sect who faked his death. He became the first foundation building in the east area of the mansion, and thus made the Song family the first immortal cultivation family in the east area of the mansion. As a result, they occupied most of the cultivation resources in the east area of the mansion. Now, there is a new cultivator building a foundation. He doesn't know what the talent of this cultivator is. He is afraid that, if this cultivator has a stronger cultivation than him after dozens or hundreds of years, everything of the Song family today will be taken away. Moreover, their Song family will not only lose cultivation resources. In order to avoid revenge from their descendants in the future, the cultivators who robbed them are likely to kill them all. Just like they treated the Yu family. Song Baekseo looked solemn, waved his hand, and the stone door of the retreat room burst open. He waved his sleeves again, and the whole person turned into a white shadow and flew out. At the same time, he released his spiritual sense, to sense the direction where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and flew towards that direction. After a while, Song Baekseo knew where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. It was actually an inn. It was the property of their Song family. From this, he knew that the person who built the foundation should not belong to any family, but a casual cultivator. If a casual cultivator builds the foundation, it means that this casual cultivator has good talent, or has had a strange encounter. Song Baekseo stopped suddenly in the air, wearing a white robe, white beard, white hair and white eyebrows, moving with the wind. He thought again in his heart. After knowing that the cultivator who had just built the foundation was a casual cultivator, he had two choices. One choice was to attract this casual cultivator, to join the Song family. However, this casual cultivator might not be willing to join their Song family, and might also join other families. In this way, it is very likely to pose a threat to their Song family. So, there is another choice. That is to kill this casual cultivator, before he completes the foundation building. After thinking for a while, Song Baekseo chose the latter. After all, his Song family is now the #1 family in the mansion area, and as long as nothing unexpected happens, they will remain in this position. After he is promoted to the foundation building level, he still has nearly 300 years of life. Now there are several rising stars in the family with good qualifications. He feels that with the family resources, the family can cultivate more foundation building. Therefore, their family does not need to win over the foundation building. Moreover, after winning over the foundation building, part of the resources must be divided. He does not want to divide his resources to another foundation building. Since their family does not want to win over the foundation building, then this foundation building naturally cannot be won over by other families. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in Song Baekseo's eyes. His heart moved, and a brass mirror with a vermilion badge soaring in the sky engraved on the back appeared beside him. This is his quasi-magic weapon, the vermilion badge mirror. At that time, when Ronan summoned the high-level undead swordsman to stop Songbei, the Suzuki mirror showed its power. Suddenly, a red flame burst out from the Suzuki mirror and crashed into the room where Ronan was. The cultivators within a radius of 100 meters felt the temperature around them suddenly rise. Ronan was in the room, pretending to build his foundation, and he released his spiritual sense to pay attention to everything around him. When his spiritual sense sensed Songbei's approach, he wondered what the old man wanted to do. While thinking about it, he sensed that the old man suddenly sacrificed a magic weapon and shot down a flame. Ronan immediately sacrificed 3 kindling swords and circled around to form a protective sword shield. The flame broke through the roof and hit it straight down, but was blocked by the protective sword shield. Ronan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. He raised his head and saw Songbei standing in the sky through the big hole in the roof that was still burning. He summoned Han Meng, and a dense network of blue-light patterns flashed over Songbei's body. The numerical value of this foundation building cultivator was immediately transmitted to his mind. Since he cultivated to the foundation building stage, they were both cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. The numerical values of this old man were not as good as his. Why not let this old man help me become famous? Ronan thought to himself, and immediately pointed his finger. 3 kindling swords immediately flew up into the sky and stabbed towards Songbei. At this time, Songbei activated the Suzuki mirror, and another flame shot down. Ronan's 3 kindling swords exuded a strong sword energy, and with the help of the magic pattern of breaking the law, the 3 kindling swords, lined up vertically, split the flames to both sides, and continued to stab towards Songbei. Chapter 141, A Visitor from the Huanzan Sect. Songbei saw that the flames produced by the Suzuki mirror could not harm the flying swords at all. He was shocked to see 3 swords emitting powerful sword intent and stabbing straight at him. He urged the Suzuki mirror to continue releasing flames to the 3 swords while casting flying spells to avoid them. On the way, he waved his hand, and a heavy flying sword emitting yellow light appeared in front of him. He pointed his hand, and the yellow flying sword blocked Ronan's 3 kindling swords. Then, Ronan cast sword shadow splitting. The 3 swords suddenly split into 9 sword lights, which scattered and shot towards Songbei. Songbei also used a sword shadow splitting method. The yellow flying sword also split into 3 yellow lights, circling around him. He was distracted and manipulated the Suzuki mirror to go to the inn where Ronan was. When Ronan was distracted from using the sword, he wanted to burn Ronan to death with the fire of the vermilion bad mirror. Ronan urged 9 sword lights, like a bee seeing honey, and kept stabbing at Songbei. Songbei used the yellow flying sword to block it awkwardly, and there was danger everywhere. 9 sword lights surrounded Songbei, almost turning into a ball of green shadows. Ronan immediately turned one of the flying swords into a resentful spirit. Suddenly, this flying sword passed through the defense of the yellow flying sword. Although the flying sword was invisible in an instant, Songbei's consciousness still vaguely felt that one of the flying swords had changed its state and passed through the yellow flying sword. However, even if he sensed it, it was useless. This sudden change made him completely unable to defend himself. Puff! This invisible flying sword broke through Songbei's protective magic power and pierced into his body. Then, it wandered in his body. Songbei's eyes widened, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and his pupils spread. At this time, Songbei's body had lost its vitality, and the yellow flying sword also concealed its light, revealing an iron sword engraved with rune patterns. In order to prevent Songbei from faking his death, Ronan sent the remaining 8 sword beams into Songbei's body and wreaked havoc. Finally, 9 sword beams rushed out of Songbei's body. His body also exploded in the sky and turned into blood rain and fell. Ronan rose from the bed and stretched out his hand. Not only did he recall all the 9 sword beams to his meridians, but he also called over Songbei's storage bag, Suzuki mirror and flying sword. Then, Ronan fell from the inn and came to the stunned shopkeeper. "This room is ruined. I have to find another inn. You return the room fee to me." The shopkeeper dared not disobey and did not dare to say anything. He immediately opened the cabinet, took out the spirit stone, and returned it to Ronan. Ronan then found an inn in another part of the mansion area and continued to rest. After Ronan established his foundation, the news that he killed Song Baekseo, the foundation building master of the Song family, soon spread like wildfire in the east area of the mansion. At this time, in the Song family, Song Yangshan, the head of the Song family, heard the news. As if a thunderbolt appeared in his mind, he immediately called the clan members. Quick, go to the outer gate of the Return to the True Sect, find Juana, and tell him about this matter to see if he can find help in the Return to the True Sect. After instructing one clan member, he immediately instructed another clan member. Quick, go to the Return to the True Sect. No matter how many spirit stones you spend, spread this matter to the ears of the foundation building master Yunluo, and ask him to help us overcome the difficulties. Song Yangshan knew that after Song Baekseo's death, the strength of their family would be greatly reduced. Many families that have been suppressed by them will soon unite to resist. By then, their Song family will be the former Yu family. Both clansmen are proficient in escape techniques and can fly very fast. Therefore, Song Yangshan asked them to pass on the message. After watching the two clansmen turn into two escape lights and fly towards the direction of Huan's insect, Song Yangshan immediately ordered the other Song family members to move immediately. After avoiding the limelight and finding help, they will come back. However, not long after he ordered the other Song family members, he saw two objects falling from the sky. They hit the protective shield of their Song family and made two crisp thump sounds. After the two objects bounced off, they rolled in the air, and the black long object on the top of the object swung. These two objects are two heads, but they are the two clansmen he just sent out. Song Yangshan looked at the heads of the two clansmen, and just as he was surprised, he saw a series of figures falling from the sky. Spells and magic weapons were released one after another, bombarding the Song family's protective shield. The protective shield emitted waves of violent ripples. After two waves of spells and magic power bombarded, the protective shield finally could not bear the damage and suddenly exploded. One by one, cultivators fell from the sky. Song Yangshan looked at these cultivators with red eyes and saw that these cultivators were cultivators from several other immortal cultivation families in the east area of the mansion that were inferior to his Song family. You are so brave. Song Yangshan knew that if he retreated at this moment, these people would immediately kill all the people in his Song family, so he strengthened his momentum and shouted, "The true master Yunluo of the Huan's insect is related to our Song family. If our Song family is damaged in the slightest, he will definitely destroy your immortal families." After hearing this, one of the cultivators grinned. Who among our immortal families is not in the inner sect of the Huan's insect and has distant relatives? We know that true master Yunluo is not surnamed Song. Even if they are related to you, it is probably pitifully indifferent. Besides, the true master of the foundation establishment is so high up that he is busy reconciling dragons and tigers every day. How can he have time to care about the disputes of our families? We don't believe that he will care if your family is destroyed. If you don't want to be exterminated, do it. Song Yangshan still maintained his momentum and stared at these cultivators. Suddenly, the cultivators above pointed one after another. Spells and magic tools merged into a torrent and fell towards Song Yangshan. Song Yangshan's eyes suddenly showed panic, and he quickly performed an escape technique, turning into a beam of light, flying upwards, avoiding spells and magic weapons. However, these spells and magic weapons came suddenly. Although Song Yangshan dodged some, there were still several spells and magic weapons that bombarded him. He immediately used the power of the bombardment of these spells and magic weapons to perform the escape technique again and continue to escape. Just now, he had put all the cultivation resources of the family into a storage bag with a large storage capacity and brought it with him. As long as he could escape and leave the immortal realm of the Huan's insect to take shelter temporarily, using these resources, he might be able to successfully build a foundation. Then, he would come back for revenge. While performing the escape technique, he took out several bottles of elixirs, pulled out the corks, and poured them into his mouth. These elixirs included healing pills and restoring mana. Kill all the other members of the Song family. Don't let Song Yangshan escape. The cultivator shouted. Song Yangshan listened, and without looking back, he continued to flee with all his strength. The cultivators behind him were a little panicked when they saw Song Yangshan's speed. It was no secret in the east area of the mansion that Song Yangshan was at the peak of the 12th level of key refining. These cultivators were really afraid that after Song Yangshan left and successfully built his foundation, he would come back to kill him. At that time, all of their families would suffer. So, these cultivators also used escape techniques to chase Song Yangshan. However, Song Yangshan had elixirs to replenish his flying speed. These cultivators felt that they could not catch up with Song Yangshan and were very anxious. Song Yangshan has the resources of the Song family on him. Stop him. A cultivator let go and shouted. His voice was heard for miles around. Suddenly, figures rose from each house. Money is attractive. In today's era of fewer and fewer cultivation resources, it is difficult for casual cultivators to practice. Now that they heard that they might get cultivation resources, they couldn't help but be eager to try. On the way of Song Yangshan's flight, spells and magic weapons attacked him. Immediately, he was surrounded by enemies. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Song Yangshan originally planned to use the escape technique to avoid the pursuit of those family cultivators. At this time, he saw the scattered cultivators coming out, and he panicked. Although the cultivation of the scattered cultivators was generally not high, there was nothing they could do. These spells and magic weapons attacked together, which would definitely slow down his escape speed. So Song Yangshan decided to kill a scattered cultivator first to scare away the others. Song Yangshan raised a shield and surrounded it around him to block the spells and magic weapons that attacked him. At the same time, he chose a scattered cultivator who looked weak and had a cultivation level of the 7th level of key refining. He raised a flying sword and followed the sword to attack. Bang! After Song Yangshan stabbed the scattered cultivator with the flying sword, when the flying sword entered 5 steps in front of the scattered cultivator, he found that there was a force that pushed his flying sword aside. It made his flying sword deviate from the direction he originally stabbed. Ronan didn't know why Song Yangshan chose him to kill among so many cultivators. Ronan's inn was far away from the Song family's residence, so he didn't know about the changes in the Song family. Suddenly, he sensed Song Yangshan flying over and heard a cultivator say that Song Yangshan had the resources of the Song family, and he immediately became interested. The Song family has existed for many years, and they must have collected a lot of resources. If he got the remaining resources, he would definitely lose a lot of time to collect resources. So, he left the room, walked to a deserted place, drank the intermediate transformation potion, changed his appearance, and joined the scattered cultivators who were besieging Song Yangshan. He planned to take advantage of the chaos when a group of cultivators rushed over, take Song Yangshan's storage magic weapon containing the resources of the Song family, and then slip away. But he never thought that Song Yangshan wanted to use him to scare off other cultivators. Song Yangshan followed the flying sword, and when the sword stabbed him, he immediately used the magnetic torrent to the highest level. After building the foundation, the power of his magnetic torrent also increased a lot. A magnetic force immediately emerged from his body, and he controlled the direction to retreat Song Yangshan's flying sword. At the same time, he dodged, and Song Yangshan immediately flew past him. Moreover, he put another magnetic force on Song Yangshan. Song Yangshan immediately felt the weight of his body increase sharply, and there was a tendency to fall down. The speed of escape was naturally much slower. Therefore, other cultivators gathered towards Song Yangshan, forming an encirclement. Spells and magic weapons attacked Song Yangshan from all directions. Song Yangshan couldn't take care of them all. After blocking the attack on one side, he was immediately attacked by the other side, which made him more injured. Ronan also secretly sacrificed the kindling sword that had turned into a resentful spirit and stabbed it towards Song Yangshan. Just now, when he crossed paths with Song Yangshan, his spiritual sense had penetrated Song Yangshan's protective magic power and sensed the location of Song Yangshan's storage bag. After releasing the invisible flying sword, he immediately poked Song Yangshan's chest, separated Song Yangshan's soft armor, and took away the storage bag he hid close to his body. Under the cover of other magical instruments emitting intense light, he flew back and was put away by him. Then, he retreated behind the scattered cultivators who were heading towards Song Yangshan. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that no one was paying attention to this side. He then wrapped his body with spiritual sense to prevent others from using spiritual sense to detect it, and quietly retreated. Only a group of scattered cultivators were left to besiege Song Yangshan. Song Yangshan had a feeling that he had lost his storage bag. At that time, there were many cultivators attacking him, and he didn't know who took it. The resources of the Song family have been taken away. Song Yangshan shouted while resisting. But how could those cultivators believe it? After everyone had beaten Song Yangshan half to death, they searched his body. After searching, they found that Song Yangshan really had nothing on him. Who took it? The monks looked at other people, looking for people who took advantage of the chaos to seize resources. Song Yangshan, however, was ignored. He was lying on the ground with countless hideous wounds on his body, bleeding like a stream. He had lost his storage bag, so he could no longer take medicine to heal his wounds. He could only lie there, feeling his life slowly slipping away. The news that a new cultivator had established his foundation had spread throughout the mansion area. Ronan had been staying in the inn. As he expected, the news of the Song family's demise soon spread throughout the east area of the mansion. Now, the alliance of 3 immortal cultivation families has taken over the Song family's assets and resources. These 3 immortal cultivation families only have peak key refining cultivators, but no foundation building cultivators. Therefore, no immortal cultivation family can dominate and take over all of the Song family's assets. Ronan was in the inn, but during this time, 3 immortal cultivation families came to visit. These 3 immortal cultivation families were the first immortal cultivation families in the other 3 mansions. They all offered different conditions to invite Ronan into the family. Of course, when they met Ronan, they also prepared a generous gift. After all, in addition to joining the immortal cultivation family, Ronan would most likely accept the invitation of the Huan's sect. They prepared generous gifts because they wanted to establish some friendship with Ronan. Maybe they would need Ronan in the future. Ronan declined twice and then accepted the generous gift. Faced with the conditions they offered, Ronan did not refuse, but just said that he would consider it. Then, he continued to practice in the inn, waiting for the arrival of the Huan's sect. Finally, one day later, Ronan was practicing, and suddenly his heart moved. He noticed that a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building approached the inn, entered the inn, walked to his door, and knocked gently. Chapter 142 Joining the Huan's sect. Who's outside? After hearing the knock on the door, Ronan slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Return to the true sect, Daochan." A gentle voice came from outside the door. The true sect is here indeed. Ronan's eyes flashed with a glimmer. But then, he suppressed the joy in his heart, straightened his body, and went to open the door. After the door opened, he saw a tall man wearing a simple Taoist robe, with 2 eyebrows-like beards on his lips and a short beard on his chin. Ronan's consciousness had long sensed that this person was a foundation building cultivator, and was in the early stage of foundation building. After analyzing it with Han Meng, he saw that in addition to strength, this person's spirit and magic power were similar to his own. It seems that this person should have entered the foundation building stage for some time. Dao polite. Daochan immediately bowed to Ronan after seeing him. Ronan bowed in return. "May I go in?" Daochan looked inside the house and asked. "Please," Ronan said, and invited Daochan in. After closing the door, the two sat down at the table. Ronan poured Daochan a cup of spiritual tea. "Fellow Daoist, I came here. I think you know the purpose." Daochan thanked Ronan, took a sip of spiritual tea, and said, "These days, I heard that you did not agree to the request of the Xiuxin family, but are waiting for the invitation from Huan's sect?" "Yes." Ronan nodded. Huan's sect is a big sect. I heard that, after taking over the Changsheng sect, its strength is even stronger. I want to know what conditions Huan's sect can offer me. After hearing this, Daochan asked, "I came here this time to ask about fellow Daoists' background on behalf of the sect, and then decide whether to invite fellow Daoists to join our sect. You know, there are 6 sects of the demonic path eyeing the Xiuxin world now, and we can't take it lightly. Fellow Daoist seems to have just arrived in the Huan's sect's fairyland. After all, since the sect received the news that fellow Daoist had established his foundation, they have investigated through multiple channels, but they didn't see any traces of fellow Daoist left in the Huan's sect's fairyland before. Ronan also took a sip of the spiritual tea and then said, my Taoist name is Nanluo. The place where I practiced before was indeed not the immortal realm of Huan's insect. It was in the immortal realm of Shengsan Island. The immortal realm of Shengsan Island is not even in the immortal realm where Huan's insect and other sects are located. It is in an archipelago to the east of this vast continent. He saw this immortal realm in the records of cultivation sects. This immortal realm is composed of archipelagos, which is very vast and far away from the immortal cultivation area, where the immortal realm of Huan's insect is located. He said that he came from this immortal realm, and it was difficult for the people of Huan's insect to trace his identity and origin for a while. Then why did you come here? Daochin continued to ask. Ronan said, to escape from enemies. After that, he didn't say anything else. This reason is very ordinary, but it is quite true. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, resources are not abundant now. When cultivating immortals, everyone fights for them, and it is normal to make a few enemies. Dao Chen listened, pondered for a while, and said, to be honest, Dao Iao, your origin is difficult to verify. If you join Huan's insect, you must observe for 10 years. In the first year, the cultivation resources you get will be halved. In the second year, the cultivation resources you get will be 60%. This will continue until the 5th year, and you can get the cultivation resources that a normal cultivator in the early stage of foundation building can get. Is there no other way to prove your identity? Ronan asked. He joined Huan's insect just to obtain the earthly immortal method of Changsheng sect, and he was not interested in the resources given by Huan's insect. The resources in this world of immortal cultivation are scarce, and the resources given by Huan's insect should be easily obtained by him in the wizard world. However, as a casual cultivator, he should be concerned about the cultivation resources he has obtained. If he didn't ask this question, I'm afraid Dao Chen would think that he joined Huan's insect for another purpose. After hearing Ronan's question, Dao Chen replied, of course, after joining the Huan's insect, you will have many opportunities to help the sect to perform tasks. At that time, if you do well, the Huan's insect will lift the restrictions on you. That's good. Ronan pretended to be relaxed after hearing this, and then asked, if I join the Huan's insect, what can I get? Dao Chen then told Ronan about the cultivation resources that the Huan's insect could provide. After hearing this, Ronan said, the cultivation resources given by Huan's insect are not as many as what the immortal cultivation family in the north area of the mansion promised me. Dao Chen smiled and said, in terms of elixirs and spirit stones, although the Huan's insect does not give the most, but fellow Daoist, you have overlooked the concentration of spiritual energy in the Huan's insect, which is not comparable to that in the mansion area. Those of us who have established our foundation, once we join the Huan's insect, we can occupy a cave in the Huan's insect mountains, which is close to the spiritual veins for cultivation. Perhaps in a short period of time, the difference between practicing in the mansion area and practicing in the cave will not be obvious. But once you go through a dozen years, the difference will become apparent. Moreover, after joining the Huan's insect, part of its book collection will be open to us. We can choose a more suitable practice from it. If you join a family, there will be very few practices to choose from. After hearing this, Ronan pretended to be quite excited. Then, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Dao Chen. Just now I heard from you that you are also a casual cultivator? That's right. Dao Chen nodded. I started practicing in the southern part of the shanty town, and practiced all the way to the southern part of the mansion. Because there is a giant Zenran in Huan's insect who is my distant relative. After seeking his support, my practice speed has increased a lot. Finally, 30 years ago, I successfully built my foundation, and was able to enter Huan's insect. Now I'm at the bottom of the foundation building cultivators in Huan's insect. If you agree to enter Huan's insect, I will be your guide for the next period of time. After listening to Ronan, he thought for a while, and then bowed again. Then please lead the way. Good. After Dao Chen said that, he waved his sleeves, and opened the door. The breeze outside the house blew in, and the hair of Ronan and Dao Chen fluttered back. Then please go to Huan's insect with me. Dao Chen said, and stomped his foot. His body suddenly became light, and he floated out. The hem of his Taoist robe was blown by the breeze, causing ripples. Ronan also used the magnetic torrent to float into the air, following Daochin. When flying out of the inn, Ronan threw 2 low-grade spiritual stones down, which happened to land on the counter. Then, he flew out of the inn with Daochin. The two of them flew towards the mountain range of Huan's insect with their sleeves fluttering. The monks on the street and in the inn saw the two flying. It seems that this foundation building monk has really chosen to enter Huan's insect. The pedestrians on the street looked up at the two people, who were getting smaller and smaller in the sky, and sighed. The closer they flew to Huan's insect, the more they saw that Huan's insect was shrouded in fog. Daochin took Ronan and fell towards the mountain gate of Huan's insect. The Huan's insect has a mountain protection formation and a forbidden sky formation. Cultivators below the giant stage can only enter through the mountain gate. If you don't follow this rule, you will be attacked by the forbidden sky formation. Daochin said, and he and Ronan landed in front of the mountain gate of the Huan's insect. The mountain gate of the Huan's insect is a tall stone archway. On the pillars in the archway, there are carvings of cranes and flowing clouds. On the archway, there are 3 big characters Huan's insect. Ronan's consciousness felt that an invisible barrier blocked the two of them. He saw Daochin took out a wooden token carved with the 8 diagrams. He muttered something and pointed at the token. He felt a force of magic entering the token. Then, Daochin stuck the wooden token into the invisible barrier. A yellow light flew out of the wooden token and shot towards the mountain. Daochin took the token and said to Ronan, "This is the token that Huan's insect gave to every cultivator in the sect. It contains the formation for sending messages. If I go in alone with this token, I can enter the mountain protection formation. But I can't take you in. I can only send the message in and let the people of Huan's insect open the mountain protection formation a little bit so that you can come in." Ronan nodded after hearing this. Not long after, a breeze suddenly blew at the mountain gate. It seemed that something was spreading to both sides. Ronan's consciousness felt that the invisible barrier in front of him had opened a hole for the two to enter. So Ronan and Daochin walked in. As soon as the two walked in, Ronan felt that the invisible barrier behind him suddenly closed. "Daochin, please follow me," Daochin said, and then he took off again. Ronan also flew into the sky. After entering the mountain protection formation, the fog that Ronan had seen before was no longer there. A clear and beautiful mountain scenery appeared before his eyes. One palace after another and other courtyards were hidden in the greenery. Daochin took Ronan and flew to a platform halfway up the mountain. On the platform, there was a 2-story red pavilion. When they flew up, they looked back and saw platforms at the foot of the mountain. On the platforms, there were groups of key refining monks, practicing some techniques, some swordsmanship, and some magic. Daochin noticed Ronan's gaze and said, "These are all outer disciples of the Return to the True Sect. Some of them are close relatives of the inner sect monks of the Return to the True Sect, and they were able to enter the Return to the True Sect to practice. Some are good seedlings found by the Return to the True Sect monks outside the sect, and they were recruited into the sect." Daochin and Ronan were talking, and they had flown to a platform halfway up the mountain without realizing it. The two landed on the platform. "This is the registration place for monks to enter the Return to the True Sect," Daochin explained. "After registering, you can receive a token, and a cave will be arranged for you in the Return to the True Sect mountain range." As they talked, the two floated into the red pavilion. There were some key refining monks on the platform. When they saw the two, they bowed their heads respectfully and called them seniors. These key refining monks could not sense the cultivation of the two. However, most of them knew Daochin. Moreover, they had also heard about the new foundation building master in the immortal realm of the Return to the True Sect. At this time, a person came side by side with Taoist master Daochin, most likely the new foundation building master in the immortal realm of the Return to the True Sect. The two walked along the way, and along the way, key refining disciples bowed their heads and saluted, calling them seniors. Ronan saw an old man with a white beard bowing his head and calling him senior, and he couldn't help feeling a little awkward. On the first floor of the ZHU pavilion, there was a long counter. Behind it sat a key refining disciple, with a thick book in front of him, and a row of long cabinets behind him. "Senior." After seeing Daochin and Ronan, the disciple immediately stood up from his seat and saluted. This is the new Zenran Nanluo who has just joined the Return to the True sect. Please register. Daochin approached the counter and said to the key refining disciple. The key refining disciple said yes and immediately wrote on the book with a brush. After a while, he put down the brush. Then, he apologized, quickly went to the long cabinet behind him, pinched a seal, and pointed at the long cabinet. A cabinet opened automatically. The key refining disciple took out a token from it, returned to the counter, and handed it to Ronan respectfully. Master, please imprint your magic power in it. In the future, with this token, you can enter and exit the true immortal sect freely. After Ronan took the token, he scanned it with Han Meng and found that there was nothing fishy, so he injected spirit into it, just like a magic weapon recognizing its master, and imprinted the magic power in it. Immediately, the token flashed a trace of yellow light, obviously recognizing its master. Okay, fellow Taoist, please, I will take you to the cave. Daochin said when he saw that Ronan had registered. When Ronan imprinted the magic power, he saw 3 small words being 13 written on the token. He thought that this should be the location of the cave. Daochin said, Dao, you are the last one to enter Huanzhen sect after me. Your cave is next to mine. When we practice in the future, we can communicate more. Ronan said, Dao's cultivation is higher than mine. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. Daochin took Ronan to the cave and said, after entering Huanzhen sect, you must perform at least 3 major tasks every year. A major task is a task that involves fighting. For example, attacking other sects, competing for spiritual minds, and competing for ancient cultivators' resources are considered major tasks. Only if you complete 3 major tasks in a year will Huanzhen sect continue to distribute cultivation resources to you and continue to allow you to enter the library next year. Moreover, if you fail to complete 3 major tasks, you will lose your cave for cultivation and can only live in the other courtyard at the foot of the mountain with the outer disciples. Ronan nodded, indicating that he understood. Not long after, Daochin and Ronan flew to another mountain peak and landed in a forest. After walking along a small path, they saw a cave. On the cave, 3 small characters being 13 were written. Daochin pointed to one side and said, my cave is right there. Ronan looked in the direction of Daochin's finger and saw a mountain a mile away. There was also a cave on the mountain, hidden by the woods. Daochin said to Ronan, just like entering the mountain protection formation, as long as you hold the token, aim at the magic formation on the stone door of the cave, and release the magic power, you can open the cave. Ronan immediately followed Daochin's instructions, took out the token, released a stream of magic power, and hit the magic formation on the stone door. Immediately, a low rumble sounded, and the cave door opened, revealing the things in the cave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The Earthly Immortal Method That No One Cares About, the Eternal Life Sutra of All Trees. The walls of the cave were green, and there were no candles or luminous objects like night pearls. However, there was a soft light that filled the entire cave. Ronan carved a series of talismans on the walls of the cave. The soft light of the cave was caused by the magic released by these talismans. In addition to the talismans that released light, Ronan also saw talismans that were 70% similar to the talismans on the forbidden talismans. These talismans were used to isolate the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators. After all, every cultivator has secrets and trump cards, and no one wants to be peeped. Therefore, the place where the cultivators practice must be secretive. Just now, Ronan found that his spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the cave at all. It seems that this talisman that isolates the spiritual consciousness is quite effective. The cave has 3 rooms, and 1 living room. One is a bedroom, one is a practice room, and one is an alchemy room. There is a stone bed in the bedroom, and on the stone bed are bedding, made of monster fur. In the hall, there was a stone table with jade tea sets on it. Ronan felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in this cave was much richer than outside. However, Compared with the spiritual energy in the wizard world, it was still far inferior. It seemed that the wizard world was a young man walking with big strides, while this world of immortal cultivation was like an old man who was already very old. Even on the spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy was still not high. After looking at the cave for a while, Ronan asked Daochin, "Dao, I don't know where the library is. I want to take a look. Now, I urgently need a foundation building stage of cultivation." Daochin nodded and immediately said, "Dao, please follow me." As he said that, he stomped his foot and floated up. Ronan used the token to inject a magic power into the stone door of the cave. Suddenly, a low rumble sounded, and the stone door moved horizontally and closed. Ronan also released the witchcraft magnetic torrent, releasing a force of anti-geomagnetic force, and flew over with Daochin. They flew over a series of misty green mountain barriers. Finally, they landed on a high mountain. Ronan saw a 5-story majestic building, built on the mountain. The plaque on the door of the building read Book Pavilion. After seeing the Book Pavilion, Ronan couldn't help but look forward to it. He wondered if he would be able to see the immortal methods of the Changsheng sect in the Book Pavilion after he went in. Dao, this Book Pavilion is open to foundation building and key refining cultivators. Daochin explained on the side. Foundation building cultivators can enter and exit freely with a token and can read the books in it at will. If you are a key refining disciple, when you enter the Book Pavilion, you have to pay a lot of spirit stones. If you choose a secret book, you have to pay a lot of spirit stones before you can unlock it and read it. I heard that there is another study room in the Huanzhen sect, but it is only open to giant and cultivators. Ronan and Daochin landed in front of the door of the Book Pavilion. Ronan's consciousness sensed that there was an invisible barrier wrapping the Book Pavilion. So, he took out the token, held it in his hand, and continued to walk forward. When he was about to hit the barrier, he found that he stepped over it safely, and a circle of ripples appeared on the barrier. A key refining disciple next to him was immediately startled when he saw Ronan holding the token of the Foundation Establishment Master. He lowered his head and called out, "Senior." Ronan nodded and walked into the Book Pavilion with Daochin, who also took out the token. After entering the Book Pavilion, a scene of antique flavor came into view. The walls of the Book Pavilion were all made of mahogany. The wood grain on the wall showed a style similar to the talismans on the walls of the cave. There was a soft light in the Book Pavilion. After entering, there were 2 key refining disciples sitting by a counter. They should be the managers of the Book Pavilion. After seeing Ronan, the 2 disciples immediately bowed respectfully and called out, "Senior." Perhaps because it costs a lot to enter the Book Pavilion, there are not many disciples in the Book Pavilion. After hearing the word "senior," the 4 key refining disciples who were flipping through books also turned around and bowed to Ronan. Ronan walked into the bookshelves and looked at them. He saw that there were small characters carved on the bookshelves, classifying the books. They were mainly classified according to the 5 element, and some books that could not be classified into the 5 element were placed separately. Daochin said, "In the Book Pavilion, the first floor is for cultivating the arts, the second and third floors are for spells, and the fourth and fifth floors are for exercises. If you want to find exercises, it's best to go to the 5th floor. The exercises on the 4th floor are mostly for key refining cultivators to practice, and most of them can only be practiced to the foundation building stage." Ronan nodded after listening to what Daochin said and walked up the stairs. At this time, Daochin was very tactful. He knew that it was inconvenient for him to be there while others were choosing the exercises, so he bowed. "Dao, I will bring you here. I will go back to my cave to practice first. Thank you for leading the way." Ronan bowed in return. Then, Daochin walked out of the library. Ronan turned around and went up the stairs to the 5th floor. After going up to the 5th floor, he found a cultivator. Hang Meng analyzed it and found that the cultivator's spirit and magic power were much higher than his. Perhaps he was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. The cultivator was still reading. With his spiritual sense, it was impossible for him not to notice someone coming up. He was still reading, simply because he didn't want to say hello to Ronan. Ronan ignored him. His eyes swept across the bookshelves one by one, and went straight to the bookshelf where the wood attributed exercises were placed. Then, he took out one book after another from the bookshelf, and flipped through them. After reading for about an incensed stick of time, he read the first few pages of all the books, only looking at what kind of exercises they were, not how to practice them. After reading, he sighed in his heart. This sect is indeed rich in resources. Most of these exercises can be practiced to the stage of Jinden, and there are two that can even be practiced to the stage of Yuanying. Any of the exercises here, outside of the Huanzan sect, is a treasure in the mansion area and the shanty town. However, among these exercises, there is no Changsheng sect's earthly immortal method that Ronan has been thinking about. Ronan stuffed a book back and couldn't help frowning. Could it be that this earthly immortal method is stored in the study that only Jinden cultivators can enter? If so, I want to read this earthly immortal method. I have to practice to the stage of Jinden. Then, I have to find a method here first to get through the foundation building. Ronan was about to carefully select the exercises, and suddenly an absurd idea emerged in his mind. The earthly immortal method can't be placed on the 4th floor, right? However, the more Ronan thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was greater. After all, in today's era of cultivating immortals, ancient secret books are like waste paper. Just like his ancient wood longevity art, the first step of finding precious spiritual plants stopped many cultivators. Most cultivators can only find ordinary spiritual plants as their own spiritual plants. In this way, the upper limit of this art will not be high. The art will seem useless. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately left the 5th floor and went to the 4th floor. After reaching the 4th floor, he went straight to the bookshelf where the wood attributed art was placed. He used his eyes to scan the books on it one by one. Immediately, he saw that there was an old book placed in the corner at the bottom of the bookshelf, and no one cared about it. On the book, there were 5 seal characters 10,000 wood longevity sutra. Ronan's heart moved, and he pulled out this old book. At a glance, he found that it was really the art he was looking for. Moreover, he found that the early stage of the practice of this technique was almost the same as that in the ancient wood longevity technique. He estimated that the compiler of the ancient wood longevity technique wrote the ancient wood longevity technique. After reading the first part of this technique, he continued to read and saw the practice method at the end of the 10,000 wood longevity scripture, which was the method of building a spiritual realm. After practicing the 10,000 wood longevity scripture to the foundation building stage, the subsequent practice was to build a spiritual realm in the Danshan. The larger the spiritual realm, the higher the cultivator's cultivation level. Moreover, by practicing according to the 10,000 wood longevity scripture, one can practice to the realm of transformation. The realm of transformation is the previous realm of the nascent soul. The cultivator who reaches this realm is the legendary Earth Immortal. Ronan looked at the book and thought that the 10,000 wood longevity scripture was so powerful, but it was placed here because its practice conditions were too harsh. Needless to say, the step of obtaining spiritual plants discouraged many cultivators. Then, the spiritual plant was finally planted in a place with rich spiritual energy, which stopped many cultivators. After all, in the immortal realm of the true immortal sect, only those who have established their foundation can practice in the cave, and the concentration of spiritual energy here is quite good. Once the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient, the growth of the natal spiritual plant may stagnate. In the later stage of building a spiritual realm, more spiritual energy is needed. Moreover, after the natal spiritual plant grows up, it will continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the immortal world with low concentration of spiritual energy, once a thing absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy, it will form a spiritual energy vortex, which will be noticed by other cultivators. If other cultivators knew that this cultivator was cultivating a spiritual body and building a spiritual realm, they would definitely rise up and slaughter him. After all, no one wants to have another powerful person in the future to threaten themselves. In addition, the book said that when building a spiritual realm, it is necessary to integrate the wonders of heaven and earth into the Danshan. In the immortal world with scarce resources, these wonders of heaven and earth are even more difficult to find. Therefore, this book is almost waste paper here. Not to mention ordinary people, even if it is the Yuanying ancestor of Huan's insect, if he gets this method, even if he is obsessed with practicing this method to a high level of power, he has to think twice before practicing. And this method is still here. Ronan guessed that Huan's insect wanted to show other disciples the ancient method for inspiration. However, Daochin said that this 4th level method can be practiced to the foundation building stage. In fact, this method should be able to be practiced to the foundation building stage if you find a decent spiritual plant and practice it, but the cost effectiveness is far less than other methods, Ronan thought while flipping through the book. After flipping through it, Hang Meng also recorded all the contents in the book. After Ronan returned the book, he looked at other books in the book pavilion. In the 2nd and 3rd layers of the spell layer, he also saw some good wood attribute spells. In the 1st layer, he also saw some methods of refining wood attribute magic weapons. I will come here to record it later, Ronan thought, and left the book pavilion first. Although the cave has a restriction that isolates the divine consciousness, there is a Yuanying ancestor in the Huan's insect. Ronan doesn't know whether the Yuanying ancestor's divine consciousness can pass through this restriction. After all, he is now a foundation building real person, and he is a newcomer, and his origins are unclear. It is not surprising that the Yuanying ancestor's divine consciousness is paying attention to him. To be safe, he decided to leave the Huan's insect's fairyland first, travel back to the wizard world, and then practice the 10,000 trees longevity sutra. Wizard world, Cakesuan City, bungalow. Ronan's figure appeared in the botanical garden. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and called up Hang Meng. The contents of the 10,000 trees longevity sutra turned into a stream of information and emerged in his mind again. Then, he began to practice. The first step is to open up the spiritual realm in the Danshan. According to the book, he faced the sky with his 5 hearts and kept breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed in from his 9 acupoints. It walked along 9 different meridian routes. Finally, it merged into his Danshan. At the same time, he used this technique, and the speed at which his life tree absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also increased. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth refined by the life tree was born in his Danshan, and merged into the liquid mana together with the 9 spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The liquid mana in his Danshan lit up with a verdant light. Gradually, this verdant light became more and more intense, almost reaching a dazzling level. He felt that as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather, something seemed to be brewing in his Danshan. Time passed, and more than 6 hours passed without him noticing. A tiny dazzling light spot rose from the liquid mana in the Danshan, just like a bright moon rising from the sea. It's done. Ronan's heart moved. According to the 10,000 trees of longevity sutra, this dazzling light spot is the newly born spiritual realm. The newly born spiritual realm has a very small space and is a chaotic place. However, the book said that, as long as one continues to practice, refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and integrate the wonders of heaven and earth, the spiritual realm will eliminate chaos and the space will become larger and larger. When one practices to a high level, one can move all the mother and child trees of the life tree into the spiritual realm. Next, Ronan stayed in the wizard world for 10 days to build the spiritual realm. Of course, he would also spend time to grow the life tree and cultivate the Yemudama body. If the Yemudama body is completed, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be faster. In this way, the development of the spiritual realm can be accelerated. In addition, some precious wizard materials are also collected as wonders of heaven and earth for the development and stability of the spiritual realm. One day, he bought a piece of expensive magic metal. After taking it, he used the skills contained in the 10,000 Woods Longevity Sutra to refine it. Soon, the magic metal turned into liquid, went straight down to the Danshan, and was absorbed by the light spot-sized spiritual realm in the Danshan. However, after this magic metal liquid entered the spiritual realm, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The spiritual realm was still in chaos, and the space did not expand. How precious must a thing be, to be considered a rare item in the world? Ronan thought, and then, with an idea in his mind, he took out a magic stone from the magic storage device and swallowed it. Chapter 144 The First Mission, The Demonic Corpse Sect. After the magic stone entered his stomach and was refined by the power of the 10,000 Woods Longevity art, it merged into the spiritual realm that was like a dot of green light. Ronan sank his consciousness into the spiritual realm and found that it was still in chaos and had not changed. It seems that even the magic stone is not a rare thing in the world. Ronan practiced in the wizard world for a few more days. When he went out to the tavern to eat, he heard another piece of news. Augustus V planned to rehold the kingdom tournament that was originally not held. One was to celebrate the success of the rebellion, and the other was to select knights. I wonder if Leon will come. Ronan thought to himself after hearing the news. Leon had originally planned to participate in the kingdom tournament. This time the kingdom tournament was held again. He must come. Moreover, after these days, Leon's knight realm may have reached the peak of the Golden Knight. If so, Leon will come even more. After all, winning the first place in the kingdom tournament will have the opportunity to be personally transformed by the legendary wizard Dolifer of the kingdom. Although Ronan also has a method to amplify the energy particles that can transform the body. If Leon wants to transform, he can also help him. However, compared with the legendary wizard of the kingdom, Dolifer, he seems to be too low in level. Based on his understanding of Leon, he knows that this big brother is ambitious. Even if he tells Leon that the physical transformation of other wizards is dangerous and asks him to help with the transformation, Leon will definitely try to participate in the kingdom conference and take a chance. A few days passed unknowingly. Triumph City, which was a little deserted after the rebellion, became lively again after the news of the reholding of the kingdom tournament came out. Those bards, wandering knights and noble children who came here because of the last rebellion and experienced the panic of war. But they forgot the horror of wizards, knights and undead and came to Triumph City again. When Ronan was practicing, his heart suddenly moved. After he left the immortal realm of the Return to the True Sect, he stored the token of the Return to the True Sect in a place called Mixon Pavilion. Mixon Pavilion is a famous place of dust in the world of immortal cultivation, located in the immortal domain of Yaoshan Valley. The immortal domain of Yaoshan Valley is to the north of the immortal domain of Huan's insect, and does not border the immortal domain of Huan's insect. There is also a Xianjianman immortal domain between it and the immortal domain of Huan's insect. Ronan did not know whether the token of Huan's insect had a positioning function, so he stored it in a room of Mixon Pavilion. Even if the people of Huan's insect could locate his location, they would probably think that he went to have fun. If he took the token and traveled back to the wizard world, he did not know whether the positioning function of the token would still exist after passing through another world. After all, he is only a foundation building cultivator now, and he really does not know the methods of Giandan cultivators and Yuanian cultivators. Since the wizard world can locate other worlds, it is not impossible that the immortal world has such a positioning method. In addition, if the token is placed in the secular world, it will arouse suspicion. The cultivators joined Huan's insect in order to have a cultivation environment with richer spiritual energy. Most of them will not stay in the secular world for too long. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Ronan stored the token in the world of immortal cultivation and traveled back to the world of wizards. In the room where the token was stored in the Mixon Pavilion, he placed the flower pot with the seeds of the natal immortal tree. The seeds were shared with his divine consciousness, and everything that happened within a radius of several thousand meters from the seeds could be included in his mind. Of course, in order to protect the privacy of the cultivators in a place like the Mixon Pavilion, each room was affixed with a prohibition symbol. Ronan could not sense the things in other rooms through the seeds. However, everything in the room was transmitted to his mind all the time. At this moment, he sensed that the token placed under the pillow was emitting white smoke. Soon, the white smoke overflowed from under the pillow and rose up. Then, in the air, a string of words was formed. Daoiao, where are you? The sect has a mission that needs you to take. Ronan knew that this was a message from Daochan to him. The token of the Huanzan sect can be transmitted over long distances, as long as the mana is consumed. Ronan's heart moved, and he appeared in a mansion in Chu. Chu was the secular country closest to Yaoshan Valley, although there was also a maze at the border between Yaoshan Valley and Chu. However, this maze could only block mortals and low-level cultivators at most. Now that he had established his foundation and had strong mental power, as long as he scanned it with his spiritual sense, he could see the maze clearly. He used the magnetic torrent and flew towards Yaoshan Valley. While flying, he drank the intermediate transformation potion and changed his appearance. Soon, He arrived at a deep mountain. After going deep into the valley, he saw a deep fog like the sea. Ronan released his spiritual sense and immediately saw the maze clearly. His body circled twice in the air, and then he passed the maze, and entered Yaoshan Valley. Like the Huans and Sex Fairyland, the cultivators in Yaoshan Valley's fairyland were also divided into mansion areas and shed areas. Ronan flew straight to the residential area, and landed in front of a 9-story building. Lanterns were hung on each floor of the 9-story building. It was daytime and the lanterns were not lit yet. If it was night, the lanterns would emit an ambiguous pink light, and the candles in the lanterns, when burning, emitted a fresh and pleasant fragrance. When the monks smelled it, their lust was aroused. Ronan entered the mixing pavilion from the back door, walked to his room, closed the door, and with a thought, the token flew out from under the pillow, and was held in his hand. Then, he injected magic power, and replied to Dao Chen, "Do you know what the task is?" "It's a small task." Not long after, a string of white gas rushed out from the token and quickly condensed into words. "There are traces of people from the demonic path in the immortal domain of the Return to the True Sect. The Return to the True Sect needs 2 Foundation Establishment True Immortals to go and investigate. If you go there, you will get 3 mid-grade spirit stones. If you kill the people from the demonic path, you will get 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This person from the demonic path dares not show his face in the immortal domain of the Return to the True Sect. I guess he is not very powerful. We should be safe if we go there. Besides, haven't your cultivation resources been halved by the Return to the True Sect this year? If you kill a few people from the demonic path, the Return to the True Sect may trust you and increase your cultivation resources. Dao, are you interested in taking on this task with me?" Ronan looked at the lines of words and thought that he had not seen the evil ways of the world of cultivation. This mission might be an opportunity. Whether the AI Hang Meng's analytical ability is strong depends in part on how much knowledge he feeds this AI. If he obtains the evil ways and feeds it to the AI, he will also be able to analyze similar evil ways in the future. Moreover, after AI Hang Meng obtained the magic method, he could also absorb some of the magic method and integrate it into his own spells and witchcraft. Thinking of this, Ronan used the token to communicate and agreed to this matter. Then, he walked out of the room, went to the corridor, performed the magnetic torrent, and his body floated up and flew out of the Mixon Pavilion. Ronan and Dao Chen, as agreed, met at the platform where Ronan registered. Then, the two walked in and received the task. The information of the task was in a jade card. As soon as the two touched the jade card, the information was transmitted to their minds. The traces of the appearance of the people in the magic way were in the western area of the shed. Although, the monks of the Huan's insect rarely care about the life and death of the monks in the shed area and the mansion area. However, they do not allow large-scale deaths in the fairyland. After all, they sometimes need to replenish some fresh blood from the fairyland. Moreover, the people in the magic way who enter the fairyland mostly use the monks in their fairyland to practice skills, spells, or refine magic weapons. The demons use their people to improve their strength, and in the end they might harm them. This was not allowed by the Huan's insect's cultivation test. Ronan and Dao Chen flew towards the western area of the shed according to the direction described in the jade card. The shed area was large and wide, but the sheds on it were densely packed, like stars in a net. After the two flew into the air, they both put down their spiritual senses and searched for anything unusual. So far, there was nothing unusual below. The news in the jade card was that a family was found in the shed area and disappeared strangely. And in the shed where this family lived, there was a chilling cold atmosphere. This made the cultivators in the shed area think that someone from the demons had come here. Ronan and Dao Chen flew towards the shed mentioned in the information, wanting to investigate first. However, after they flew forward for a while, Ronan's spiritual sense felt a gloomy atmosphere coming from the direction ahead. Flying closer, the spiritual sense sensed that a large area in front of them was rising with gloomy air. There really is someone from the Devil's Way, Dao Chen said after the two flew for a while. Originally, nearly a month ago, Ronan and Dao Chen's spiritual power were actually similar. But after this period of practice, Ronan's spiritual power has surpassed Dao Chen by a lot. It must be said that, if the spiritual energy tied in the world of cultivation has not yet receded, the scripture of the immortal trees is really a very good practice. Dao, be careful. Dao Chen said, and then he sacrificed a Bagua mirror emitting green light, and floated in front of him. This is the King Feng Bagua mirror, which can restrain evil spells. Ronan nodded. I wonder if you have any means to restrain evil spirits? Dao Chen asked. Ronan snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared at his fingertips. The flame emitted a rosy glow, and a heat radiated. Dao, what is this fire? Dao Chen asked. This is a simplification of the legendary fire method Samadhi True Fire. Ronan said. Oh. Dao Chen immediately understood after hearing the word Samadhi True Fire. After all, this fire method is well known in the world of immortal cultivation. As the two talked, they released their spiritual consciousness and flew into the area where the yin qi was rising, looking for the location of the demon. Their spiritual consciousness felt that the corpses seemed to be deeply buried in the soil and mixed with the yin qi. Just as they flew into this area, suddenly, the corpses in the soil opened their eyes. Then, the soil bulged and exploded, and corpses flew out of the soil and crashed into them. Ronan and Dao Chen looked at these corpses, all of which were ragged and revealed green skin. Each corpse had red eyes, bared teeth, and a pair of long and sharp fingernails. They rushed towards Ronan and Dao Chen while scratching with their hands. Ronan and Dao Chen immediately used their own methods. Ronan pointed his hand into the air and released a Samadhi True Fire. The corpses that rushed towards him were immediately burned black, and soon, they turned into ashes. Dao Chen kept pinching his fingers and chanting incantations. The King Feng Bagua mirror floated in front of him, emitting a clear light, shining on the corpses one by one. The clear light shone on the corpses for a few seconds, and the corpses seemed to suddenly lose power and collapsed. Compared with Ronan, Dao Chen's speed of knocking down the corpses was much slower. The soil in front of him was raised, and the sound of the land exploding was endless. Corpses flew out of the soil one by one, and rushed towards Ronan and Dao Chen. Soon, a wave of corpses formed in front of Ronan and Dao Chen. This demon sect person has turned all the monks in a large area of shanty towns into corpses. Dao Chen looked at the corpses, his face a little livid. This demon sect person is probably a monk from the corpse demon sect of the 6 sects of the demon sect. As long as we find him, these corpses will stop. Ronan looked at the corpses, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. These corpses are very similar to the undead creatures in the dead plane. It can even be said that these corpses are man-made undead creatures. The monks of the corpse demon sect can control corpses. If I learn this method, can I control undead creatures? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but feel excited. The undead plane is a famous plane in the wizard world. It has huge power that can be used. However, the necromancy school in the wizard world has always been unable to fully utilize the power of the undead plane. They can manipulate some low-level undead creatures in the undead plane. If they face intelligent creatures, they have more of a cooperative relationship with those creatures. Ronan thought that, if he could control the huge army of undead, he would have an extremely powerful force. Thinking of this, Ronan's mind suddenly became active. He sprayed out a stream of Samadhi True Fire, and forcibly made a gap in the tide of corpses in front of him. Then, he flew out of the gap, and swept his consciousness, to find the monk who controlled the corpses. When he was looking for it, he suddenly heard a dingling sound coming from behind. Then, the tide of corpses in the air split to the left and right. A corpse with a body full of muscles, wearing soft armor, and silver skin jumped out of it. He raised his fist and hit Dao Chen. Dao Chen immediately chanted a spell, and the Bagua mirror suspended in front of him was shining brightly. However, there were talismans on the skin of this corpse. A force emanated from the surface of the skin, completely blocking the clear light. Then, he punched forward and smashed the Bagua mirror in front of Dao Chen. Dao Chen's face was filled with shock. He immediately raised his hand, and a bronze bell suddenly appeared in the air, covering his head. With a bang, the bronze bell covered him, and crashed to the ground. The zombies surrounded him, and punched the bronze bell continuously, making a deafening sound. Chapter 145, Golden Flying Zombie, Notes on Corpse Refining. Ring, ring, ring. Ronan followed the sound of the bell and soon sensed a monk. His figure suddenly turned, and flew towards the monk. Soon, he saw a man surrounded by corpses. This man was wearing a black and red robe, and his skin was a light yellow-brown color, looking like a corpse. There was a dark red talisman painted between his eyebrows. His eyes were red, and his eye bags were big and dark, like a dead person. When he saw Ronan, he actually laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hehe. The monk laughed softly, and then muttered to himself, I never thought that there would be 2 more corpses of foundation building monks today. As Daochin guessed, this monk was a monk from the corpse demon sect of the 6 sects of the demonic path, named Buzian. Today, he came to the shed area of the Return to the True Sex Fairyland to collect some corpses of low-level key refining monks and refine them into flying zombies. But what he didn't expect was that 2 foundation building monks came at this time. This gave him 2 more corpses that he could use to refine flying zombies. You are better than the Taoist priest over there, so I will use the golden zombie to deal with you. Buzian said in a low voice and shook the copper bell in his hand. Ring, ring, ring. With the sound of the copper bell, the pocket on his waist suddenly bulged. Then, the pocket opened, and a flame flew out. It fell to the ground and a puff of smoke burst out. After the smoke dissipated, it was a corpse with golden skin. As soon as the corpse appeared, it rushed towards Ronan along with the other corpses. The Samadhi true fire in Ronan's mouth was like a huge wave, burning the corpses that rushed over to him to ashes. As Buzian rang the bell, the golden flying zombie suddenly flew fast and turned into a residual shadow. It circled in front of Ronan's Samadhi true fire and rushed towards Ronan from the other side. Although Ronan was already spewing fire from his mouth, he sensed the golden flying zombie coming towards him and pointed his right hand at the place where the golden flying zombie was coming from. Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared in the air, like a large piece of cloth, covering the golden flying zombie. Buzian quickly controlled the golden flying zombie to avoid the Samadhi true fire and rushed towards Ronan from another direction. Ronan's mind moved, and the Samadhi true fire followed him like a shadow and burned towards the golden flying zombie. At the same time, he waved his left hand and the kindling sword flew out from his meridians. With a thought, the kindling sword immediately turned into a resentful spirit, piercing through the flying zombies one by one and flying towards Buzian. Buzian was shocked when he saw Ronan's flying sword suddenly disappear. The next moment, he felt a pain in his neck. Then, his head suddenly fell from his neck, fell to the ground, and rolled a few times. At this time, his body was still standing. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Soon, his headless body fell to the ground, blood still gushing out from his neck. Although Buzian was dead, his flying zombie was still moving, attacking Ronan and Daochin. However, the flying zombie's attack was not as organized as before, and it was completely attacking by instinct. The golden flying zombie no longer knew how to dodge Ronan's Samadhi true fire, and rushed straight towards Ronan's Samadhi true fire. Suddenly, the golden flying zombie was sprayed by Ronan's Samadhi true fire. The whole golden flying zombie was on fire, and the whole body was charred. After burning for a while, it lay motionless on the ground. Ronan looked at the golden flying zombie and felt that the flying zombie's body was quite strong, and it could withstand his Samadhi true fire for a while. The reason why the flying zombie could not move was because his Samadhi true fire burned the flying zombie's soul. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is a saying that the soul is the main yang spirit, and the soul is the main yin spirit. Without the soul, the remaining spirit will only rely on instinct to act. And without the spirit, there is no object to control the movement of objects. However, the other flying zombies still rushed towards Ronan. Hold your breath. Daochin's muffled cry suddenly came from the bronze bell. Then, Ronan saw that the flying zombies outside the bronze bell seemed to have lost their targets of attack. They stopped hitting the bronze bell and rushed towards him. Ronan immediately held his breath as Daochin said. Suddenly, the flying zombies attacking him suddenly lost their targets of attack and stopped in the air, looking around, as if looking for something. Ronan landed from the sky and looked at the bronze bell. After being besieged by the group of zombies for a while, there were actually many dents on the bronze bell. It can even smash the magic weapon of the foundation building monk. It seems that the attack power of this group of zombies should not be underestimated. Ronan thought and went to where Buzian's body was. After groping for a while, he found 2 bags. One is the bag where Boozian stored the corpse, and the other is Boozian's storage bag. There is no other corpse in the bag where the corpse is stored. In the storage bag, there are secret books, elixirs, magic tools and spirit stones. Ronan looked at the corpses around him, thinking about how to deal with them. These corpses have good attack power and are very difficult to deal with, so they can be collected. However, he did not know how to put them into the body bag. So, his spirit probed into the storage bag and saw a book titled Notes on Corpse Refining, so he took it out. In this book, Boozian's experience in practicing the method of corpse refining was neatly written. Ronan browsed over it and soon found a way to control the corpse and put it into the bag. According to Notes on Corpse Refining, the demon cultivators called this bag a corpse bag. At this time, Daochan had put away the bronze bell and ran towards Ronan. Seeing Ronan reading the notes of the demon cultivator, he was slightly surprised. Daoist friend, this is an evil method. Do you want to learn it? Ronan flipped through the notes on corpse refining and said, I just want to collect these corpses and use them when I encounter danger in the future. You also saw that these corpses can dent your bronze bell magic weapon. But we are righteous cultivators. Daochan was still persuading Ronan. Ronan was still flipping through the notes on corpse refining. At the same time, Hang Meng was also recording. That silver corpse is very powerful, why don't I give it to you? Ronan's eyes still did not leave the notes on corpse refining, and said to Daochan. Daochan was slightly stunned after hearing this, so, very good. After thinking for a while, Daochan felt that this suggestion was good. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, multiple methods are likely to have more chances of survival. Moreover, that silver corpse has the strength of a foundation building cultivator. The scene of smashing his bag mirror with a punch just now was still imprinted in his mind. So Daochan and Ronan learned the method of controlling corpses and collecting corpses into bags together. Chapter 146 The Way to Control Corpses in the Plane of the Dead. Corpse Refining Notes records many methods of controlling corpses. There are corpse controlling spells, corpse controlling talismans, and corpse controlling copper bells. The corpse controlling copper bell is a magic weapon. When controlling corpses with it, the mana and mental power consumed will be smaller. After Ronan and Daochan learned the methods of controlling and collecting corpses, Ronan immediately rang the copper bell. At the sound of the bells, the tide of corpses surged towards him and Daochan. Then, he recited the corpse collecting spell. Suddenly, a cloud of thick white smoke emerged from the feet of the zombies, and in a few moments, it wrapped the zombies. Then, the white smoke shrank into a stream and flew into Ronan's body bag. There was a lot of space in the body bag, even larger than the storage bag of this demon cultivator. Ronan picked up a stone on the ground and tried to put it into the body bag. He found that the body bag could only hold corpses, not other things. At this time, only the silver corpse was left on the huge flat ground, standing alone. This silver corpse was naturally left for Daochan. This demon cultivator only had a body bag, so Daochan had no body bag to put this silver corpse in. After all, this demon cultivator was killed by Ronan. All the things of this demon cultivator should belong to Ronan. Ronan was willing to give him a silver corpse, which was a great favor. He could not expect Ronan to give him a body bag. So, he could only write down the method of making a body bag in Notes on Corpse Refining. Then, he cast the corpse control curse to make the silver corpse dig 3 feet into the ground and bury himself. He planned to come here again after refining a body bag in the future to take back the silver corpse. The magic skills contained in this book are indeed evil. Since we have learned the method to control these zombies, let's burn this book, Ronan said. Daochan listened and nodded. So Ronan released the Samadhi True Fire and burned Notes on Corpse Refining. Then, Daochan took the head and body of the demon cultivator and flew back to the Huan's Insect Mountain range with Ronan. The two returned to Huan's Insect, handed in the task, and each received 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Then, the two returned to their own caves. Ronan stayed in the cave for a while and then left. After leaving the Huan's Insect Fairyland, he arrived at the Yaoshan Valley Fairyland and placed the token in the Mixon Pavilion. Then, he came to the secular world and began to try the spells in Corpse Refining Notes. He wanted to know whether the undead creatures in the dead plane could be controlled by the corpse control method. After arriving at a forest, Ronan chanted. The liquid mana in the dungeon was consumed, and a witchcraft formation emitting white light appeared in front of him. Not long after, a tall high-level undead swordsman was summoned by him. The attack of this high-level undead swordsman has the power of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. If he can be controlled by him, his power is not inferior to that of the golden flying zombie. As soon as the tall undead swordsman came out, he turned to Ronan. Ronan was not a necromancer and did not know the language of the undead plane, so he did not know how to communicate with the undead swordsman. The undead swordsman smelled Ronan's delicious flesh and soul, and the dark green flames in his eyes immediately grew. He immediately waved a huge sword as wide as a door panel and slashed at Ronan. Ronan used the magnetic torrent to suddenly float in the air to dodge the attack. It was the same as when the Song family's foundation building ancestor faced the undead swordsman. The undead swordsman was used to using negative energy particles. When he saw Ronan soaring into the air, he subconsciously manipulated the negative energy particles to lift himself up. However, he suddenly discovered that there were almost no energy particles here. So, the undead swordsman could only roar, and a strange sound came out of the empty and dark mouth of the skull. Ronan urged the blood and ki according to the nodes on corpse refining, and forced it out at his fingertips. Then, he used his blood to draw a talisman in the air. When he touched the talisman, it turned into a blood light and shot towards the high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman roared and jumped. At the same time, he was gradually adapting to this new world, trying to use the negative energy in his body to lift himself up. When the blood light flew over, because the body of the high-level undead swordsman was almost 3 meters tall, there was no way to avoid it for a while. After the blood light shot into the body of the high-level undead swordsman, it penetrated into his white bones. Ronan immediately felt that he had some control over the high-level undead swordsman. The high-level undead swordsman also discovered the abnormality of his body. His eye sockets burning with dark green flames looked at Ronan. There seemed to be a fearful look in them. Immediately, the high-level undead swordsman was busy reciting the spell of the dead plane. Ronan immediately felt that a force of space emerged on the body of the high-level undead swordsman. This high-level undead swordsman actually wants to leave. Ronan immediately drew a talisman with blood. Blood-colored talismans formed in the air and were flicked by his hands. Blood-colored lights, like flying stones, went to the high-level undead swordsman. After each blood-colored light penetrated into the bones of the high-level undead swordsman, Ronan felt that the speed of the increase of the spatial power of the undead creature slowed down, and his control over the undead swordsman gradually increased. Not long after, the high-level undead swordsman finally stopped. There was a deep red talisman engraved on the throat of the undead creature's bones. As long as Ronan moved his mind, he could control the undead creature to attack. Immediately, he used his mind. The undead swordsman raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed forward. The negative energy magic in the undead swordsman's body suddenly burst out through his white bone giant sword. A white sword light was formed, and it slashed straight ahead. Boom. Suddenly, the dirt from the trees in the forest splashed. A deep gully appeared in front of the high-level undead swordsman. Above the gully, there was a little white gas. It's done. Ronan chanted the corpse collection spell and put the high-level undead swordsman into his body bag. Then, he continued to summon the creatures from the undead plane and controlled them in the same way. Gradually, in addition to the army of flying zombies, Ronan's body bag also contained a large army of undead creatures. In addition to the high-level undead swordsman, this group of undead creatures also included undead archers and undead mages, both long range and short range. He had matched them all. In this way, I have another trump card. He thought, if there is danger, summoning the army of flying zombies and the army of undead creatures in the body bag will be able to resist the enemy for a while. However, if I want to control them all, it will consume a lot of mental energy. Even if I have practiced the Yanshin due to perfection, I can't stand it. But soon, Ronan thought of a way, which was to let some of the flying zombies and undead creatures move freely and control the other part. Then, according to the situation on the battlefield, he made fine adjustments to the flying zombies and undead creatures he controlled. After trying the corpse control method, Ronan left the forest, and with a thought, he returned to the wizard world and continued to practice the 10,000 Woods Longevity Sutra. Chapter 147, Kingdom Feast, Night Duel. A bungalow in the city of Cakeson. Ronan sat in the botanical garden, practicing the 10,000 trees of longevity sutra. There were 2 ancient trees in the botanical garden, which were his natal longevity trees. The mother tree of the natal longevity tree was more than 2 meters taller than the sapling, and the lush branches and leaves were not comparable to the sapling of the natal longevity tree. Both trees emitted the light of the holy tree. The golden light illuminated the entire botanical garden and gently fell on Ronan. With the blessing of the light of the holy tree, Ronan's speed of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became faster. At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fed back to Ronan by the natal longevity tree, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth refined by Ronan himself, all converged towards the green light spot in the dungeon. Ronan submerged his spirit into this light spot, and saw that the space of this light spot was still a chaos, less than 1 cubic meter. He saw in the 10,000 trees of longevity sutra, that building a spiritual realm is a long-term job. Monks usually have to practice continuously for thousands of years and plant trees for thousands of years, before they can build a spiritual realm that can accommodate their own immortal trees. If you want to speed up this process, you can integrate the wonders of heaven and earth into the spiritual realm. Ronan has been asking about the wonders of heaven and earth in the wizard world recently. As an unregistered wizard, Ronan can only buy materials on the black market. But there are not many varieties of materials on the black market. If he wants to buy wonders of heaven and earth, it is more likely to be bought in the formal market. He can also become a registered wizard by joining a certain school or organization, or directly relying on the Royal Wizard Society. However, after becoming a registered wizard, even if he can buy and sell in the formal market, the things he buys and sells must be registered. At that time, if he buys a very expensive wonder of heaven and earth, he will not be able to explain where the money came from. Lifespan: 531 strength, 98 spirit, 113 mana, 118 cultivation realm, initial foundation establishment, 9%, wizard level, first level formal wizard. While practicing, Ronan sensed that 3 people were walking towards his bungalow. These 3 people were his father and 2 brothers. They are probably here for the kingdom tournament. Ronan thought and slowly stopped practicing. After a while, the 3 people walked to Ronan's bungalow. Bran Lawrence, the youngest of the 4, knocked on Ronan's door and called him brother twice. Ronan closed the door to the botanical garden and opened the door. Ronan, father, Leon, Bran. After the 4 greeted each other, they entered Ronan's bungalow. They sat down at the dining table. Ronan used his mental power to fetch 3 copper goblets and poured wine for the 3 people. Leighton Lawrence, the tallest and strongest of the 4, picked up the wine glass with his fingers and tasted the wine. After tasting a few mouthfuls, he said, "Compared to the wine we brew ourselves, the wine from the capital is less bitter and tastes great. I wonder if there is wizard technology in it." Leighton Lawrence continued to taste it. Bran Lawrence quickly drank a glass and asked Ronan to fill it up. "Ronan, you should know what we are doing here, right?" Leighton Lawrence put down the glass and said to Ronan. Ronan looked at Leon. "Leon is here to participate in the kingdom tournament." Leon nodded. "During this period, I have reached the peak of the Golden Knight, and I'm at the top among the knights in the kingdom who have not been transformed. It is time to participate in the kingdom tournament." Leighton continued, "We live in a hotel in the middle city. Hotels are not cheap now. However, since your eldest brother became the peak of the Golden Knight and you are a wizard apprentice at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, the news has also spread around the Redwood territory. Recently, we have opened up a lot of land, and our noble status in the Southeast province has risen. We have done more business, and the family's income has also increased a lot." Then, several people talked about the current situation of the family in the Southeast province. After the Southeast province was taken over by a new wizard family, there was no change from the Fleming family before. Moreover, some knight families did not seem to have any relationship with this wizard family. This is good news for them at the moment. At least when they are opening up the land, there is no other force to disturb them. Moreover, some resources that were previously occupied by the surrounding nobles have also been taken back one after another. "We won't hinder your cultivation now. It just so happens that Leon also needs to adjust his state. The kingdom tournament will be held in 5 days. After the four chatted for a while, they went to the restaurant to have a meal. Then, Ronan returned to the bungalow, and his father and brother returned to the hotel. Before they knew it, it was 5 days later. In the past 5 days, except that Triumph City became more and more lively, there were no major changes in the wizard world in the world of cultivation. The venue of the martial arts competition was an arena in the upper city. Among the 3 cities of Triumph City, the upper city is the largest, the lower city is the second largest, and the middle city is the smallest. After all, the upper city is the residence of formal wizards and kingdom nobles. They need a lot of space for living and entertainment. The lower city is inhabited by mortals and merchants. Although it is the largest, the population is also very dense. The middle city is the residence of ordinary nobles and wizard apprentices in the kingdom. The population density is average and the environment is quite comfortable, but compared with the luxury of the upper city, it is still a lot different. The arena in the upper city is built on the mountain. Sitting in the Colosseum, looking out, you can see the sparkling sea, stretching infinitely to the horizon. Before the kingdom tournament began, Ronan, his father and brothers, followed the crowd and headed for the upper city. Because this was a grand event, there were so many people, and the guarding force of the upper city had increased several times. Almost all the knights of the royal guard went to the upper city to maintain order. Ronan saw several knights in golden armor, shouting and guiding the people. Facing some arrogant and disorderly wandering knights, the knights of the kingdom guard drew out their cross swords and burst out with life energy. Those wandering knights, looking at the shining steel cross swords, felt a powerful life force, and immediately dared not mess around. Most of the wandering knights were below the strength of the golden knights. Facing some of the kingdom guards who had transformed their blood, they softened. Ronan even sensed that there were waves of energy fluctuations appearing in every corner of the upper city. They were formal wizards, observing the situation in case of any emergencies. Although the necromancer society has been destroyed, however, there are still many schools of necromancy in the Wizard Islands. Necromancer witchcraft cannot be extinguished no matter what. They can't guarantee that some other wizards in the kingdom will come here after learning necromancy witchcraft, intending to make a big deal. Ronan even felt that there was an energy fluctuation in the sky, like a skynet, covering it. He estimated that this should be a high-level wizard in the Wizard Council. Ronan put all his magic power into the spiritual realm. Although his spiritual realm cannot plant trees, the chaos can accommodate his magic power. After the magic power entered the spiritual realm, it was even more difficult for other wizards to sense his wizard level. Ronan, his father, and his 4 brothers walked with the crowd for a long time and finally arrived at the Kingdom Colosseum. The structure of this Kingdom Colosseum is similar to the Roman Colosseum in his previous life, but it is larger and more magnificent. In the middle is a large and spacious muddy ground, surrounded by circles of stepped seats, rising step by step to the sky. They found a seat in the Kingdom Colosseum to watch the battle. Except for the upper nobles of the kingdom, who had their own seats, other nobles and civilians had to find their own seats. At this time, whether they could get a good seat depended on the strength of the seat occupant. Leighton was in the late stage of the Golden Knight, Leon was in the peak stage of the Golden Knight, and Bran was in the late stage of the Silver Knight. The 3 of them exuded life energy. In addition, Ronan showed his energy fluctuations, and immediately found a good seat. The lower the strength, the higher the position they could watch the battle. Even if some mortals wanted to watch the battle, they might only be able to stand and squeeze at the highest position in the Colosseum. However, at that position, everything in the Colosseum was equivalent to a black spot for them. They could not see the battle in the arena at all. Therefore, most civilians would not come here to watch the battle. Although some bards who did not have extraordinary powers, but had good singing voices, could play good music, and were handsome, they were often favored by the nobles. The nobles hoped that the outstanding performance of their family members today would be publicized by the bards. These bards were protected by the nobles, and were able to find a good seat in the Colosseum. After Ronan and the other 4 sat down, Leon left his seat. As a participant in the tournament, he needed to prepare. From the conversations of the idlers in the tavern, Ronan knew the content of the tournament in the kingdom. One was a competition of horsemanship and spearmanship. 2 knights, wearing armor, holding shields and wooden spears, rode on horses, and charged towards each other. The one who was stabbed and fell off the horse would lose. In theory, wearing armor and holding wooden spears, this competition is usually safer. However, there are always some people with murderous intentions who will aim the wooden spear at the place where the opponent is not covered by the armor and stab it fiercely. Sometimes, casualties will occur after a competition. Most of the audience, whether civilians or nobles, like to see this scene. They came here to watch the battle and look forward to this scene. In addition to the competition of horsemanship and spearmanship, there is also a sword competition. The two held painted wooden swords and competed. The result of the competition depends on whether the wooden sword touches the opponent's armor and body. Like horsemanship and spearmanship, some knights with murderous intentions will also use wooden swords to kill the enemy in this competition. After hearing the content of the competition, Ronan felt that this competition paid more attention to skills. After all, this competition is not only fun in the eyes of most nobles, but some interested wizard nobles want to choose knights who are loyal to them. They should think that the strength of the knight is not important, because through their transformation, the strength of the knight can be increased. However, skills and fighting talents cannot be changed by wizard means, which are the most precious things. The winner of this martial arts competition is determined by combining the two competitions. Ronan saw that there was a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a red cloak on the stands in the middle of the Colosseum. According to the conversations of the people around him, he knew that this was the current king. Augustus V. Ronan also faintly sensed that there was a strong energy fluctuation emanating from that place. It seems that there are many powerful wizards protecting this king. But the legendary wizard of the kingdom, Dalifer, did not come. Ronan felt the energy fluctuations and thought, because he did not feel any particularly large energy fluctuations, that could make his heart tremble. After all, it is extremely difficult for most wizards to conceal their energy fluctuations. Even if they can conceal it, it is not thorough. In this way, Ronan can know the approximate strength of the wizards by perception. At this time, these wizards are all within Ronan's field of vision. He called up Han Meng. Suddenly, in his field of vision, fine blue light scanned over the bodies of those wizards. Then, the values of each wizard appeared in his mind. In this way, he roughly knew the values of the wizards in the kingdom. However, he just didn't know what wizard level each wizard corresponded to. It would be great if Paul was here. Ronan thought that as a wizard apprentice at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, Paul should know more official wizards in the kingdom. In this way, he can let Paul point out the level of each wizard to him. It stands to reason that Paul should come to such a lively event. Ronan thought, and while releasing his spiritual sense, he used Han Meng to look for people in his field of vision. When he looked to the right, a person with a blue outline on his body immediately appeared in his field of vision. Looking closely, it was Paul. It was Han Meng who helped him circle Paul out. Father, Bran, you guys sit here first. I'm going to say hello to my friends. After saying that, he left his seat and walked towards Paul. Don't push me, bitch. Why are you pushing me? The Colosseum was full of people. Ronan squeezed over and finally saw Paul. At this time, Paul was putting his left hand on a woman. The woman was also wearing a wizard robe, with fluffy brown hair and a few freckles on her face. But the woman's figure was extremely hot. Behind her, her shoulders and neck were almost at right angles, like a knife. In front of her, her chest even held up the wizard robe high. While Paul was talking to the woman, he used his left hand to touch other parts of the woman's body. Ronan walked behind Paul and kicked him lightly in the waist with his toes. Which bastard? Ronan. When Paul saw Ronan, his whole face seemed to be shining. Friend, long time no see. He pushed the woman next to him. Please find a seat somewhere else first. I have something to say to my friend. The freckled female wizard apprentice looked at Ronan and Paul in confusion and left her seat. Ronan sat down and immediately got to the point. Do you know all those high-level wizards in the stands? Chapter 148 Horsemanship, Spearmanship, and Swordmanship. Paul knew some of the wizards in the stands. He also told Ronan the levels of these wizards. These wizards include first level formal wizards, elite wizards, and true knowledge wizards. Ronan used Han Meng to analyze these wizards. After obtaining the numerical values, he had a general understanding of the strength of formal wizards from level 1 to level 3. After hearing the news, Ronan returned to his original position and sat with Leighton and Bran. At this time, musicians were playing in the Colosseum, as if warming up for the competition. A long railing has been placed in the Colosseum. Later, the knights will each fight on both sides of the railing with equestrianism and spearmanship. After the audience listened to the instrumental performance for a while, the knight competition began. Ronan analyzed the numerical values of the first two knights to come on stage, and knew that they were both in the late stage of the Golden Knight. Both knights wore armor given by the royal family, holding a wooden spear in their right hand and a shield in their left hand, and each rode a tall horse. Not far from the railing, there was a man holding a copper hammer. As soon as he knocked the bronze hammer on the bronze bell, the competition began. The two knights were ready on both sides of the railing. Ding. As the bell rang, the two knights squeezed their horses' bellies. The horses under their crotch understood, and immediately spread their forehooves, galloping forward with a cloud of dust. The two knights slightly raised their spears, while the horses were galloping. The shields in their left hands were placed in front of their chests. The pair of eyes in the helmets radiated brilliance, paying close attention to the opponent's every move. Soon, the two horses crossed each other. The two men thrust their wooden spears out, and both stabbed each other's shields. Both of them slightly tilted their bodies, and continued to rush forward. Then, the two squeezed their horses' bellies, and the horses immediately turned a corner. Then, they charged again. While the two men in the field were fighting fiercely, the audience was cheering. Ronan also heard that some people in the audience were gambling on this. The two horses crossed each other for more than 10 times. Finally, during an encounter, one of the knights made a mistake and was immediately stabbed off his horse. Suddenly, some people in the audience cheered, while others were disappointed. The disappointed people were because this competition did not have the bloody scene they wanted to see. Next, two pairs of knights went on stage to fight. According to the data returned by Han Meng, Ronan saw that these knights were at least in the late stage of the Golden Knight. The peak of the Golden Knight also accounted for a large part. When the late Golden Knight faced the peak of the Golden Knight, they were all born at the peak of the Golden Knight. After all, the reaction of the peak of the Golden Knight is faster than that of the late Golden Knight. This reaction speed is sometimes not compensated by skills. After more than 20 battles, Ronan and his team finally saw Lian on the field. Although Lian was covered tightly with armor, but they were very familiar with Lian. From Lian's figure and posture, they could tell that this person was Lian. In this duel, Lian's opponent was a late Golden Knight, who had not yet reached the peak of the Golden Knight. The result was almost no suspense. Ronan heard that the odds for Lian were 1-1, while the odds for the other knight were 1-200. He thought to himself that the gamblers seemed to have found out the news of every knight on the field. Otherwise, they would not know that Lian was stronger than his opponent at such a long distance. Dang dang dang. Soon, the duel began. The two horses charged and then crossed. Bang. Lian suddenly stabbed the wooden spear in his hand towards the opponent's gap. Because the opponent was slow to react, he had no time to block or dodge, and was immediately stabbed by Lian's wooden spear in the armor at his waist. Lian's wooden spear tip cracked because of the strong stabbing, and his opponent was stabbed and flew out. The duel was going on enthusiastically. Ronan and the others saw Lian go on the field 5 times in total. 3 times, he stabbed his opponent off the horse with one blow, and the other 2 times, the rounds of fighting would not exceed 5. After watching dozens of competitions, Lian has become one of the dark horses who won the first place. Ronan watched these competitions and used Han Meng to analyze the values of each knight. Seeing that the knights at the peak of the Golden Knights had a difference of only 3 points in their values. In other words, who can win the first place really depends on skills and luck. Soon, the competition came to the quarterfinals. Lian played twice and stabbed his opponent under the horse. In the end, it finally came to the first and second place. Leighton couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw this. In fact, Lian's arrival in the quarterfinals has exceeded his expectations. And whether it is the first or second place, it will be of great help to the Laren's family. Even if Lian is only the second place, there will definitely be a wizard willing to transform his body for him. At that time, their Laren's family will be attached to a top wizard family. Then the entire family, not to mention in the southeast province, can be ranked in the whole country. The leap of the family class will bring more resources. At that time, the family will use these resources to train his second son Ronan as a wizard. When Ronan becomes a formal wizard, the family's strength will be further enhanced. Soon, by the generation of Leon and Ronan, their family was considered a wizard family and officially ranked among the upper nobles of the kingdom. Ronan and Bran heard Leeton sniffing in a low voice and looked sideways. But as the bell rang, they turned their attention back to the field. Leon and another knight named Indel began to duel. From the previous duel, Ronan found that these two people had completely different fighting styles. Leon is stable first, usually focusing on defense, and supplemented by attack. Only after finding the opponent's flaw, he will immediately attack and stab the opponent off the horse. And this knight named Indel is flexible and his arm span is much longer than that of ordinary people. This makes this knight very offensive. In the previous competitions, Ronan had seen that Indel never used a shield. He almost always used twisting his body and riding skills to avoid the opponent's attack and counter-attack at the same time. From the competition just now, it was obvious that Andel's brilliance was more dazzling than Leon. Andel also stabbed his opponent off his horse more often than Leon. Moreover, Andel was a knight from a wizard family. He was only 19 years old, younger than Leon, and more handsome than Leon. Combining these factors, Andel's odds in the gambling in the audience were higher than Leon. After the bell rang, Leon and Andel squeezed their horses' bellies and rushed forward. Leon deliberately lowered his center of gravity and held the shield tightly. He had just watched Andel's several competitions and found that his attacks were wild and unrestrained. He could not find his flaws for a while. Therefore, he had to watch his attacks a few more times before attacking. 8 horses stomped on the field, stirring up dust. Andel cursed inwardly that Lion was defending like that. When the 2 horses crossed, Andel simply tapped the wooden spear in his hand against Lion's shield. If a wooden spear is stabbed into a wooden shield, the tip of the spear is likely to be damaged. If his wooden spear is damaged, no matter how skilled he is, he will only be beaten. Just as the 2 horses crossed, Andel suddenly twisted his body like a spring and stabbed the wooden spear backward. The tip of the spear was aimed at Lion's neck. That place was the gap where the armor was connected. If the wooden spear was stabbed in from here, it would pierce the aorta in the neck. In the last 2 matches, Andel stabbed a wooden spear into the armor on his opponent's neck, directly piercing his neck and killing his opponent. Although Leon crossed his horse, he was still alert and kept an eye on Andel. When Andel suddenly turned around and stabbed him with his spear, he leaned down and blocked the attack with his shield. Thump. The wooden spear stabbed the shield, making a muffled sound. A crack appeared on the tip of the spear. As the horse ran away, Andel could only make this one attack. Seeing that the attack did not work, Andel could not help but feel angry. In the next few rounds, Leon still used his shield to block in front of him, but did not attack. Although Andel was angry, he was also thinking hard about how to break through Leon's defense. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, smiled sinisterly, and then said to Leon, "You are just from a knight family, but I'm from a wizard family. It is very easy for our family to destroy your family. The way you fight today really disgusts me. After the competition is over, I will let my family deal with your Laren's family. Let your entire family lose its territory. The men will go to guard the border, and the women will go to prostitutes." Ah. Leon's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he rushed towards Andel. That's right. Andel's eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames. He galloped on his horse, holding the spear in front of his chest, and rushed towards Leon. Just when the 2 were about to stab each other with their spears. Obviously, Andel's arm span was longer, the trajectory was better, and the speed was faster. But at this moment, Leon suddenly raised the shield in his hand and hit Andel's wooden spear. Under the collision of the shield and the wooden spear, the tip of the wooden spear immediately burst into a ball of sawdust. Andel's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, the long spear in Leon's hand did not slow down, and had already thrust out. Bang! Leon's wooden spear pierced straight into the armor on Andel's chest. The tip of the wooden spear exploded. Andel left the saddle and flew out. Andel was in midair, twisted his body, and barely landed on his feet. He stared at Leon fiercely. "If I meet you in a sword fighting competition, I will definitely kill you." Lian ignored his threat, just put his left hand on his chest, saluted according to the etiquette of the nobles, and rode away. After the horsemanship and spearmanship competition, the sword fighting competition followed. The physical strength of the Golden Knights was extraordinary. Even though they had just experienced a thrilling competition, they had recovered their physical strength long ago. Even those who were injured had medicine to help them recover quickly. The railings on the Colosseum had been removed, leaving only an empty field. The sword fight had a time limit. The winner was determined by the paint on each person's armor. If there was more paint on the vital parts, the person would most likely be judged as the loser. Next, another team of knights came on stage. Compared to charging on horseback, 2 knights competing in swordsmanship was another visual experience for the audience. Bran became excited when he saw the swordsmanship. Compared to horsemanship and spearmanship, Bran was more interested in swordsmanship. When Bran was in Redwood County, he had studied with several swordsmanship experts. Although his strength was only that of a silver knight, his swordsmanship attainments were no less than those swordsmanship experts. Moreover, swordsmanship was more bloody and fierce than horsemanship and spearmanship in some ways. Because the tip of the sword was smaller than the tip of the spear, and fighting on the ground, the body was more flexible than riding a horse. Therefore, the sword could more easily penetrate the gaps between the armor. There were several matches where some knights whose sword skills were obviously stronger than their opponents deliberately stabbed their wooden swords into the gaps in their opponent's armor and directly stabbed their opponents to death. Seeing the blood gushing out of the armor, some spectators on the field became excited. Lion played several times and maintained a steady style. He always put his shield forward and focused on defense, and he often kept a distance from his opponent with steady steps. Finally, he spotted the opponent's flaws and attacked again. Usually, after a match, there were no traces of paint on his armor, but there were traces of paint on the opponent's weak points. The competition continued, and the gambling in the audience became more and more heated. After a few hours, it was time to compete for the first and second place. As most people expected, the competition for the first and second place was between Lion and Andal again. Lion was born strong, and Andal was tall and thin with a long arm span. Their body shapes, to a certain extent, also determined their fighting styles. At this time, it was actually evening, and the dusk was gradually closing in. But after the wizards on the stands chanted for a while, a soft yellow light shone down from the sky. The entire Colosseum was illuminated, as if it were daytime. As the bell rang, Andal shouted loudly, and his figure rushed towards Lian like a snake. The wooden sword in his right hand kept stabbing at Lian. Lian used footwork and shield to resist. There were traces of red paint on the shield. Bran frowned when he saw this scene. If Lian keeps defending, he will be judged as a loser when the time is up. Leighton patted Bran on the shoulder with his palm leaf fan-like fist. It doesn't matter if you lose, you're still second. Ronan watched with his divine vision, putting himself in Lian's shoes, thinking about how to break the situation. However, after thinking for a while, he found that he couldn't put himself in Lian's situation at all, because he had never encountered such a scene of being suppressed. If he encountered such a scenario, he would throw out the Kingling Sword formation, the army of undead, talismans, etc. all at once, without even thinking about what swordsmanship he should use to win. Chapter 149 The Bloodline of the Harpy. Andal kept walking around Lian. He stabbed Lian with a wooden sword in his hand. Sometimes it was blocked by Lian's wooden shield, and sometimes it was blocked by Lian's armor. Lian still used the most conservative fighting style. Usually, Lian would only use one sword after Andal had used 10 swords. The audience on the field couldn't help but feel impatient after not seeing a fierce confrontation for a long time. Gradually, the boos, scolding, and provocations became louder and louder. Lian turned a deaf ear to everything in the audience. He was still concentrating on resisting Andal's attacks. He was betting that Andal's physical strength was not as good as his. As long as Andal attacked frequently and consumed his physical strength, then it would be his turn to counterattack. Wearing heavy armor, even if he was wielding a wooden sword, he had to bear the weight of the armor. He felt that, as long as it lasted for a long time, Andal's attack would become dull. Andal was still walking around Lian, constantly stabbing the wooden sword forward, but it didn't work. After a while, Andal seemed to realize that he was constantly consuming his physical strength, and he was smart and simply stopped. After all, every competition has a time limit. As long as the time is up, the game must end. At that time, he will attack the most, and Lion will just defend. The Kingdom Knights in the stands will definitely judge him as the winner. Thinking that he will definitely win, Andal immediately felt relieved. With a playful look in his eyes, he looked at Lion, whispered in his mouth, and insulted Lion in various ways. And from time to time, he would hit Lion with a sword. Just when Andal stabbed with a sword, he immediately retracted it, before he could use it. Lion did seize the opportunity and suddenly stabbed forward with his sword. With a bang, a red paint was left on Andal's breastplate. Before Andal, he mostly left marks on Lion's shield and other non-vital parts of the armor. And this blow from Lion is very likely to reverse the final victory or defeat of the two. Andal looked at the red mark on his chest, his eyes widened, and he was furious. He shouted and rushed towards Lion, stabbing at him with his wooden sword like a storm. However, Lion blocked and retreated. Most of his sword moves were blocked by the shield. Andal circled around, lowered his head, and bent to the ground several times. He wanted to use the wooden sword to stab Lion's legs that were not protected by armor. However, the armor Andal was wearing was not light. Every time he showed this move, Lion used footwork and shield to dispel Andal's idea. At this time, seeing that he might not win, Andal planned to fight more aggressively. While retreating, he used his hands to untie the rope that tied the armor. Soon, the armor was taken off by him. The armor fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Without the armor, Andal looked taller and thinner, like a snake. Then, his speed increased instantly, and he circled around Lion in a flash. Swish. Andal moved forward almost close to the ground, and slashed at Lion's calf with the wooden sword in his hand. The physical body of the Peak Golden Knight was not stronger than that of a mortal. Even if he used a wooden sword, as long as he used the right strength, he could still cut Lion's calf and make it bleed. If he attacked a few more times, Lion's legs would be covered with scars and he might not be able to stand steadily. But at this moment, Lion's calf suddenly kicked to the ground, and to the side. A large piece of mud and dust flew up from the ground and covered Andal's face. Andal closed his eyes quickly, still according to his memory just now, estimating Lion's movement, and stabbed Lion's calf with a sword in his hand. Lion suddenly turned right and rushed towards Andal. Swish. Andal's wooden sword pierced Lion's calf. But Lion also reached above Andal. Andal's face was covered with dust at this time, and he hadn't opened his eyes yet, feeling his wooden sword piercing his flesh and rubbing against his bones. Just as Andal was about to draw his sword, Lion suddenly used the muscle strength of his right foot to clamp the wooden sword tightly. Then, he rushed forward and stabbed Andal with the wooden sword in his hand. Andal realized that the wooden sword was difficult to pull out, so he gritted his teeth and gave up the wooden sword. He kicked his right foot forward and wanted to retreat. When he could see again, he would fight with Lion. After Lion's wooden sword stabbed down, it immediately pierced Andal's thigh. Ah! Andal screamed. Seeing that both of them were bleeding, the atmosphere in the audience suddenly became heated. They cheered and encouraged the two to continue fighting and fight to the death. Andal also wanted to learn from Lion, tightening his muscles and tendons to clamp Lion's wooden sword. However, he found that, as long as he moved his muscles, a severe pain would burst out at the wound. He couldn't help but groan. Finally, he didn't do the same thing as Lion and let Lion pull out the wooden sword. After Lion pulled out the sword, he ignored the injury on his right leg and continued to stagger as he chased after Andal. He kept stabbing the wooden sword in his hand at Andal. Andal was quick and grabbed it. However, although he was fast, his strength was not as good as Lion. Lion immediately pulled back with force. Andal's hand was immediately bloody. Just when Lion was about to attack again, the bell rang. The duel was over. For a moment, most of the audience could not tell the outcome of this duel. If it was a duel with steel swords, the living would win, and the dead would lose. From what we saw just now, there is no doubt that Andal's fighting power is better. After all, Andal has been suppressing Lion all along. However, judging from the marks and injuries on their armor, Lion has the upper hand in the back. However, this does not mean that Lion's fighting skills are better than Andal's. It's just that Lion's character is much better than Andal's. The guard knights in the stands are discussing the results of the duel. Lion and Andal were receiving treatment. There were wizards who knew how to use healing magic on the arena. As long as the knight was not dead after the duel, his injuries could be treated. The wooden swords on the legs of the two were pulled out, and under the wizard's spell, the injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the injuries of both were healed, and they stood up. Andal looked at Lion from time to time with coldness in his eyes. Not long after, the result came out, and Lion won the first place in this duel. Then Andal withdrew and Lion stayed. Lion met Augustus V, and accepted a steel sword presented by Augustus V after a round of court etiquette. The duel was over, and Augustus V sent someone to arrange for Lion to live in a place in the upper city, waiting for Augustus V to find a wizard to transform his body. Lion knew from Augustus V's words that winning the first place did not necessarily mean that he could accept Oliver's physical transformation. Augustus V still had to discuss this with his great uncle. Augustus V was just showing the etiquette of a king. In fact, he didn't care much about Leon. After all, Leon was just a knight, not a wizard. Augustus V didn't even ask if Leon's family was there. After calling his ministers and meeting with Leon, Augustus V was immediately surrounded and left. Afterwards, Leon was led out of the Colosseum by a minister. "My lord, I want to see my family," Leon said. The minister who led the way was an old man with a somewhat shriveled figure. He said to Leon, "You are about to undergo a physical transformation, so you'd better stay here and wait. When the wizard is free, I will immediately transform your physical body. If you leave, won't the wizard wait for you? If the legendary wizard Lord Oliver is willing to transform you, if you leave, you will really lose a great opportunity." Leon thought about it and felt that it was true, so he followed the minister. In the Colosseum, Leighton took Ronan and Bran and wanted to meet Leon, but was stopped by the royal knight. Even though they said they were Leon's relatives, the knight would not give way. "Hey, you are not the only one who said you are Leon's father's people." The knight in golden armor smiled and said, "If you still have bad intentions, I will enforce the law," the knight said, putting his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Leighton and the other two had no choice but to leave. They didn't know what Leon was like, so they could only wait. Will Leon really accept Oliver's body transformation? Ronan thought to himself. He couldn't help but look forward to the strength of Leon's body after the transformation. Of course, he was also a little worried that Leon would have an accident during the transformation. After all, in the wizard world, body transformation is not a safe thing. If you are not careful, you will die, or even become deformed. It's just that the possibility of these things happening to Oliver's body transformation is much smaller. Triumph City, Upper City. Leon was in a luxurious mansion, served by many servants. After 2 days of good food and drink, the minister who brought him, the shriveled old man, came to the door and said that the legendary wizard Oliver in the kingdom was willing to transform his body. Hearing this, Leon suddenly felt like he was dreaming. With his always firm character, his heart couldn't help but beat violently at this time. The two walked into a mansion, and under the guidance of the shriveled old man, Leon stepped onto a teleportation array. Then, the shriveled old man waved to Leon. The scenery in front of Leon changed. From a dark room, he came to a wide space. This is a large flat with no walls around it, but there are pillars with carved patterns. Looking out, you can see the blue sky, white clouds and flying birds. If you extend your gaze, you can see the endless sea. Leon looked at the scenery in front of him and immediately guessed that he might have arrived at Oliver's Wizard Tower. It is the tallest and most eye-catching building in Triumph City. "Come up." Suddenly, an old and calm voice came from the side. Leon listened and turned his head to look, but he saw nothing, only a staircase leading to the darkness of ignorance. At the beginning, Augustus V went to see Oliver and walked along the staircase. Leon thought it was Oliver who was calling him, so he hurriedly touched his chest with his left hand, bowed respectfully, and then walked quickly to the stairs and climbed up. In front of Oliver, he dared not neglect it. When he walked up the stairs and entered the darkness, the scenery in front of him changed again. In front of him was a huge space. There were bookshelves all around, with books lined up one after another. Under the bookshelves was an old man. The old man looked quite small under the bookshelves. No, not only the old man, but also Lian felt that he looked very small in front of the vast books. The old man was wearing a white robe, with white beard, white hair and white eyebrows. His beard and hair were not trimmed, curled up, and hung straight to his chest. Lord Dalifer. Lian saw the old man and hurriedly saluted. Haha, no need to be polite. Dalifer laughed happily twice, then walked forward, and put his arm around Lian's shoulder. Enough of small talk. Next, I will transform your body. After saying that, Dalifer suddenly cast a spell. The next moment, a vortex appeared between him and Lian, rolling up the two of them. In an instant, the two disappeared. Then, he appeared in another place. Welcome to my laboratory. Dalifer smiled. Lian looked around and saw huge transparent cylindrical glass tanks in this spacious room with mahogany walls. In the tanks, there were creatures he had never seen before. However, he had seen some of them in some picture books. For example, dragons, elves. You stand in that wizard formation. Dalifer pointed to a circular witchcraft formation on the ground. Lian responded with a yes, walked towards the witchcraft formation, and then stood in it. Dalifer snapped his fingers, and energy particles immediately rushed towards Lian, and drilled into his mind. Lian only felt a burst of sleepiness in his mind. Soon, he fell asleep. Dalifer snapped his fingers again, and Lian floated up. Dalifer looked at a glass tank. Inside was a dragon with a pair of fleshy wings and green scales. This dragon is a sea beast, a sub-dragon species, and it is quite difficult to obtain. After all, since the rise of wizards, creatures like real dragons have been forced into extinction. Now most of the dragon-shaped creatures in the wizard world are subspecies. Moreover, the blood of subspecies is becoming increasingly rare. Now in the kingdom of Valant, there are fewer and fewer subspecies dragons. Most of the subspecies dragons exist in the sea and deep mountains and forests. As for those real dragons, few wizards know where they are. Some wizards think that the real dragons have found a space, and then the entire dragon clan has migrated there. Transplanting dragon blood to the night is the blood transplantation and transformation method that Dalifer is most familiar with, especially this blue-eyed sea dragon in the tank. Dalifer looked at the blue-eyed sea dragon, and then at Lian, who was unconscious. Then, looking at the ground, after pondering for a long time, he finally made a decision. He raised his head and cast his eyes on a glass tank. In the tank was a monster with a female figure, a pair of flesh wings on the back, and a hideous appearance. This is an ancient monster, the harpy, which is said to be able to connect to the nightmare world. He decided to give up the blue-eyed sea dragon bloodline, which had a high transplant success rate, and instead transplant the harpy bloodline, which he had never transplanted before. Chapter 150 Stabilizer of Nightmare World. Since Dalifer used the Nightmare Stone, he sometimes always fell into hallucinations. He thought this was a side effect of overusing the Nightmare Stone. Therefore, he kept looking for ways to eradicate this side effect in the nightmare world. Although he had the coordinates of the nightmare world, the channel opened by this coordinate was extremely unstable. Moreover, the real world and the nightmare world were like two mutually exclusive worlds. When he went to the nightmare world, the matter of his body began to become unstable. It was as if he was about to turn into particles and merge into the nightmare world. Therefore, he needed a helper to go to the nightmare world. A knight with the blood of the harpy might be able to help him. However, he had never transplanted the blood of the harpy before. This was his first transplant, and he couldn't say whether it would be successful. After all, under the power of the nightmare world, even he would be disturbed by hallucinations. After entering the nightmare world, the physical body was easily assimilated by the nightmare world. What's more, the person in front of him had not been transformed. Although he had been trained as a knight, he was just a mortal with a strong physical body. Give it a try. After hundreds of years of life, Dalifer has become quite numb to human life and death, especially the test subjects. There is no way most wizard experiments require humans to be test subjects. If you are compassionate by nature and worry that the test subjects will die in the experiment, then wizard research will come to a standstill. Dalifer sighed as he looked at Lian, who was sleeping quietly with his eyes closed. He thought that if this young knight lost control after transplanting the blood of the harpy and became a deformed monster, he would definitely help the family of this young knight as compensation. As a legendary wizard of the kingdom, it was very easy for him to elevate a family to the upper reaches of the kingdom. After thinking for a while, Dalifa collected his mind and chanted a spell. A hexagram circle array, emitting white light, appeared in the glass tank where the harpy was soaked. Then, this hexagram witchcraft array generated a suction force. The liquid in the glass tank generated a spiral. The spiral stretched straight to the harpy's abdomen. Then, a little bit of blood oozed out from the skin of the harpy's abdomen and was transmitted along the inside of the spiral. Soon, this little bit of blood, while being transmitted, condensed into a drop of blood and came out from the hexagram circle. Dalifa raised his wrinkled and somewhat skinny hand. The drop of blood floated on his palm. Then, he began to chant. Gradually, a stream of energy particles condensed towards the drop of blood. His white robe, white beard and white eyebrows all floated up. There were little yellow lights flashing in the blood. If someone had very good eyesight, they could see that there were magic patterns forming in the blood. After Dalifa chanted for a while, he pushed the blood in his hand towards Leon, who was sleeping and floating on the witchcraft formation. The drop of blood crossed the void, emitting yellow light, and hit Leon's abdomen. Then, Dalifa's whole body floated up and floated to Leon's side. He looked down at Leon, with his hands spread out, his beard rustling, and he was chanting continuously. As he chanted, nearby energy particles gathered towards Leon's body. On Leon's body, they condensed into magic patterns emitting yellow light. Gradually, Leon's skin became transparent. Dalifa could clearly see Leon's blood vessels and internal organs. He could see that the drop of blood containing the blood of the harpy was condensed in Leon's abdomen without dispersing. Then, while chanting, he used his spirit to guide the drop of blood to Leon's flesh and blood, watching the drop of blood gradually transform Leon's body. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Dalifa's chanting voice had not weakened. He was still concentrating on transforming Leon's body. After the transformation of the ancient blood, Leon's body became more solid. Moreover, a strange black pattern appeared on the palm of his right hand. Gradually, the sound of Dalifa's chanting subsided. The energy particles that were gathering around this place also gradually stopped flowing. Dalifa's white robe, white beard and white eyebrows also slowly fell down. When the sound of his chanting stopped completely, Leon suddenly took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. When he opened his eyes, a yellow light flashed across his irises. Then, he found himself in midair. When he was startled, he subconsciously used the power of his waist. He somersaulted in the air and landed on the witchcraft formation. Then, he felt his own strength. There is no doubt that he felt that his body was much stronger than before. Both his vision and hearing were more sensitive than before. However, he always felt that there was another power lurking in his body. Then, he seemed to feel something and looked at Dalifa, who had been looking at him. You will be my night guard in the future. Dalifa looked at Leon calmly and said. When Leon heard that he could become the night guard of the kingdom's legendary wizard, he was half happy and half disappointed. He was happy because being Dalifa's guard would put him above many people in the kingdom. His family would benefit from him. He was disappointed because being a guard was not his ideal. His ideal was to become a general of the kingdom and fight on the battlefield after gaining power. After his thoughts flew through his mind, Leon's face showed no sadness or joy, and he just said, "Thank you, Lord Dalifa, but I want to see my family." Dalifa nodded. "I'll give you 3 days. In 3 days, you have to return to my wizard tower." Then, Dalifa waved his skinny old hand in the air. An amber-like magic stone flew out of the air and went towards Leon. Leon subconsciously caught it. This magic stone has my magic power. Not only can it enter and exit my wizard tower freely and use my teleportation array, but it also contains 3 of my sorcery spells. Each spell has 10 chances to be used. With your current strength, even if you encounter a great wizard, you can escape unscathed with this stone. Lion was slightly shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at the magic stone in his hand. The Great Wizard is a 4th level formal wizard, which is 1 level lower than the legendary wizard. He has just undergone the first physical transformation, and his strength is only slightly more than when he was a golden knight at his peak. By using the magic stone, he can escape unscathed from the hands of the great wizard, which shows how precious this magic stone is. Why did Dalifa give me such a precious magic stone? A question suddenly emerged in Lion's mind. Logically speaking, even if he successfully transformed his bloodline, he would still be just a knight. Dalifa would not value him so much. Dalifa wants to get something from me. Lion thought to himself, and a little trembling rose from the bottom of his heart. For a moment, he felt like a lab rat trapped in a cage. These thoughts quickly passed through his mind. After thanking Dalifa, he left. He walked to a teleportation array in the laboratory, said goodbye to Dalifa, and then used his mind to probe into the magic stone to draw out the magic power. In an instant, the teleportation array emitted a white light, which submerged him from bottom to top. After the white light died, Leon disappeared. After Leon disappeared, Dalifa began to dance in the laboratory. He did not expect that his first transplant of the Harpy bloodline would be successful. Perhaps, this young man named Leon is very suitable for the Harpy bloodline. In the future, as long as this person stays by his side, he can continue to transform his body. Increase the concentration of the Harpy bloodline in this person. When the time comes, after he enters the nightmare world, he can let this person act as a stabilizer, allowing him to stay in the nightmare world longer. After Leon used the teleportation array, he was immediately teleported to a forest behind the wizard tower. Then, he walked out of the woods and headed towards the Triumph City. He first went to the hotel where Leighton and Bran were staying, and found Leighton and Bran. Ronan was also in the hotel. Since they hadn't seen Leon for many days, the father and son were discussing what to do. Unexpectedly, Leon came back suddenly. When Leighton saw Leon, he was overjoyed, and his eyes lit up. His majestic body suddenly stood up on the stool. He walked up and gave Leon a bear hug. "Leon, where have you been these days? Hey, your body is much stronger." Leon smiled and said, "The legendary wizard of the kingdom, Dalifa, has transformed my body." Hearing this, Bran's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly pinched Leon's muscles with his hands. After pinching, he found that Leon's muscles were as solid as steel. But compared to steel, they have elasticity and temperature. Ronan smiled and watched all this, his thoughts flying in his mind. When Leon approached the hotel, his spiritual sense had already sensed Leon's presence. At that moment, he felt that his spiritual sense seemed to be distorted by Leon. As a result, he could not fully perceive Leon's physical strength through his spiritual sense. However, Leon's physical body was obviously improved. Even so, he could still know that Leon had become stronger. After opening the door and seeing Leon, he could not wait to call out Hang Meng to analyze Leon. Leon's strength and spirit values have both increased a little. Although he is not strong among the knights of physical transformation, he is much better than the peak of the Golden Knight. The target's bloodline has been mutated, and there is mysterious energy on the body. A message appeared in his mind. Ronan immediately gave an order in his mind. "Hang Meng, analyze the mutated bloodline. The knowledge base is insufficient and the bloodline information cannot be analyzed. What about the mysterious power? The knowledge base is insufficient and the source of power cannot be analyzed." After receiving the feedback from Hang Meng, Ronan thought that Dalifa really knew much more than him. With his current knowledge, using Hang Meng, he still couldn't analyze the blood and power source of Leon. "How did Dalifa transform your body?" Ronan couldn't help asking. Leon was stunned when he heard it. "I only remember that I suddenly fell asleep, and I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up, I had strength. After feeling that my body strength increased a lot, I was too excited and forgot to ask a lot of things. However, before he transformed my body, he took me to a laboratory. Then, Leon described the animals he saw in the laboratory, which were soaked in glass tanks one by one, according to his memory. Ronan input Leon's description into AI Hang Meng. Let Hang Meng draw according to the description. Some dragons, elves and other creatures. As long as Hang Meng drew them, he would recognize them. There are also some creatures that he looks familiar with, and some creatures that he has never seen before. To figure out what these creatures are, he has to continue to check the books of the wizard world. However, according to Leon's description, Dalifer transformed Leon's blood. However, this transformation, at present, is beneficial to Leon. But he has no way to judge whether it will be good or bad for Leon in the future. While Ronan's thoughts were racing, Leon and Bran were already sitting aside, arm wrestling. Originally, it was very easy to determine the winner between the two people, who were as different as the Gold Knight and the Silver Knight. Now, after Leon's physical transformation, he can press Bran's arms down with just one finger. After the physical transformation, Lord Dalifer asked me to be his night guard. I can only stay here for 3 days, Leon suddenly said. Leighton and Bran were reluctant to leave, and Ronan had a glimmer in his eyes. He sensed something unusual in it. A man as powerful as Dalifer doesn't need guards. In these 3 days, I will seek the greatest benefit for our family, Leon said. Then, he said goodbye to Leighton and the other two temporarily, and then walked back to the upper city. With the identity of Dalifer's guard, when he walked to the wizard tower, he was respected by the wizards on duty under the tower. Under the arrangement of the wizard on duty, Lion met some ministers of the royal family. Immediately, he discussed with the ministers whether he could vacate a mansion for his family in the upper city. There needs to be a place for wizards to practice in this mansion, so that his second brother can practice wizardry. Also, is there a swordsmanship master in Cakesun City? Can he find one to teach his third brother a thing or two? For these ministers and wizards, even if Lion won the first place in the competition, it would not be a big deal for them. However, in Dalifer's wizard tower, it suddenly came out that Dalifer wanted to use Lion as his guard. Immediately, these ministers and wizards did not dare to offend Lion, so they could only do as Lion said. Besides, the request made by Lion was not difficult to do. Soon, the mansion and the swordsmanship master were all handled by them. Ronan and others were able to enter the mansion in the upper city. There is a 7-story wizard tower in this mansion. There are laboratories, training rooms and other facilities inside. Moreover, there is a botanical garden in the wizard tower, which is specially used to cultivate resources for wizards. The space inside is much larger than Ronan's current botanical garden. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.